You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. We made it through another week. Time to grab a drink, sit down, and let's have some discussions about nerdy nonsense, movie nonsense, all the stuff, all the things. Naturally, we're going to be talking about all the things that happened this week. I mean, what happened even today? I mean, for God's sakes, we got like more people joining Superman and part of the Daily Planet crew. So we'll be talking about that a little bit. And then, of course, we have the Green Lantern stuff that happened as well. And, we'll be talking about, I'm going to give my review for my drinking review of Bad Boys Ride or Die. So, yeah, we're going to be doing that. So cheers, guys. Welcome to Friday. And ask questions out there in the YouTubes. Also am live on Instagram right now, too, on my phone for the opening of the stream. As I do, well, cheers first. It's a fun little thing because before I realized on my TikTok, I can now go live on there. But little did I know that TikTok was going to request a fingerprint scan and a retina scan, a stool sample, and probably my blood in order to do it. I was like going to try TikTok live because I was like, oh, I could do that now. So I was like going to do that. But then, of course, it was like, you have to verify your age. When's your birthday? Okay, it's this. Okay, now it's like, we got to prepare your camera to look at your face. Shit you not. If you want to go live on TikTok, it's like, man, I really got to they have to look at my face to make sure I'm of age. That's interesting. It's like, you realize I have a ton of videos on there already. Can you utilize your little technology that you have to look at that? I don't know. So maybe I'll try it one of these days. But I was like, man, I'm not gonna do. No. Let's see. King Can. He said, I think Larry Fong only did BBS. No, I think he did. He did Man of Steel and BBS. So check, yeah. Because he's saying that Larry Fong was the cinematographer on Man of Steel, right? Anyways, all right. We got Phil right here. We got Taladia Plays. I always say it wrong. My brain sucks. Happy Friday. How's your day? Day's been all right. I can't complain about the Friday. It's just a little warm now. The heat has set into Southern California, so that's what kind of sucks, but for the most part, not a bad Friday. Had a fairly decent Friday, so can't complain. We got Eleanor right here. Happy Friday to you, Eleanor 3010. And we got Jason McKenzie. Hey, there he is. Cheers. Always helping out that pirate ship. Always helping it out. Good stuff. We got Eric Z. What's happening? We got and Wheezy's World. What is good? It's it's all pretty good. I got a drink. It's Friday. Can't complain about they bring on some good buddies, and we're gonna be talking some nonsense for the next 4 hours. It's always what I look forward to every week. Shane O, what is happening? Happy June. I know, it's crazy. We're already we're not quite halfway through, even though we're in the 6th month. We have to wait till we hit the 7th month to be technically halfway through 2024. So, and we got Gilmer, Eric Smith. What's happening? And hello, Phil. We got Kai right here. Ryan, TGIF. You're seeing, yeah. Don't worry, no spoilers or anything. I won't give any spoilers. It's a Bad Boys film. I mean, you could probably guess that it's just like, hey, car chases, explosions. Banter back and forth. Yeah, you're going to get all that. But there are some spoilers in there when it comes to some of the story. And there's some cameos in there, too, which that was great. We got Max Wolf, Night Danger. Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. Just saw Bad Boys Ride or Die movie. My thoughts about it. Awesome movie. And I can't wait for the Green Lantern fan film. Lots of people are joining in. Superman. I know, right? All right. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Salud, Mr. Trevino. What is happening? All right. He did do Man of Steel. Why did I think Larry Fong did Man of Steel? Okay, so I'm wrong there, King. You're right. Well, if you're still even there. Why did I think Larry Fong did that? Yeah, I know he did BVS, but for some reason I thought Larry Fong did do also Man of Steel. I don't know. My bad. Shows you what I know. My God. You said, I know. You know me with names. Bad. I'm bad. It's all bad. Okay. So cheers, cheers, cheers. Everybody's saying cheers, 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 cheers. We got Christopher right here. Good to see you. All right. What's up, Azteca and everyone in the chat? Going to No Values Punk Festival tomorrow on the Pomona Fairplex. Well, that's pretty close. That's pretty close to me. That's probably about a 45 to 50 minutes away from me. That's pretty cool. That should be fun. And luckily, it's going to be cooling down because, you know, it's been in the 90s. And supposedly it's supposed to be in like the low to mid 80s tomorrow, hopefully. What's going on, RJ? But yeah, enjoy yourself, Azteca. I wonder who's all playing there. That's probably some good things. Some good things. It would be cool to use Angela Chan from the animated series. What's going on, Antonio? All right. All right, guys. Keep on asking the questions. Do all that. Let's see. That's pretty cool that it does that. Oh, wow. That's pretty sweet. So StreamYard, I like that. Okay. Now they introduced that. That's pretty sweet. I don't know. I'm just like StreamYard, you know, that I use for the Vodka stream. And, you know, anytime I have people on, especially DC Fanimated, they now automatically star. Anytime that somebody does a super chat, it gets starred. So then you can just go right back to it. So I was like, oh, wow, that's pretty sweet. So then if you miss it, you know, it's good. What's going on, Gus, on Instagram? Freaking hot in SoCal. Yeah, I know. Got the AC going right now. So anyways, all right. All right. So let's go ahead and turn the display name off. All right. Now ask your questions, guys, and then we'll get the boys in here and we'll have a chat, of course. And even on Instagram, if you have some questions, you know, follow first off. You know, really trying to push that. I'm almost at 2,400 followers on Instagram. Come on, Junkie Film. Just type in Junkie Film, 2 E's, just like Film Junkie. Just reverse the name. You don't have to. I mean, I just post I just post the shorts on there, and then, you know, some random pictures and stuff and thumbnails. That's about it. I mean, you don't have to, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to get to 2,400. I'm almost at 2,400. You know, at Instagram. It's such a feat. Anyways, but yeah, follow me on the Instagram. Hey, I see KC out there. KC's on the Instagram right now. He just joined. What's going on, Casey? Good to see you, man. And you know, if you guys aren't following Casey, you know, give him a follow. And you know, he posted something today. I retweeted it. Help the boy out. You know, he's going through a little bit of a time right now. We've all been there where, you know, you're working somewhere and then all of a sudden you get laid off. It's like, geez. So talented dude, very talented dude. If you need some photography, you need anything when it comes to those creative arts, you know, Casey's your man. Hey, yo, what's going on, Casey? Good to see you, bud. But don't worry. You get through it, bud. I mean, I went through similar, you know, thing earlier this year. So all right. Well, I should have done I got to do it properly here. All right. Bad boys, ride or die. All right. Bad boys, ride or die. So when you guys saw my first reaction review, I was kind of like, this. There's just something about the first half that I was like, all right, it's fine. And the second half, I was like, all right, now it's kicked into gear and everything. And it was kind of funny because, you know, that's what I love about having my first reactions to movies is the fact that, you know, when you first get out of the film, when you first get out of the movie theater, it's like you could have a very different kind of take on a movie after you've sat with it for 24 hours, I guess you could say. And that's what I kind of like. That's why I started doing the first reaction reviews, was just to get that initial reaction, because sometimes it could change or it could not, or whatever. And when I got out of Bad Boys Ride or Die, I was kind of like going, yeah, it was a little too over the top. And one of the things that I was really thinking about last night, I was even when I was lying in bed too, I was going, all right, I said that it was getting a little too close to Fast and Furious vibes. And I went, does that even make sense? Because I mean, if you watch Bad Boys 2, that's where the bayism or the Bayos, whatever you want to call it, pick your name. I like kind of like Bayos, because it's the Michael Bay chaos, or but everybody calls it the Bayism or the Bayham. There's just so many ways to inject his last name into something, which that's what makes Michael Bay great. And I think, yes, obviously he's kind of set the bar when it comes to these over the top action films. And Fast and Furious very much like has had numerous directors that have taken that approach, that almost Bayhem, Bayos, whatever you want to call it, approach to the movies. And I went, yeah, but there's just something, I don't know. When it comes to the Fast and Furious movies, there's something that just, it's gotten to the point where it got too ridiculous. I mean, when they were driving away from a submarine on the on the ice, and they went to space, that got a little too crazy. See, when it comes to Michael Bay, his craft at making these crazy, chaotic action sequences, there's just something that when you're watching a Michael Bay crazy action sequence, you feel Michael Bay's fingerprints. And I think I come from loving the first two Bad Boys movies that were directed by Michael Bay so much that I'm not giving any shit to the boys that directed the last two, Bilal and Falal. I always never say their names right, and I apologize for that. But I think like Bad Boys 3 was actually very well done, and I really enjoyed the story, and I like the fact that there's a continuation of that story. But yeah, there's certain times where I was like, okay, I mean, we are getting into territory of like Fast and Furious, where you have all these other pieces and these other things that are now being injected. I mean, Reggie, the character Reggie, who they in that very memorable scene in Bad Boys 2, comes back in this one, and he has like a very memorable scene. I won't say what it is, but he has a very and it's crazy how it is, and it's great. And I highly suggest going to see Bad Boys Ride or Die. If you want to see the movie, see it this weekend. Try to see it with as many people as possible, because I think there's an added bonus to see it with a bunch of people in the movie theater, because it's one of those that you want to watch with a bunch of people. Because my theater was not packed at all, but there are people in the back. There is like people with big laughs that were behind me that actually really helped the movie, because it's just one of those. There's a lot of funny lines. The banter back and forth between Will Smith and Martin Lawrence is great. It's great. Like I said, it just felt like Martin Lawrence was a little too much for me at first. I don't think I was ready for how much, because of where Marcus is when it comes to his character. And now he has to like take care of his health, and something happens where now he's just like, he has like a near-death thing. And now he's just like, oh, I had this, near-death experience, and now I'm awakened. And it just gets a little too over the top, I thought. And I still feel that way. But I think like now that I've sat on it, I'm like, you know what? I mean, I'm going to watch this movie again, and it's an enjoyable film, and I love the Bad Boys movies. The shining stars are always there when it comes to Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. And I was even thinking about it too. And I think it's just because I remember when I watched Bad Boys, the first Bad Boys, for the first time when I was young, I watched it with my cousin. Where it was kind of interesting. And I think this is where, like, because I fell in love with the movie, because I was always like big on Will Smith, because I loved Fresh Prince. And I remember I was spending the night at my cousin's house, and they had like a movie collection, like a library that was crazy. And I remember the house, and I remember everything. And he was like, well, you want to watch Bad Boys? And I was like, yeah, because I hadn't seen it, and I'm like, I don't know how young I was whenever the fuck it came out. I don't remember how it was, but So I remember, I think we put on these headphones because, my aunt and uncle, his parents were asleep, and we're like, all right, we're going to watch this movie. I think we put on some headphones and we watched it. And of course, every now and again, we'd like say something. But I mean, I was just like all about Will Smith just because I loved Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. So to see him in an R-rated movie where he's dropping F-bombs and all this kind of shit, I was like, yes, yes. So I think like that first Bad Boys film is always like, near and dear to my heart when it comes to because I watched it so many times. And then when Bad Boys 2 came out, and this was like what, early 2000s. And I remember seeing that movie, and I remember going to Denny's after that movie with my buddy, and we came up with, because in the opening scene of Bad Boys 2, you have that bullet time like little sequence, remember? And then Martin Lawrence Marcus, he gets like shot in the ass, and they had that bullet time thing. We were gonna do this paintball thing, and we decided, we were like, man, how can we like achieve something like that where we have like bullet time paintballs? So I think there's just things like when it comes to those original Bad Boys films that are very near and dear. And I think that's like a thing when you're going into it. It's like, yeah, now we got these different directors, different styles. And yeah, things are getting a little bit more outrageous, and it's more expanding because it's not just the two of them and dealing with whatever's happening. There's actually more of a team. There's more characters. Mike Lowry has a fucking kid now. Or, well, he has a kid, not a kid, but he has a son he didn't know about that we found out in the third one, and who's in this one. And there's all kinds of pieces that are happening. But overall, great film. I've been rambling. I was just like, I don't know. There's just something about the Bad Boys franchise. And I think that's why the first half, I just was kind of like, I don't know. And then I was like, all right, I'm good. But anyways, cheers. There's me rambling. I'm a rambling man. All right. Let's continue. Let's see. What are we doing here? All right. Let's see where I left off. We got Chris Balga right here. Good evening, Dave. What would be the legacy casting you would want to happen in the new DCU? Cavill as a bad guy. I still want that so badly. I don't know why. I mean, just I don't know. I don't think it'll ever happen, but there was always the thoughts of like Cavill coming back after all the shit he went to, just to come back. I mean, as much as we want him as Superman again, right? But I would just love him to come back as a villain. That's why, I was like always like going, what if he played a villain? What if he played a villain instead? Let's see. Hey, we got Max Wolf right here. I forgot to tell you this. So do you know when the Green Lantern film is coming out? I think they said something about in a couple of months, like maybe July or at the end of this month. I'm not sure exactly. I'll have to look back because I had some messages with them. So, but don't worry, we'll very much keep you guys updated. There's actually another fan film that I came across today, and anybody who follows me on Twitter, you'll know which one I'm talking about. I love it. I love it. And this is not even a fan film. This is actually a fan series that's going to be coming out. And yeah, so there's going to be some motion on that, which I'm like, cool. All right, some more stuff. Somebody reached out. I didn't even know it was actually a thing. Eric Z, I wonder how far we are from casting. Probably not too far. I think we'll probably get we'll probably get the castings of Jordan and Stewart probably this year. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah, we'll get it this year. So let's see. Antonio, who is your choice to play Hal Jordan? Hal Jordan. See, that's the thing. That's I'm always really bad at fan casting because I always just want like some unknown person to show up and just be like, you do it. I made the joke. I think I made the joke on Film Junkie Live, or maybe I made it in a group chat. I don't know. I think it was on Film Junkie Live. I don't know. But I was like, watch, Michael Rosenbaum's going to end up playing Hal Jordan because he just recently, it was reported that he quoted saying that to ask James Gunn why he wasn't in the Superman movie, but he probably is somewhere in there that we just don't know. And I was like, watch, he's going to end up being Hal Jordan. He's of age, even though he's 51. He looks like, mid to late 40s. But no, I wouldn't want Michael Rosenbaum to play Hal Jordan. I don't know. I just want I really don't have a choice. I just want somebody that just embodies that a lantern that's been around for what 15 20 years, probably 20 years, right? I want the 20 years and just somebody with a square jaw and some stubble. But then again, the images they're using, he'll probably have a beard. Nothing wrong with having a beard. I don't know. So I just don't really have like a choice right here. Christopher MacDonald, not Christopher McDonald. Deadline. I feel so bad for the poor actor. At least they're fixing the articles now. I know, that was funny. Yeah, that was funny the way that was. But is it actually MacDonald? Because somebody hit me up about that as well, and they said like, "Oh, wait a minute." I went to their Instagram and it actually isn't. But then it probably is. But it was just kind of funny, like how all that was happening when it came to the castings today, and it was just absolutely hilarious. And it just kind of shows you right here because, yeah, we have Christopher MacDonald, I guess, who's playing Ron Trope, and I love that they're just expanding on the Daily Planet, the Daily Planet crew. I think that's great, and yeah, people were like, it was funny because nobody knew. They just thought Christopher McDonald. Oh, Shooter McGavin, Shooter. So I'm seeing like all these posts, like half the posts I'm seeing out there from Twitter accounts and then even Deadline, we're showing Christopher McDonald, Shooter McGavin playing a black character. I mean, it was especially hilarious when they had the shot of Ron Trope. I'm probably saying it, Trope, whatever, when they're using the image and it's clearly a character who is black, and they're like, you have Christopher McDonald, Shooter McGavin, who is in his 60s, right next to it. It was hilarious. I had a nice little laugh. With that. I was like, did you guys just like, I mean, you had to look at that and be like, this doesn't even make sense. How does this make sense? And sure enough, it was wrong. Even when I saw it, I was like, what? And then I saw other posts and I'm like, oh, it's that guy who was in that group shot. That makes sense. And it was just so freaking funny. It was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. Cortez, how's it going? Dave, wonder if you seen the trailer for the new Batman video game VR. I have not. I've seen some screenshots. That's about it. Seen some screenshots. I really loving the idea of Glenn Howerton as Booster Gold. Yeah, he'd be a pretty damn good Booster Gold. Not gonna lie. Of course, the name that I heard that it might be, and I was like, oh boy. Not gonna say it, but oh boy. Yeah, that just came about too. There's some shots out there from the set that actually show the LexCorp logo. So, oh boy, here we go. Let's see. Oh, this you're talking about. It's going to be Misfits with Danzig, Bad Religion, Iggy Pop, Social Distortion. Jeez, look at all that. Sublime is actually going to be there too. Suicidal Tendencies, The Addicts. Wow, it's quite a roster right there. Not too shabby. Antonio, the only reason I'm not asking about Jon Stewart, because I don't know anyone the age they're looking for, which is well, again, I'm just really terrible at that because anytime that I'm like, I actually, when I get asked about like, who would you cast? I don't know. I draw a blank. And I'm like, I don't know. I'd have to actually sit there and think about it. So Bad Boys has always been ridiculous. It's a mixture of ridiculous over the top. It knows when to go silly and when to go grounding it. Yeah, and this one still does that. I just think I don't know. It just came in hot. It came in hot for me in the beginning with Martin Lawrence. And I think it's just like, yeah, I do. As much as I like the directors that directed these ones, and they have a unique style, and they're definitely showing that they have a unique style. You hear that, Zazzy Pants? And so I just kind of go like, I don't know. I think I was just a little taken back a little bit when I was like, man, the jokes aren't working for me right now. But there's one in particular scene. There's one in particular in the final act. I mean, like I said, like it's just the opening was just it got a little like whoa. And then there was times where I was like, all right, and where I lit and but there is one in particular exchange between the two characters that it starts off serious and then it goes into immediate like funny back and forth during like the last action sequence where, and you'll know it once it happens. It was just like, oh my god, this is it right here. This is like the crown jewel of exchanges right here in this movie. And then it's just right after that, it's just nonstop action. It's just the action is relentless and it does not stop. And that's where I was like, all right, fucking A. This is what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, but executive producer just, yeah, he probably is, but he, doesn't mean he had any input or anything. You're executive producer, just like, okay. Cheers, sips beer. What's going on? Let's see. Oh yeah, we already said that. Sorry. Cavill, MCU Cyclops. I don't like that idea. I don't like him as I don't. He doesn't need to be Cyclops. Christian Bale, Sinestro could be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. I doubt he'll do another superhero movie after Thor: Love and Thunder. How do you feel about John Krasinski as Hal? I think he could be a pretty good Hal. He won't do it. If he's not gonna do if he wasn't down to really do Reed Richards, he's not gonna do Hal Jordan. And he's too busy making his own shit. That's the thing is like anytime that these actors that are now directors, and when people fan cast them, I just kind of go like, yeah, I don't know. I don't see that happening. And I remember when people, I think it was like the Bradley Cooper thing on Wednesday's Film Chucky Live. Somebody was like, yeah, but Ben Affleck was already directing films and he took on the Batman role. I'm like, yeah, because he thought he was going to play Batman for like 4 movies and barely like he was going to be like, all right, it's going to be BVS. No, 3 movies. But of course, Suicide Squad was tacked onto that. But Ben Affleck thought he was actually going to just be Batman in BVS and then in Justice League, however many parts or whatever the hell were what that was going to be. Because when he took the role, he just understood it as, all right, this is an older, grizzled Batman like Dark Knight Returns. And then in one of the Justice League movies, because it went back and forth from what I was told, it was going to be like 2 parts, then 3 parts. And, they were going back and forth because, it's Zack Snyder. They're going to be pretty lengthy. But we all know that he was going to end up sacrificing himself. He was going to go out in a blaze of glory. So there was never like, it was always just going to be like, okay, I'm going to just basically do these movies. And then it's like, yeah, cameos here and there. Sure. That's not going to take much. And he had a cameo in a Suicide Squad, and which was a pretty cool cameo. And then, of course, that when everything went crazy, obviously he had a cameo in the Flash, which one of the worst bat costumes out there for sure. So, but I don't know, it was just kind of funny. Hey, there's my executive producer. That's right. Cheers, Fear Jason. Da, 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 da. He is the executive producer of tonight's vodka stream. That's right. Fear Jason's been the executive producer on all the streams on the Film Junkie channel. And next week, I'll announce a new executive producer. Of course, these are the people who are very much supporting the channel on the Patreon. If you want to support the Patreon, please do so. Trying to build up the community over there. I just realized I didn't have that on. Yeah, and if you're part of the higher roller, the top tier, you will be an executive producer for sure. Gunn said McDonald on Threads. Okay, so he did say McDonald. Okay. It was so weird correcting the Deadline article unless I read it wrong. He's the guy who, yeah, he was in the picture. That was just such a funny thing. Yeah, it would be. And you know what? I wouldn't hate it. Would not hate it. Would not hate it. Hey, thank you for the $5 super chat, Rational Skeptic. Gunn said Wonder Woman hasn't been cast yet. Who would you like to play? I see that's another one. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. It's I would have to think about that one, especially her, because it's like, you know, I know a lot of people have fan cast Isa Gonzalez. They've looked at her, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Don't hate it, but I mean, there's just something about casting a fairly unknown person, you know? And I think Zach had a big eye for that. And there's just something about that. It's like, I really love the idea of like the fact that they can actually like bring somebody in who's fairly unknown or even just fully unknown and then turn them into a star and just kind of show them in this light. And then maybe, more things will happen for that person. I don't know. He also basically confirmed in one of his Creed casts. I know. I don't know why. Are people still thinking that Gal's going to come back? I mean, we still having that conversation. I remember people were holding on to her that hard, and I'm like, no, she's done. She's done. As soon as they canceled Wonder Woman 3, it was like Gal Gadot. She's done. There's no way. There's no way. Bad Boys 4 does well at the box office. I wouldn't be shocked if they got Tom Holland Spider-Man 4. I think they already have it. I think they already have Spider-Man 4, to be honest. I really do. I forgot her name, the actress in Andor. Yeah, I still have to. I'm gonna watch Hitman this weekend. I've heard good things about Hitman, and I was actually looking forward to that when I saw the trailer. I mean, Jack Ryan shows he can be serious. Oh yeah, no, John Krasinski is great. I don't know if he actually wants to like join a superhero full-on role. I don't know. My fan casting is a Wonder Woman if and when they do, Adria Arjona. I don't know who that is. Daniela Melchor. Yeah, she was Ratcatcher. Yeah, some people are fan casting her. I don't really see it. Melissa Barrera, I don't see that. Ana de Armas, okay. I don't think she would do it either, though. Victoria Justice. Trying to remember who that is, too. Trying to remember who that is as well. And then, of course, we've got Strong Arm Flicks. What's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Let's see here. Sending out some invites. Sending out the invites. All right, what else we got? It seems like the formula of DC casting is cast as unknowns, leading heroes, character actors for supporting casts, and big names. Big name for Batman. Batman is always, it's always been a fair. I mean, I would say that Christian Bale might have not been the most known, but I think most people were like, oh, the American Psycho guy. So I think he was like probably the most unknown, I would say. But then again, I don't remember what it was like back when Michael Keaton got cast, but I know a lot of people didn't like it. The internet was around back then. Holy shit. But they like wrote letters. Hey, what's going on, Lane? What's happening? Gonna ask for Casual Batman to the day I die. Casual Batman will make a return one of these days. One of these days. Took a nice long. I know. And it's just because that last video that I recorded doing Casual Batman was such a fucking struggle. And I was like, I'm done. I was like, I don't know what to do with this character anymore. But, maybe one of these days we'll bring him back. Let's see. What am I doing here? I'm going to send one more invite. All right. Keep on asking questions, guys. We'll get everybody else in here. I would prefer blonde hair, blue eyes, but if we're still wanting exotic and leaning into, then sure. Who are we talking about? Rebel Moon director's cuts trailer release. I know. I'm thinking it should be soon, right? We're going to be getting those soon. I wouldn't. I mean, this month maybe. I don't know. Halloween would be a great idea to bring it back. Hey, yeah, I can call it the Schlong Halloween. There you go. I already have the title of the video, the Schlong Halloween. Maybe I'll figure out something. What's going on, Alex? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, like I said, I mean, hopefully, you know, I mean, it's sounding like, definitely is going to be this summer, but we'll see. We'll see. Wait, Victoria Justice? No, she's one of those Nickelodeon stars. Oh, I knew that name sounded familiar. I know he was just making a joke. Wouldn't hate Jensen Ackles, but I think it's going to be a bigger named actor. Oh, you're talking for the DCU Batman? Yeah, it just seems like that's where they're going to throw the money, right? Victoria Justice is from the show. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not even a fan of Ariana Grande. I know she's talented and she does good voice impressions, but I don't know why. But when I see, like, especially with Wicked coming out, does anybody else just look at her eyes and think there's nothing behind there? Like, she's just a robot. I don't know. I don't know what it is about Ariana Grande where I just go, are you even like alive? Are you just I don't know. But, that's just me. She did lick donuts that one time, right? And had to apologize. Do you know if Superman what the Superman plot's about? Not really. I don't think anybody does. They're keeping that pretty secretive too. I mean, we can kind of guess what's happening, but that's right. I did have a casual Superman as well. I was just old enough when Keaton was cast as Batman. The talk was Mr. Mom as Batman. Yeah, Beetlejuice helped. Yeah. I know. I do have, and I do have a video that I want to redo, I should say. Doing 25 facts of Batman 89, and that definitely is all in there when it talks about that. So, and yeah, Twilight of the Gods. We'll talk a little bit about that tonight. See, that's the thing. That's one of the things too, though, that I was thinking too. When I look at Ariana Grande, I go like, well, there's just something off. And then I go, oh, wait a minute. She was part of the fucking Nickelodeon crew. And what's his name? Dan Schneider. Like made her like put things on her feet and do weird So I'm like, yeah, that's one of the things you have to realize is like, oh yeah, that's right. She was part of all of that. So maybe that's why I'm like, there's something off. All right. And then finally, Lane, do you consider the Sandman one of the best DC TV shows? Yeah, it's definitely up in top 5. Yeah. And well, it's one of the most unique comic book shows. And the way it's shot and the way the story, the episodes, the way that they did those episodes as well, especially if you don't even really know the source material, it's very it pulls you in. And I saw the trailer. Obviously, they showed the teaser for the second season. And it's like, all right, bring on more. So, all right, Instagram. I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye. Good times, and start bringing some people in here. Anyways, love you. Talk to you later. Share. There we go. All right. Ow. Oh, sorry. All right, let's start bringing some people in here, huh? Oh shit. Come on. Thank you guys for the questions. You guys are awesome. Cheers. Vodka flowing tonight. All right. Here we go. What are we doing here? Let's see. First off, well, let's see. Make sure we got things. All right, let's bring the first person in. Scott! What's up, Scott?
Wine.
Wine. I know. I forgot to grab my bottle. I'm about to do it when I
Oh
get
no,
all
no,
you.
hold on. I've got the bottle right here. So
Okay, go ahead and top me off if you would, please. Yeah.
there you go. You good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. If it only worked, if the internet only actually worked like that, I mean, it would be great.
So just give it like 10 years. Watch. That's what's going to end up happening. We're going to be in our 50s on the Vodka stream. And somehow we're going to.
All I can think of, I don't know why, I just thought of Next Generation just going, Replicator, Earl Grey.
Right. All right. And then we also got Andy. We got Phil. And we got Mr. Balga. What is happening, guys?
Cheers.
So you want to crap on Ariana Grande in 2024? That's what we're doing now?
Hell yeah, I am. You got to say something? Huh?
Yeah, I got something to say. That Wicked movie doesn't look that good.
It doesn't look good at all.
No, that movie looks. I saw the trailer for it in front of Furiosa, and I was like, "This is." I would rather watch Sam Raimi's Oz 10 times over than watch that movie.
Oh, hell yeah!
Okay,
Yeah.
here's the thing.
I'd rather watch the
Right.
play again.
Scott,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to
that's
exit
fair,
out.
Chris.
You're already pixelating. Oh, it never happens on the Vodka stream. Damn it! Wait, he'll come back.
And he's out.
Yeah, and he's out. I know that freaking. I don't know what's going.
He'll
Anyways,
be
continue what you're saying. Because Andy's gonna be, he's gonna have a counter.
Oh, I'm
strike.
sure he always does.
I
me and
love
him talk
Andy's
every day.
counters.
I do
love
too.
it.
Yeah.
It's what keeps our
Anyways,
conversations interesting.
There you go. Well, okay. Continue on talking about while I go grab my wine bottle.
Well, it was funny, Phil, to your point, that I've seen the Wicked trailer more times than I care to count, because it's one of those trailers now that it's like, it's one of the few movies coming out. So it's like every movie I go see, I see the trailer. And I'm just in a weird position because when I was in college, it was the musical.
Right.
Like it was like in high school, everyone talked about Rent. In
Oh, yeah.
college,
I
everyone
remember
talked
seeing
about
that
Wicked.
poster all over the place. Yeah.
And I've never seen the play, so I defer to Chris here, who actually has seen the play. I've only listened to the cast recording, and it's like the cast recording didn't do anything for me.
Mhm.
And then I read the original novel, which the musical and the novel, like
I hear the novel's like unreadable.
the novel is dark, and I don't remember too much about it because I read it in 2004.
20 years. Okay.
Yeah, it's been
Lots happened.
a
Yeah.
lot's happened in 20 years. I didn't enjoy the novel.
Well, the novel came out way long time ago. What, 19? Fuck, I don't even remember the year, but yeah, it's old. Really old.
I don't think any of us were alive when that book came out.
Excuse me. What? No, we weren't. Some of us were. Okay, since everyone is
All right, let's
really
start
throwing
looking
the
up
shade
years.
right now, hold on.
I wasn't trying to attack anyone. I didn't
No, Andy is attacking me right now. 19,
It's just the start of the night, Andy. It's
Let it happen.
1995.
All right, 84 was alive.
1995. Yes, I was in 8th grade when this book came
I
out.
thought Wicked
I was
came out
3.
like in 1940 or something.
Whoa! Now
Andy.
he's throwing the shade.
I think Andy's referring
I'm
to
gonna
like
bring in William
the
now
Wizard of
to
Oz.
add
The
more
movie.
to the
Who
old
am I-
guy.
I'm not
that we are
shitting.
now.
I'm not
Wow.
shitting anyone.
That's my introduction. Damn.
Yes, that's your introduction.
Welcome,
because
William.
we were in that discussion. Hey, we're all except for Andy over here, who's the youngster.
The alternative.
Excuse
alternative
me,
is
I'm
dead.
almost 31 years old.
Oh my God!
I'm almost dead.
God, such a baby.
Oh, please, Andy,
Such
stop
a
with the
baby.
drama.
You said you're almost dead. We're all in our 40s and
No,
shit.
I'm saying the
You know
alternative.
what? We're all on our way out. Let's just act accordingly.
I can't even lift anymore.
Oh,
No, I was saying the alternative is dead. Whenever you bring up somebody's age, I mean, you never be too old, or
I can
That's
feel
true.
too old, William. That's what I can feel.
we all definitely can.
the mindset, I guess.
No. There's actual like physical pain, and like there's no mindset. Some of this mindset. No. My joints are real. That is a perceivable reality.
Used to go to the doctor and they want to fix you up. Now you turn a certain age, it's just like you take a few of these pills for the rest of your life, and you have to do these exercises for the rest of your life. They're not going to fix you up anymore.
I just go to the gym.
Yeah,
I do that too, but
basically-
still, the doctor's giving me the same explanation.
See, there's the difference. I don't go to the doctor.
But none of you,
I mean, shoot. If according to my Apple Watch, going to work for me is pretty much like going to the gym because
That's
I
fair.
can
That is true.
do about almost 20,000 steps. It clocks my heart rate at an exercise rate for about an hour a day, and I'm doing like 900 calories, and this is me just going about my day.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's that's the best part about my job now is like I don't have to pay for a gym; it pays me.
Physical, yeah. You're lifting things, we're moving around, yeah. It
Oh
helps.
yeah, you love it when when you got a pallet jack and it's like, oh, this is just the rowing machine. Except for a lot heavier.
Right.
Turning into something, right? Yeah, you got to keep moving.
Yeah, but no, the Wicked book came out in '95, and then it had like 2 sequels. I just, there's just nothing about it that calls to me. Like, I was the one thing that made me go, oh, was I did not know that Jeff Goldblum was going to be the wizard.
Yeah.
That's good casting, though. That is good casting.
That is good. No, it's great casting. So, but frankly, that's like the one thing that has me like
Intrigued.
Yes, I think that's the best way.
Yeah.
But
same.
And they're making it, and it's going to be a 2-movie thing.
Still doing that. They're still doing that.
Why? Man.
Because
okay.
money.
Oh, of course it's gonna be a 2-movie thing. Well, what? Come on. Of course it is. Yeah.
So Chris, how long is the play? Like runtime? Like how long is the play?
I want to say it's about a little over 2.5 to 3 hours. Let me look it up real quick.
3 hours? Holy shit.
Well, actually, no, Dave,
2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, but there's like intermission and shit.
That's including a 15-minute intermission, so 2.5 hours.
Yeah, okay.
Which is not like for a Broadway musical. That's not unheard of.
Really. Yeah, it's an intriguing idea for what the story talks about. It knowing it's a Wizard of Oz prequel. So I mean, it's intriguing. The only reason I saw is Aaron loved the music, the cast recording so much. It was a dream of hers to go see it. So when it came through our area, it was again, be the good husband and. Yes, of course, honey, we're going to go see it.
Brownie points.
I'm looking forward to it, dear. Can I drink before?
It wasn't bad,
I know, I'm kidding.
I'm sure it was. I get it. Yep.
I just cannot believe we live in an age where like y'all not excited for Ariana Grande. Like
I'm gonna be honest. I know the name, and that's like it is a name that I have heard, and that's where it stops for me.
I don't hate on her. It's just not my tempo.
So this is when it comes to me and Ariana Grande, like
what do you have with her?
So when I've seen the diva stuff, I go, okay, fuck that, and then I just immediately check out because there's like, I mean, I saw like the videos of like when she gets done with the performance, she literally has one of her bodyguards like carry her off stage, like I can't walk anymore. Oh God, carry me, and it was just like, oh good God, and then of course there's the video.
That'd be nice.
I mean, but it's like, come on. There was that stuff, and I don't know. She's super talented, of course, and then of course there was the video where she went to a donut shop and started licking the donuts because she felt like she could. Of course, she had apologized after that because the video leaked. So there was that. But there is something that I truly think. I mean, she is a very talented woman. And then not just with singing. Yeah, she has a great voice. But she also does very good impressions. Like if you saw her on Saturday Night Live, when she hosted, I don't know if she hosted. Maybe she did, or maybe she was a musical actor.
She hosted and she was a musical guest. I remember that.
She was both, right? Yeah. So she does very good impressions, and I'm like, whoa, okay. So when I was seeing a lot of that, I went, okay, why is this like when I see her as the diva fucking musical act, I'm just like, but when I see her as the comedic performer, I'm like, that's what I like. So I kind of have like a mixed thing with her. And when I watch the Wicked trailer, I just go, this does nothing for me, and I just look at her eyes and go like, what's behind that? Is anything going on behind that? I don't know why.
I just don't know. She's the one playing Glinda, right?
Yeah,
she's Glinda the Good Witch. Yeah.
Witch.
God, I thought she was younger. Apparently, she's 30. Wow.
She's been around for a bit.
Wow. I didn't think she was as close to my age as she was, but holy fuck.
Yeah.
How'd
So
that
I
make
mean,
you
How do you feel
Phil?
about that, Phil?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I turned 32 in January. She turns 31 in July.
damn.
Oh, she's 93 just like me.
She's 30, dude. She's 30. She turns 31 in July. I
She's
just
not-
looked it up.
She's been around forever. Yeah.
This entire time I thought she was 20. I was like, because the woman doesn't age, so
Oh my God, she's only 30. Of course, she's like.
But like,
You
but,
make
like,
it sound like she's 50. It's like what?
no, but here's the thing, she's 30, but she looks like 20. I'm 30, and I look like shit. So it's kind of like like somewhere something.
Oh, don't
really
do that to yourself, Andy. Don't do
That's
that.
what I tell him. I tell him don't do that to himself, and he doesn't listen.
No. My parents will remind me all the time, like, sweetheart, you have these bags under your eyes. What's going on? So
Love you
like,
too,
yeah,
Mom, Dad.
All
yeah.
right. Let's turn this into a therapy session here.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
trying
exactly.
everything.
Andy,
I'm
tell me
trying-
more.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
trying-
Yeah.
I'm
Let's all
trying
just sit back.
Just watch Chris pull out his notepad. He uses for Marvel Ultimate Alliance, and he's like,
I'm clean, but it's like
scratch
it's not going away. It's not going away. Like, I'm trying to get rid of that, but either way, I'm excited for Wicked. I can agree that maybe it
I'm
doesn't
happy for
need
you.
to be part 1, part 2, but it's like I like musicals. Like I love musicals. So I'm like,
See, Andy, that's the thing. I love musicals too, but this musical is just literally for 20 plus years. This musical just has not done it for me.
Mhm.
So,
Right.
it's just
well,
it's not.
I'm excited for this whole cast. Like Michelle Yeoh is in it, Jeff Goldblum. Like
Yeah, that's what we were kind of talking about.
I mean,
there
you
is
know,
some good cast in there.
Cynthia Erivo. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's in she was in the Orange Is the New Black show, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes. I believe
Yeah,
so.
she was great in that. So I think she's going to be a great like Wicked Witch of the West. Ariana Grande is Glinda the Good Witch. I was like, that's a little too on the nose, and for very obvious reasons. Like very, very obvious reasons why they made her Glinda the Good Witch. And I was like, I don't know about that, but
well, what can you tell us for or like in this case me, what's the obvious part that I'm missing?
well, if you go back to like the original Wizard of Oz movie, Glinda the Good Witch is so whimsical and very like, oh, what's the right word I want to use here? Almost kind of airheaded-ish in terms of performance.
Oh, yeah, she's got yes, you're right. She's kind of got that.
Yes, and that's Ariana Grande. That's exactly who she is, and I'm like, okay, that's exactly why she was fucking cast as Glinda the Good Witch.
Well, the other thing is too, without getting to too many spoilers, in the sense of like the idea, Glenda.
Spoilers
is
for a
definitely-
show that's been out for 20 plus years. Chris.
Yeah.
Right.
And not
Yeah.
to mention,
She-
we've seen the sequel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, Glenda gets painted as the mean girl, and
Oh,
she is
definitely.
not necessarily the good one in this one. While the Wicked Witch of the West, or Elphaba, is looked at as the hero.
Oh,
Well,
what
yeah,
a shock!
Well, no, that's the whole. I mean, that's kind of the whole bit about the book and about the
Yeah.
musical is that
The true story.
the true story of the Wizard of Oz. So, and you get a little bit of that in the trailer. Of you're getting the idea of how they're painting Oz, the Emerald City
Mhm.
and the Wizard. Nothing brings people together like a good enemy. Like that is definitely the. That's the bent of this story. Is that they're not the good guys. Elphaba
they're
is the
not.
outsider, is the misunderstood outsider who gets, everything thrown on her. Like that's the gist of the story.
Yeah,
is-
we're gonna see the villain story. The why she
Mhm.
turns into. Yeah.
No. She's never actually.
She never does.
She never does. She's not the villain.
Oh.
She gets
Gotcha.
painted as the villain. That's her sort of hero.
I'll tell you what. At
arc.
the end of Wizard of Oz, if I were Dorothy, I'd say, "Wait a minute! I had the power all along. You didn't tell me that. I'm taking these 2 shoes, and we're having words."
No, you know what? You know what I would have said if I was Dorothy,
Yep.
because I watched a trailer and I'm like, this whole entire fucking time there was a fucking train and you made me walk. I was
Yeah,
like,
that
wait a
too.
minute,
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
That's what I would be saying. No, like fuck these slippers. I would be like, why was there a train this entire time? None of y'all told me. So,
Yellow
Let's
Brick Road. Show me the Yellow Railroad. Come on, what the fuck? Yellow Brick Railroad, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't know.
Which actually, if I remember correctly, that's part of the metaphor of the original novel. Is something about
Populism.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Frank Baum with the pop.
it's fine. I'll be the Ariana Grande supporter here on this panel tonight.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You do that.
You do
It's
that.
fine. It's
Because
fine.
she actually has a song that is really poppy and catchy, but it's dark. It's the Chris will know, 'cause it's the song called "Popular."
Oh.
'Cause-
Irony.
Oh no, yeah, because it's all about Glinda trying to teach Elphaba how to fit in,
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
and it's called "Popular." You want to be popular, you know, and it's very mean. And Chris is right,
That
it's
was
very
very good.
mean.
That was
girl.
very good, Scott.
I listened to I was in musical theater, Chris. It happened.
You were.
Yeah,
I
he
know.
was.
Does have the voice for it. No, but I mean, like, I'll probably still watch it. I mean, unless there's something else that comes out that weekend, and I might go, huh, what else? You know,
That's November, isn't it?
it's
Yeah.
not for, it's yeah. Who knows? We'll see what happens. You know, but
I might just go see Venom a second time over that.
Actually, no. You'll do is wait and then see Craven 5 times like the producer. Fun for the whole family.
Dude,
Hey kids, want to go see Uncle Craven spit some nose and blood out of his mouth?
Actually, I do, but
Yeah.
my kids not so much.
Right.
But
Yeah,
how
that
old
was
are
a
you-
little bit
how
of a
old are you?
weird. That was a little bit of a weird thing that came out when it came to Sony.
Sony,
It is Sony.
dude. It's just like, shh, don't speak.
No, but
speak,
I
don't
think
speak.
there's a quiet brilliance to it, right, William?
Yeah. I mean,
Your definition of brilliance and my definition of brilliance are quite different.
Two
Yes.
different
well,
things.
in their couch kitchens trying to find money and about to lose their NBA deal. Who would I rather be? Them
Oh
or
my
Sony?
god, I heard about this earlier. Oh
Yeah.
my god,
Not-
the dumbest shit David Zaslav could have ever said in regards to that. Oh my fucking god, dude!
What did he
Wow.
say? Because I have
What?
not heard
He
this.
said
quote, I
they
didn't
didn't
see
need
the
the
quote.
NBA.
He said what?
You don't need
So
the
which
NBA.
statement? Because he said about 4 stupid statements. The first one was that they didn't need the NBA. He didn't feel that they didn't need the NBA, and that's what caused Charles Barkley to completely lose his shit on him.
I heard.
Yep.
Okay, I heard Barkley lose his shit on him. That I
Yeah.
did hear about. Okay.
But what? And this is the thing that puts I can't, like I said, when it comes to Warner Brothers Discovery, I don't forecast. I don't look anything beyond what's actually in front of me, is because they had an exclusive window to where they had the time. No one could have entered if besides them and ABC or Disney could have entered into negotiations with the NBA. So they could have had a deal wrapped up before negotiations were opened up to people who have far larger pockets than they do. And he decides that not only did he handle it poorly, which is what he does. He handles things poorly.
Yes.
But this was a big one that he handled poorly. You could have an opinion about how he's handled DC and these IPs poorly. That's an opinion. But when you have, it's a $200 million difference between what the NBA wanted and what he was willing to give.
I mean, we're not saying like the NBA compares to the NFL in the sense, but you're talking about a major sports league that basically ranks number 2 to the NFL at that point, and you're calling it basically you don't need it. That's moronic.
And
That's
he inherited
idiotic.
it. It's his. He
Yeah.
walked
Hold on.
into a house that had the NBA already established as a culture for the last almost 3 decades.
You
Right.
have one of the number 1 sports shows at that point, and you're basically saying, yeah, we don't need you.
It's fucking idiotic. Oh my god.
It is dumb. Oh, we got our favorite hashtag right here. We got restore the Snyderverse. Fire James gonna
Hey,
make
Fabian.
the Green Lantern Cords movie. All right, so Fabian supports Jeff Johns. All right, he supports Jeff Johns. All right, how do you feel about that? Anyways, I just had to put that in there. I was like, because he comes in and always puts hashtags, and that was a new one right there.
At least he's consistent.
Dave, are you want to talk right now with what you're wearing though?
What?
Flashpoint.
Flashpoint.
Yeah.
DFD. Big deal.
Who wrote Flashpoint?
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Fair, but there are also other people on the
Okay.
book that,
Yeah, but I've always said.
Hey, no.
I've always-
You know who I support? I support Brian Azzarello, who wrote the Batman tie-in to Flash.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
that part,
see,
but
there we
there's
go.
also
There we go.
the
Mhm.
thing
Yeah,
is, like
no,
when it comes
I'll-
to
yeah.
when it comes to movie making, that's where Jeff Johns can fuck right off. Yes,
Because he's
had
not a
Flash-
filmmaker. He's not a filmmaker. He should have never even been involved.
Never
in
even
that.
been a part of that, and he was
Yeah.
very much trying to get that off the. Anyway,
His stuff
sorry.
isn't bad. Is like I said, all I've said about Jeff Johns, one way or another, is he needs somebody above him to say yes or no. Preferably no sometimes. When you let him have reign, you get doomsday clock. You get all kinds of stuff like that. But
Yeah.
when he's had an editor, when he's had somebody to clamp down and say, no, we're not doing this, he's just like any other talent. But he's also not a movie maker. He should have never even been remotely anywhere near that. So I think
Did
that hurt.
you also, William? Did you also read Flashpoint Beyond? A friend of mine sent me the cliff notes of that. Dear fuck, what a mess of a story.
It had cool covers.
The only thing I knew about that was Jordan and Chris over at DC Comics Squad cast did a little bit, because when they would do a review, they would kind of do like a, they don't even do cliff note. They basically do like a beat for beat, like we're going to like flip through the page and like kind of tell you what was going on. And I just listened to that going, no, thank you.
Nah, it wasn't very good.
Thank you for your service, Chris and
Thank you for your service, boys.
Yeah.
I'm biased because I didn't think I've never been a big fan of the Flashpoint storyline to begin with, or New 52.
I think when I first started reading comics, the novelty of it was neat. But after reading comics for like over a decade plus now, I look at that and that's the reset button for everything at DC now, and I can't stand it.
See, that's the thing about that. It's like I really enjoy the Flashpoint storyline, but now that it's utilized as, well, if we fuck up, we could just do it.
It's a crutch now.
The reboot tool.
Yeah.
Once you have the reboot tool in your tool bag, it's irresistible to use. And like I always say, when stupid and lazy fuck, what's the love child? Reboot.
Yeah,
That's
what
what
I don't like about it. But I like the initial story. The initial story is really cool because it's like a what if. What if Barry goes back in time and does the thing that he wants to do so dearly?
And that's what it was supposed to be. It wasn't.
Had it not affected everything else is where I have a problem.
Well, but that was the thing, is that's
what's great about it.
It wasn't supposed to be a reboot. It was turned into a reboot tool. It was not originally intended to be.
But it was even a messy reboot too. Like things didn't make
total
sense.
Yeah,
either.
yeah.
Because
that's why the Tale of the movie is actually, in my opinion, a better version of Flashpoint Paradox. It like I've watched Flashpoint. I remember when I did my complete rewatch right before Apocalypse War came out.
Yeah,
and I watched Flashpoint Paradox, and then I went back and read Flashpoint, and it was the first time I had read Flashpoint probably since 2011 when it originally came out,
right?
And so after with several years under my belt and watching the animated movie, I really did come to the realization this animated movie is a lot better version of the story.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, the animated version's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
good.
The way Reverse Flash dies in the movie is a lot better than the comic, I think.
Yes, and then the way they bring it back in that Suicide Squad Hell to Pay. Oh yes,
that was brilliant.
That was. I remember watching Suicide Squad Hell to Pay, and when that happened, I just went.
And that's what's been so frustrating. Yes,
that's about
it.
It had some really kick-ass coverage, but the story was lacking.
100%.
That's what's been so frustrating watching this current Tomorrowverse is so. I didn't necessarily expect it to be as good, but the bar was set and you had potential, and at every single beat you've squandered it and just sullied what the one you did before.
I'm glad it's ending. I like Man of Tomorrow into the Society.
But that's what I'm saying. Like it had potential. That was the potential.
The Long Halloween. The Long Halloween
was
bad. Of course, that was done well.
They were really well done.
Hey, we got Paul joining in right now.
Hey guys. How's it going, everybody?
It's going great. Good. How you doing, man?
Doing okay. Could be doing better. I'm still not out of my place yet. I'm trying to get things figured out.
Captain, well, you
blink twice if you're okay.
No, I'm
one.
Good. I was supposed to be out of here by Memorial Day weekend. We got a wrong bed frame in, and just FYI to you guys, I try to do it through the professional channels because I live on Cape Cod, and Airbnb has gotten a bad reputation. Cool. Yeah, well, Airbnb has got a bad reputation the last couple of years because when the pandemic hit, a bunch of tourists, came to Cape Cod because they couldn't, take a plane to go down to Florida. And the rental situation became a whole thing, and Airbnbs became kind of a nightmare to a degree. So I went through a rental agency. What I forgot about doing through a rental agency is that it's run by mostly old ladies who are not up to date with social media and a lot of other stuff. So I have the house like on the market. I'm just cleaning out the rest of the stuff that I don't need here, that I don't want renters to have access to and stuff. And I was like, well, I can be out of here by Friday. What's the situation? Have we got any hits? And she's like, no, you're probably not going to get any hits till around July 4th weekend. And I was like, okay, well, thanks for letting me know about that right now as I'm trying to get everything going out. But good to know.
Information that can be brought to your attention yesterday.
Yeah, an Adam Sandler moment for sure.
Chris and
But,
Chris, I like that phrase because you used that on me the other day.
I
and
did.
Yeah.
But that was something that was very bad that happened to you. So
I know.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Scott. I don't know what that was, but if you want to share,
It-
feel free. If
it's
not,
not-
no worries.
In the spectrum of bad things,
Yes.
it's first world problems bad. It's not like actual bad.
disappointment should have been a
Okay.
better
Like,
word. Disappointment.
Damn it,
You're
the
disappointed.
avocado was bad. I opened it
No.
up and it was bad. No, I'm just
Do
kidding.
you know?
Anyway,
Do you know what was disappointing? Flashpoint Beyond.
Yes, we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah,
Hey, you guys know that friend I told you that gave me the cliff notes on Flashpoint Beyond? He's here now at the bottom.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
Paul?
It was
Yeah.
Paul, yeah. Paul gave me the cliff notes, and I got back to him. I was like, "Who the fuck okayed this story?" Because
Yeah.
it was a mess. Holy shit!
Wait, I have an important question, Paul. What is your stand on Ariana Grande? Everyone, shut up.
I
Ow.
think she's fine. I don't have any problem with her personally.
Acceptable. Okay, you may proceed, Dave.
No, I don't have any real feelings about her one way or the other. She still looks like she's 15 years old though, and when she's 30. So if
Yeah,
by meaning
I
she
don't
doesn't
get- I
age
don't-
that way, then yeah.
I don't know how that works. Like, I thought she was 20 until whoever said it
Cosmetics
here.
and science.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
She
the
drinks
question.
baby's
Now I
blood.
want science.
She drinks baby's
That is
blood.
the question I have, and I hate to say
Dave,
this,
Dave, that's
people
Beetlejuice,
who
not
just
everyone.
naturally do look this way, but she does have a face that looks like she's had work done. And I'm not saying she has had work done, but there's a stereotype of what you look like after you've had work done. And some people naturally look that way, and it's very confusing to me sometimes.
Well,
I could
as
bad
long
joke
as
right
you
now,
agree
and I'm not
that,
going to.
anyone who wants to do plastic surgery on themselves, it's perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, we're
It's
not
okay.
knocking
It's
that.
accept. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I don't want to see comment section where like, why are you dragging on plastic surgery? Like, no, everyone is free to do whatever they want with their
Yeah.
body.
I'm not.
Again.
I'm
I don't
not.
know how
I'm,
people
I'm not.
afford it. I don't know how people afford it, but you know.
I'm not here. I'm not here to body shame anybody. Like, I hope that everything works out for everybody with whatever they're trying to do in their lives and stuff.
What are
now,
you smirking over there about, Dave?
No, it was just it's the fact that it was like saying body shame. I was like,
I don't know. I mean, it's
Yeah,
on your body,
no,
right?
it
Your
just-
face
yeah.
is your body, right? I'm
For real.
assuming.
I
don't
do
know.
not feel the need to apologize to anyone for my opinions. Thank you very much. You can say anything you want in the comments. I don't read them.
Fair enough.
That's all
but yeah,
right. I'll read them and I'll tell
I'm
them.
not going to.
when Flashpoint Beyond came out, at the time I had been
Why would
trying
you
to
go
avoid.
back?
I don't
reading
know
anything
why.
Happening?
Oh no! Don't go. Stop! You're in your white T-shirt. Stop it.
What? I don't understand what's happening.
It's
Are you,
okay.
are you guys mad that it doesn't have like a Flash logo or some kind of thing?
Yeah.
No,
signifying my love
I-
through
No,
the-
it should be a V-neck.
It should be
Oh.
V-neck.
Okay.
Or you just look like you look tired. Are you okay, man?
I am tired.
I'm
trying to get a house
thinking
ready
that.
for rental.
See, that's the thing. I think that's
exhausting.
I think that's the joke that was like at the beginning. It was like you've been going through the ringer when it comes to this stuff, and that's why we're like blink twice if you're being held captive.
No, if I was, I'd be looking off to the sides all the
Yeah.
time, like like this. I'm much more paranoid. I feel.
No, we're just giving you shit.
I know, man. I know. All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish my thought real quick. So,
Yeah.
Flashpoint Beyond, not great. The art's pretty good. At the time, I didn't want to read Jeff Johns related stuff, so basically, I would go into the comic store, get my weekly subscription that I was getting at the time, and then I would go and get the latest issue like off the thing and read it, then put it back, and they let me. I guess there was no issue with that. So, but I was enthralled to keep reading, but only in the how much more weird and fucked up is this going to get? And
More like the train wreck, the rubbernecking, like the accident on the side of the road kind of quality.
kind of, yeah. I mean, look, I try not to shit on anybody. I mean, Jeff Johns is a special case because of all the shit he's pulled behind the scenes. But the biggest thing with that, in terms of comics, Jeff with DC would have gone off the rails, I feel, because Scott Snyder became more of like the golden boy, and the metal and death metal stuff that he had been doing was really something interesting. I mean, not everyone loved it, but to me, it was at least an interesting event, and you could feel.
Yeah.
You could feel that like Jeff Johns, who had been like the guy previous, was kind of almost like the things he was pulling in Flashpoint Beyond felt almost like, no, these are my toys and only I can play with them, and this is what's happening, really. Like it was playing with continuity and a whole bunch of different other things, and trying to also rework an event that he was already famous for writing in the first place. And so it came across as a creative that was just kind of like butthurt.
Throwing
I
a
feel
hissy
like.
fit.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's how it came off anyway. But I can't speak to any of his independent work that he's been doing lately with all of that initiative or the Ghost Machine. Is that what it's called?
I have no idea. Like I have no idea what he's. I knew he went off to Image, but he's
part of the new initiative that a bunch of new creators started with Image called Ghost Machine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like him, Peter J. Tomasi, Brian
one of my
Hitch.
friends, one of my friends actually, Lamar
Meltzer,
McGee, he's part of it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always happy that at least someone's trying to tell like different stories and stuff, and and anyone who works in comics will tell you the independent market. If you want to make actual money, like that's where you go. You go to DC and Marvel if you want your name out there. That helps for sure.
You gotta get your start.
Right, exactly. Good example, Al Ewing. If you guys don't know who that is,
yes,
have you ever read?
I'm familiar with him. Yes.
Yeah. Just right off the bat. Now he had done some smaller series that were kind of like cult favorites, but Immortal Hulk was where he really made his name, and he didn't really assume that by doing Hulk, his status would really change all that much. And I talked to him personally at New York Comic Con years ago, and Immortal Hulk run wasn't even done yet, and he was like, "Yeah, being on Hulk like changed me overnight." And I mean, it helped too that his run was like phenomenal and was up there with like the leagues of Peter David doing stuff in the 80s and 90s. Which, if you know Peter David, he's the guy that came up with Maestro, Joe Fixit, Professor
His
Hulk.
Hulk run's just his magnum opus, and Spider-Man 2099.
Yeah,
Yep, that too. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, as far as Ewing goes, like it helped put his name, but then he was able to do other projects and stuff, and even guys like John Hickman. I think almost Marvel got him to come back because they knew he was making too much an independent, and they wanted to utilize.
East of West talent. Was fire from Hickman. I loved his Image work. And since Chris and I are Brubaker buddies, we always anytime Brubaker and Sean Phillips do anything at Image, it's like click sold.
Don't even need to read what it's about. It's
no, just Brubaker and Phillips, the Natsu Project.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gonna becomes that meme of like he smashes his credit card, like what?
Yeah. No, it definitely reminds me of when I was like in the 2000s and I was getting books and stuff. But if you told me that Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale were doing a book together, I'd be like sold immediately. Like it didn't.
Like,
it didn't
I don't
matter
even care what it's called.
Hickman had said,
they're doing a Care Bears fucking comic book. All right.
I would have read it. I would have been like, I gotta see what this is. I gotta see how Tim draws Care Bears. I don't know. They're
gonna be fucked up.
I had asked Hickman a couple of years ago when he came through the convention here about like his next projects and things like that. He said he says until recently, he said the reason I don't do monthlies is because Marvel pays me way too much to do monthlies.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing too is big with Hickman. I mean, I don't know if it's really confirmed or not, but let's be honest. I honestly feel that Marvel editorial fucked him over when it came to the X-Men because
Absolutely.
the Krakoa era was a real chance to change the true status quo of what the X-Men had been for a long time, and they were doing gangbusters in my opinion, and then they kind of made him wrap it up. Now, it worked out to some degree as far as fans because they basically were like, well, we don't want to lose you. We'll give you something that we don't have any real control over, the Ultimate Universe. And Hickman had already made seeds in Secret Wars. And then from what I've heard, Ultimate Spider-Man has been fantastic. And a lot of
people
the other
have been losing their minds over his Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah,
so,
his Ultimate Spider-Man is very good. Very, very good.
Yeah. And there's even rumors that his stuff is making such a point with Marvel. Supposedly DC wants basically Scott Snyder to come in and do his own Ultimate DC universe basically, and then kind of like spearhead that. I don't know what the legitimacy of that is, but
yeah, but then they use the branding name of Absolute DC, and I was
Power,
like, that's That's the name of your great collective editions line. Why
Yeah,
are
those
we
are your
using it?
oversized,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
slipcovers. No.
Well, good job, DC.
That
Way to knock that
Is
one
that
out
the
of the
little
park.
trailer that was released? There wasn't.
No,
like,
that's
trailer?
that's an event getting ready to happen.
That is Mark Wade's writing called Absolute Power.
Yeah,
Absolute
no
Power. That's what it was. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
I do know. I do know that Mark Wade and Dan Mora are doing very good work on World's Finest and a bunch of other stuff, and they've just become a very good, like, reliable team. Unfortunately, I have just been so far distanced from any single issues that have been coming out the last year or two because I've been, putting money away to do everything that I'm doing right now. But I've been
trying to escape your captivity. Yes,
exactly.
Yeah.
Send money now.
Okay, I'm not being held. I don't. Is it the beard? Do I look like?
No,
I'm
it's
being,
it's the dark. Well, the beard,
the
yes,
dark
but it's because
lighting and the white
the dark
t-shirt.
background.
I can change the lamp if it's a big issue.
No, Paul. Of course now
Lean
I'm
into it,
thinking
lean
about
into
is
it.
that Ron Howard movie with Mel Gibson from the '90s.
The Ransom?
Yeah.
Am I Mel Gibson? What's
No,
happening?
no. I
You don't
think
want Mel
you're the
Gibson.
kid. You're the kid that Spoiler alert: who the bad guy is in that movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I never saw the movie, so I guess that'll.
Check out the movie.
Aw.
The movie's good.
No, I'm all over
Movie
the
is
map
good.
on
Give
Ron
me back
Howard.
my son. Yeah.
If I can
Yeah.
recommend one Ron Howard movie and it's decently recent, it's Rush. That's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Okay. People sleep on that movie. It's like, okay, when it comes
it's
to
good.
Chris Hemsworth, I'm like, I mean,
That and Furiosa are probably his best movies that he's done as an actor.
That's
Fuck
a big
yeah.
model, Dave.
Yeah.
first
Rush
Thor.
was very
The first
good.
Thor.
I really enjoyed that.
So of course,
Yeah.
for me,
Rush was
whenever
really good.
I talk Ron Howard, I go to Apollo 13.
of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love that movie.
I watched that like a couple.
That was
of
from
months ago.
1995 too, Andy.
None of us were alive, remember?
Right? No, I did not see that in theaters.
You know
not
what's
at
so
all.
funny is that I wasn't even trying to say that any of y'all were like old. I just said like I thought. Fucking
Well, that's how we took it, Andy.
Well,
This was supposed to be therapy, Andy.
No,
You
but
hurt
I
me,
didn't see
Andy,
Apollo 13
right
in the,
here.
Yeah, I didn't see Apollo 13 in the theater either. I remember watching it. I remember the house that we lived in. I remember watching it, and I got obsessed with that movie. And I remember it was like, I think it came out on video just in time for summer, and I think I watched that thing so many times. I don't know. But I love that movie, and I watched it like a couple of months ago, and it still fucking holds up.
For me, it's that scene with Ed Harris,
dude,
where he's like doing the whole like, drawing on the chalkboard about like this is where, this is
He's
where we
so
need him to
good at
go. This is how far it's going to get them. And
yeah, everybody in that movie like understood their assignment. I mean, my God, like all the roles that they played. It's just there's so much like drama all throughout, just with every character, and even with Ed Harris. And I still tear up when finally you're, and then they like Houston, blah blah blah, and you see Ed Harris's like reaction, and he just sits down and just like goes,
because he's so exhausted.
He's so exhausted, and he's just like, and I start going.
But look at that movie. I mean, Tom Hanks, Bill Paxton, Kevin Bacon, Gary Sinise, Ed Harris,
Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. Oh God, such a
It's
great
so good.
movie.
Oh yeah, especially that scene when Kevin Bacon's character is like trying to figure out the math, and then he like bumps his head and he goes, "God, you piece of shit!" And then Bill Paxton just starts yelling at him because they're like getting out the
Supposed to get us back home, man. You treated
yeah,
with respect.
and then Tom Hanks, comes in and just like goes, "Guys," and they're just having that moment, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, it's just all very well crafted, and the fact that how they shot those.
Because they use the airplane to create actual like zero G for filming, and just the stories they tell about the plane going up and down, because you can only get so many seconds of them actually, floating in air.
Yeah.
Oh,
I almost like Ed Harris in Truman Show.
Oh,
What?
Truman Show.
Ed Harris. Yeah.
That was one of the best films that our film teacher showed us in high school, and I'm like, I've never heard of this film, and then like,
saw that in theaters too. Yeah,
yeah. So
I wish I could have seen it in theaters. Because once we finished the film, I was like, Why the fuck was I not born sooner so I could have seen this?
Well, at the time, now granted, when Truman Show came out, it did get a lot of good reception and accolades and stuff. But I think general audiences, I think it was successful in the box office, but general audiences, I think, were overly mixed because I remember when I saw it as a kid, I was still used to a lot of the other version of Jim Carrey. You know, not so much like the serious actors. So Truman
Like
Show,
the Riddler.
yeah, well, Riddler or The Mask or Ace Ventura, obviously, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like,
I love The Mask.
yeah. Oh, The Mask was one of my favorites as a kid. But Truman Show threw me off because you know, I saw it like in, you know, the early 2000s, and then but it's just aged so well because our entertainment
culture has really
the voyeur culture, you know.
yeah.
But
It's
Paul,
one
I'm
of
gonna say, sorry.
The movie came out in 1998, and it's one of those weirdly prescient films that you watch and you go, it's one of those movies where you go, damn, they figured that out like 10 years before this became like reality.
It's like, you know, watching The Simpsons. Like, man, Simpsons called this way long ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Simpsons is just witchcraft at its finest at this point.
My Truman Show story though is I don't know if you guys remember. I know I remembered it because I would see, you know, not a full trailer, but like the 30-second, you know, like TV ads that you would see. And Truman Show, I think, was marketed as a comedy because they didn't know because that was like one of his first.
Because they had Jim Carrey,
yeah, it was one of his first serious roles, and the advertisers didn't know what to do because it's like, how do you explain what the Truman Show really is? And so they pivoted it as a comedy in the commercials. And I remember vividly my mom and my aunt, because it was like, I guess it was told it was a much more adult movie. So my mom and my aunt went to go see it because I was like, I guess I was 10 at the time, but they went to go see it, and I was like, oh, and I was bummed because I love Jim Carrey, so I didn't get to see the movie. And when they came back, I was like, so how was it? My aunt was like, that was terrible. It wasn't funny at all.
That's what's so funny is like it does have funny elements,
but it's a satire though.
Yeah.
Satire.
Oh yeah, no, it's not
dark comedy.
It's a dark comedy. I mean, it was funny because I mean, when the Jim Carrey boom happened in the 90s, I mean, he had literally what in 1994 or was
The
it
Mask, Ace Ventura,
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber. Yeah.
They all came out in the same year. All in the same year.
Yeah.
It was like this crazy, like it was so weird how like those just lined up, and it was just like they were each a huge hit. And so Jim Carrey just blew up, and then of course he got the Riddler, Batman Forever, also a big hit, and then it just like
Liar Liar.
Do we really call that a hit?
It's a big,
look at the box office. It was a hit.
Oh yeah, no,
absolutely.
Okay, call him.
No, Batman.
Hey, you're
Batman
the one
Forever.
that went. And so we
Batman Forever.
You got so angry.
It was my second favorite Batman.
The angry old man here, you know.
No, Andy. Just for clarification, it made in 1995 $336.5 million at the box office.
Yeah, it made more than Batman Returns.
And that's in 1995 dollars on a budget of
like 100
million. So
$100 million.
It made over 3 times its budget.
The marketing alone for that movie and the sales, my goodness.
It made more than Batman Returns. I remember as a kid, the advertising was everywhere, especially the green.
It was a point too.
Yeah, but it was big. I loved it when I was a kid. I liked it more than Returns because Returns scared the bejesus out of me.
Which part?
Which is why they pivoted.
Where did Batman Returns hurt you?
Almost all the parts.
When he bit off the nose,
he bit off his nose. The dead clown in the water. There's a few pieces.
I mean, right off the bat, when you watch
one, because as a kid, I was like obsessed with it. I'm like, this is my shit, and I was like, what, like 6 when I saw it.
I've always said, like, when it comes to like you know, when Tim Burton came on for Batman '89, it was like, okay, that was revolutionary in the way that he did that. And I think like when it came to the sequel, they were like, Tim Burton, here's your money, do whatever you want. And Tim Burton said, okay. And he made.
You told me I could do whatever I want
because
it's not even that weird of a movie. It's a dark comic book movie.
But
Andy, contextually, it was weird for 1992.
Yeah,
that's the thing, is that it was a Batman movie that was like, now Tim Burton looks like Tim Burton. You
Yeah.
know, you go back
And
to
it
like
takes place on a
89,
snow
that
globe.
doesn't look like a Tim Burton movie.
Yeah.
Well,
Really.
it does. It
I
doesn't.
don't,
It doesn't.
I don't think I
it-
get it. I think it's me because
Yeah.
I'm like, someone who like watched, the animated series. I was like, okay, well, Penguin looks like Penguin.
Right, because
Oh,
the
yeah,
animated
they
series came out
definitely did.
afterwards. That's
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
we've
but-
talked about that many
Well,
times.
yeah, because everyone makes fun
really
of how
took those
young I
liberties.
am. Like, I saw the show first, and then I was allowed to watch the movie.
So
And I was like, for me, I was kind of like, oh, this feels like accurate to what I like,
thing-
But I guess in 92, maybe things were, I guess it would have been
mean,
weird for 92 people.
in 92, I would have been 4. I mean, I saw Batman 89 when I was 4, and then Returns I think pretty much came out, and then we watched it on video and scared the bejesus. So like that was it. But was overlooked with those movies, at least design wise, is yes, Burton had much more creative freedom with the second one. But
Oh yeah.
Anton Furst, who did all of the designs of Gotham in '89, committed suicide. I think in between Batman and Batman Returns.
I think
So-
yeah.
Did he really? I didn't know that.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
look it up. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on the date, but I'm very confident that he was dead by the time Batman Returns was starting up
Holy
production.
shit.
Yeah, he. I mean,
Wow.
it was rough. It was he was a fantastic.
yeah, he died in
creative.
91.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was 47.
Yep. He had some mental issues, and he committed suicide. It was really tragic and stuff. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I mean,
But here it is. I actually found the New York Times obituary from 1991.
okay.
Mr. First died of multiple injuries after jumping from the 8th floor of a parking structure at about 4 p.m. Sunday.
Good Lord.
Yep.
Wow. Way to
I
go.
didn't want to go into.
I know. Way to bring it down.
Well, I didn't want to go into the full
I'm
details,
kidding, I'm kidding.
but thanks, Scott.
Is this what it's like to be? Is this what life
But-
looks like when you're kidnapped?
Jesus.
Anyway, yeah. So Anton Furst did not have his, his
Touch.
influence on the next movie and stuff. I mean, honestly,
And
I
it
like
shows.
both. Yeah, I mean,
It
I
does
like both
show.
versions. I like Burton's Gotham, and I like his original Gotham that he did with Anton. I think they're both, very. I mean, to me,
Well-
when I picture the comic book version of Gotham, I think of those movies. So I
Yeah.
mean, and yeah.
I think 89. I mean, that architecture was crazy. But I always said, like,
was that in Los Angeles or New York? Like, where did they film that?
London.
it was in
London
London.
soundstage. at
That was in
Pinewood.
London.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
in London, but they filmed
So-
89.
Yeah.
But I always said that Returns. It felt to me like it just took place in a big snow globe. It's
Yeah.
just like there was always just snow. It didn't feel like it was actually cold, except for when they were in the penguins' lair. It felt cold in there, but then it was just like I don't know. And then the Wayne Manor turned into like this skyrise hotel, and I was like, it's a little bit much. I kind of like
Yeah.
the
Okay,
more.
I love Batman Returns. I do. That is between
Yeah.
like Paul and I have had this conversation before. Like between Batman Forever and Batman Returns, that's probably like the pinnacle of my childhood Batman right there. The one thing that when it comes to Burton's Batman in '89, I don't like the fact that Joker killed his parents, and in Batman Returns, I do not like that he's got fucking bat signals on Wayne Manor. I'm like, that's a dead.
Yeah,
fucking
you think
giveaway.
like some
Well,
gardener.
Michael Uslan
giveaway.
also didn't like the idea of Jack Nicholson Joker being that either.
Oh yeah, the writer. He definitely did not.
Yeah.
He
No.
fought. He pushed
Sam
back
Hamm,
against.
did not.
Yeah,
like
he
that.
pushed
Yeah.
back against
Yeah.
it, but then apparently he left after there was like a writer's strike that happened, and then he left the project, and then Burton turned it back into that. So Burton,
And I get it, right? Like you wanted to have Batman and Joker have this symbiotic relationship of who
It
made
works
who
for the
first.
movie. It works
Right.
for the style.
Yeah.
It does.
It doesn't.
But
Look-
going back to the bat signals, I know I've always made the joke. I'm like, there's got to be some gardener out there that is like during the daytime just like clipping some vines, going, "Oh, what the fuck? I mean, is that a bat?
Right.
What the
Right.
shit?" I mean, it's like during the day, it's like you're gonna see that. And they're like,
You
Yeah,
have to imagine, like
as-
Alfred at one point probably went like, sorry, Paul, but Alfred had to
sorry.
have went, sir, you understand how problematic this may be, and Bruce probably went, fuck it.
But it made
I'm
one
rich.
of the
I'm
coolest
eccentric.
fucking-
What are people gonna say?
dude. It made one of the coolest fucking Batman shots in cinematic
It
history.
really was.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it as ridiculous as it is when you see like Wayne Manor on on the hill looking like a big huge hotel, and then you see the bat signal and it's during and then all of a sudden you see the and then he's just sitting there just brooding by himself in the dark, and then he gets that, and then he just gets up. It's so comic booky.
Now, I don't see that working in our Robert Pattinson universe, but it
Fuck
totally
no.
works in
No.
89 verse.
But you know
No,
what? I
because
still the
until
one
we
thing
hear
I
that
will always love in
something's
those
in-
90s movies is Alfred Goff as
Michael Goff.
Michael Goff as
Michael Goff.
Alfred.
Yeah.
No, he's Alfred Goff. That's
Alfred Goff is the
Alfred
creator of
Goff. Got it.
Smallville.
yeah, I know, and he's co-writing the new Beetlejuice movie.
Yep.
So, but Michael Goff, the one thing from Returns I always love is it's cold. It's vichyssoise.
It's
It's supposed to be cold.
Yeah. And I just love how Bruce is just like, he's all, when he says what it is, and Bruce is just like, yeah. And then he goes,
and he just continues to eat it.
And
then he tries-
I love that's the best part is when he goes, it's supposed to be cold, and it's almost like Keaton goes, all right, and then it just keeps eating.
So you say.
Well, you guys
Really?
have not mentioned the bat symbol stuff. I'm just picturing that to keep it under wraps. Keaton Bruce basically just had Alfred install it on the roof. I could just see him positioning Alfred and being, all right, so just move it over there, pulling Alfred, trying to move.
Little help here, sir. No, you're good. You got it. You got it, Alfred.
Yeah.
And then Alfred's trimming the hedges the next day, looking up at it like that's just like right at whatever.
That's just silly. He's like, that's just silly. But again, it made for a cool shot. Cool shot.
I agree.
That's the
By the
thing.
way,
now we have it as a
that's why
good
he did
gift.
that.
Now
Speaking
it as
of
gift.
the new Beetlejuice movie, I have to be honest. Until I saw the new trailer they released, I did not know that Willem Dafoe was going to be in this movie. Like, I missed that.
I knew from the cast list, but he's not.
Yeah.
Phil and I saw the teaser when we went to go see Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire when Phil was in Boston, and we. I guess it came out exactly at that time, and then Alamo just put it immediately on the thing. And it was the first time I've been surprised by a teaser trailer in theaters in fucking forever.
That's
So we
awesome,
both were
right?
like, "Oh my god, it's Beetlejuice!" And then the teaser I thought
Phil
was,
hit me up too, and he was like, and it was funny because I was hoping that when I saw Ghostbusters, and I was watching with my mom, and I was like, my mom doesn't know that there's probably a Beetlejuice teaser that's going to happen. That's going to be cool to see her reaction. Did I see the trailer? Of course not. I was like, fuck, man. I was like, damn it, because I knew she hadn't seen it, and I was like, oh, but but yeah, when it comes to the cast, I mean, there's also Monica Bellucci.
I know. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes.
Who's that?
Oh, what? You said who's that?
Scott, take it away.
I think it's
Look
more.
her up. She's gorgeous.
I think it's more interesting that Tim and her became officially a couple after the movie ended, apparently. So.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
didn't know
good for
that.
Tim, I guess. Yeah.
He
Scott,
went
I got
out
Frozen or
he
you
is
shocked?
with her now.
I know who she is, Scott. I was fucking with you.
I know you were fucking with me, but there was a second though, Andy. There was a second that I was just like, what?
I was reaching for the mouse too.
That is a dad look, because my dad has given me that look too when I fuck with him, and he's like, I beg your actual fucking pardon. No, I know who she is.
She's nuts. That was funny on the radio. One of the morning shows here in Birmingham, they were asking the question of actresses that you think have gotten better looking as they've gotten older, like when they've gotten to like their 40s and 50s. Who you think? And Monica is one of those. I'm just like, oh no, she's just gotten better.
Same with Carla Gugino.
Yep.
Kate Blanchett.
Jennifer Aniston.
Selma Hayek.
How old is Monica?
Jennifer Aniston.
Can we say Michelle Pfeiffer? Since
Yes.
we're back?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Even though, I mean, Fabulous Baker Boys was nice, but she is someone who it's like, as she's kind of gotten older, I do agree with you. I think she looks better now. Like
Halle Berry.
Yeah, Halle Berry.
Yes.
Right. And I love that Halle Berry is not, ashamed of that. And she'll post like nudie stuff, very artsy nudie stuff. And I'm like, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Girl. Like,
I bet you do.
Please.
Yes, we do, Vandy. Yes, we do.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying. I bet you
Kate
do.
Beckinsale, yeah. Somebody said that in the chat. Yeah.
I saw
Selma Hayek is just like
that
a fine
actress
line.
from.
Okay.
that
Oh, by the way,
actress-
Andy, to answer your question, Monica is 59.
Wow, she's almost 60 and she looks so good.
Science.
Science.
Science. Yeah.
Science.
Fuck,
Somebody
I was
created
wrong.
her in a
I
lab.
did it.
was wrong with
Oh,
that.
Eric's got a good one. Marissa Tomei, yep.
Yep.
Tomei, another one too, where it's just like,
that girl from
Mommy May, yes, please.
that girl from X Files.
oh yeah,
Gillian
Gillian
Anderson.
Anderson.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
yes.
Yes. I
I
mean,
mean,
that's
Kate Blanchett.
yeah. I already yeah, I know. I posted that. Yeah, that one weird clip. Yep.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
I'll forgive her for that, but apparently it's different when it comes to what she said. It's like it's different in other countries, so I'll let it slip. Anyways, but yeah, there is like Gillian Anderson. It's kind of funny. It's like I saw like a recent thing on my timeline that showed like I think it was one of what is it, Sluts and Guts? I don't know if you guys follow that one.
I follow that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
they'll
gotta follow
post
that.
like the old school like images, and they posted one of Gillian Anderson. I was like, oh shit, I forgot about that image. But then it's funny because then you see her now, and it's like, oh man, I almost like. I know it's like one of those things where it's like now, then, like she's now, like almost kind of like go just the way And Carla Gugino, I'm totally like that. Like would she that's the definition for me for literally a fine wine.
For sure. Yeah.
Anyways, we went off on that horny little topic right there. What were
I
we
can bring
talking
in some.
about?
I can bring in some DILF discussions if you name it too.
I thought you were gonna bring it back to Ariana Grande.
No, y'all ruined it for me. So it's like it's fine.
Well, what are you talking about? She dressed up as Catwoman. Did you guys see that? She
No.
dressed up as Catwoman.
I
then
bookmarked the videos. I haven't seen it yet.
I saw the images and I saw like all the DC like handles like oh my, and I was like, all right, it's barely a fucking Catwoman costume. It's like she put on a little head thing that it was kind of like the mask, and then she wore a dress.
That was
It was
the
still
that
a
was the
dress.
silliest thing to be gatekeeping about ever. That was one of the most
I know, right?
like wow.
Are people actually mad about this?
Yeah.
Of course
course
they're
they are.
mad.
Of
Of course
they
they
are.
are. Of course they are.
I'm
course
just
they are.
saying. No, I'm just saying. Like I was like when I kept seeing it like on everybody's. I was like, all right, so she just did that. I'm like, it's not like she dressed up in like Halle Berry's fucking Catwoman costume or Michelle Pfeiffer's. It wasn't like anything like that. It was just like,
Well, maybe it could be an Elseworlds Catwoman, Dave. Maybe in her universe, she wears a dress there.
They're all Elseworlds tales. It's just some are better than
Here.
others.
this is what it looks like, and I'm like, did she have eyes out of that
What
mask? What's going
in
on here?
The fuck am I looking at?
That's it.
Oh.
I mean, I was just kind of like,
Dear God.
all right. It's like fucking whatever.
That was
all right.
a choice.
It's like,
The choice was made.
definitely a choice. And like I said, it's not a costume, it's a dress. And it's just, and I'm like, what's going on with that mask? Does she have like eye holes in that mask? It's very
Maybe
interesting.
she's like Madame Web. She's blind.
I know,
I was
right?
gonna go Daredevil for a better choice.
Yeah,
True.
that first Daredevil costume, right? Jeez.
Oh
Lord
my
have
god! You know
mercy.
what I found the other day? I found someone had literally done lyrics to the Daredevil theme song, and it like one of the part literally goes, "I dare you to see."
And
Am
you
I-
need to send me
that-
that. I
You
need to
do
hear that.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, okay,
That
okay,
sounds
okay,
like
okay.
it'd be awesome.
Andy, you're redeeming yourself at this point. It's like this is interesting.
But I didn't even do right. I didn't call you old. You're the ones who all got like offended because I thought.
Oh, Andy. Shh, 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 shh,
You're in the minority right now. That's the thing.
But none
Don't
of you,
speak.
none of
Don't speak.
None of you are old. None of you are old. Like, what, like, why are you getting so tripped up about it?
Now he says it. Now he says
Now
it.
he's
William's old.
Yeah, but he's dealing with customers, so it's fine.
Phil,
Yeah.
come on,
Yeah.
man. He's not even here to defend himself. Come on.
That's the best
I
part.
know.
right.
That's why when he comes back, I'm gonna make another joke.
Uh,
Maybe.
I love it. But let's transition to the whole Daily Planet crew that is.
They all go in the private chat.
Yeah.
Yay! Thank you. Andy.
Can
But
we
let-
react to
thank
it? Can we
you.
read it? Because it's so funny.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you want to do it right now before we
Let's do it
dive
right now.
into
Let's do it right now. Yeah.
All
we're
right.
good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Hold on. Let me. Oh,
You're gonna be all in a
we
fang.
got an ad. We got an ad, and it's those awful fucking Tom Brady Hurts ads. Okay.
Like
All
Tom
right.
Brady,
I heard every time I watch it, but
Tom Brady's Tom Brady's a football player, right?
My ass hurts every
He
time.
was
I
a
watch it.
quarterback.
All right.
in American football, NFL.
Yeah, very popular. All right, let's see what this is like. I like the opening.
To be yourself, to see yourself.
Are they channeling kind of a James Bond thing?
Kind of sounds like it, right?
Sounds like it, yeah. Like a Adele or Billie Eilish, like Craig era kind of thing.
To free yourself, release yourself, to just let go. I dare you.
We're taking this dare thing a little too far.
Yeah, this is very James Bond. Man.
Whoa! That's bad.
I said it was funny. I didn't say it was.
Oh no! I know.
No.
Yeah.
That part right there.
That right there.
Yep, that was worth it. Thank you, Andy. That was
Thank
worth
you.
it.
Thank you.
That was the
moment.
best part right there.
Yeah.
That was the
Wow.
best part.
Well, if I ever wanted to know the Daredevil Netflix being done by the CW, now I have a better idea.
Now where's William? We need him now. We just brought up the CW. Come on.
Andy, come on now. All right.
Now. Oh man.
All right.
But that part was the
Oh, by the
funny-
way, tangent. Best attempt at doing something like James Bond that was really badass.
Indiana Jones.
No.
Man from Uncle.
The opening title sequence to David Fincher's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
Oh, I was going to say Friday the 13th,
I'm-
Part 6, Jason Lives.
I actually meant to say Deadpool 2. I thought they did.
Oh,
a
no,
good-
Deadpool 2
Ah!
was great.
Okay,
Yeah, with
yeah.
the Celine Dion song. That was.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that was so
solid.
like that was so
Hey
good.
Paul, you know something? At least the CW lasted longer than the Snyderverse did, so you know.
Yes, but when you say last, what do you mean? Like it was there?
It lasted longer because it was probably maybe more successful because Warner Bros. Wanted to actually give a crap about it.
Didn't we have a conversation on here that we were like pretty like half and half sure that the CW was like a money laundering outfit for?
No, William, because William has a
William.
hard.
That's William.
Because
That's
William gets a
William.
boner for money. That's why he's the only one bringing it up. None of us gives two shits about if it's a money laundering shot or something.
Listen, I liked the CW up until they did the Crisis stuff, and that was good. I liked the Crisis stuff, and then after that, I kind of basically fell off. And even before then, I had trouble keeping up.
Oh my god, Kevin Conroy plays an evil bad. I cannot believe this.
No, I didn't have trouble with that.
No. I think a lot of us enjoyed the shit out of that.
Yeah, I found that ironic,
I
honestly.
think a lot of
He could
Snyder
have said
fans.
no. That's what people forget. He could have said no.
But a lot of Snyder fans were like, hey, this is the see this
Yeah.
grizzled old, like Batman who doesn't like give a shit.
Yeah.
This is what Snyder was trying to like give us. This is like Batfleck was like the start of this. It's like, hello.
Yeah.
know.
When Conroy's Batman says something that when it's revealed that Conroy's Batman killed the Superman, I genuinely laughed out loud because collectively everywhere, every anti-Snyder hater wept and cried in that very moment, and I couldn't have been fucking more giddy of joy.
No, what I remember though also with Conroy was I love how he gave a great line delivery of that Gene Hackman line from Superman the movie, a little souvenir from the old hometown, and I was just like,
Yeah.
okay. I get tired of callbacks to Superman 78 all the time, but that one,
That was good.
That
that one was Conroy did
when you
it
pull
so
something
well.
like that out of left field that you don't expect, that's when it's
Yeah.
good. Especially when it's Batman saying that, you know.
Yeah,
Not just any Batman, a Kevin Conroy version of Batman.
Indeed. The CW that I make fun of, and I think by extension all of us make fun of, is when like everything was kind of running on Steam at that point, or you have Gorilla Grodd breaking into Barack Obama's college dorm.
Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, just seeing the clip alone was just really funny, and you're just like, okay, so that's where we're at with there.
That show knew what it was, and I'm
That
I'm
show
okay with
knew
Yeah.
what it was, and that was the first show that I stopped watching. That was the first one to go. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah,
I gave up on it after the whole Brandon Roth situation. I said, all right, you're going to treat him like that? Fine, I'm done.
Yeah.
I was but like I thought the Crisis stuff was pretty good. I like the fact of them using the guy who was in Superman 4 as well as 2.5 Men to be Luther because
John Cryer.
John Cryer.
Yeah.
Because I liked his more nerdy aspect of Luther because I think that has become more of a trend.
He personally saved season 4.
Yes,
of Supergirl.
I agree.
Supergirl. Because
Those are only good
I
episodes.
didn't watch. I literally didn't watch. I didn't watch any of season 4 of Supergirl. And only picked up when John Cryer started, and it was amazing how you can watch the last 6 episodes of a 22 episode season, and the last 6 episodes make complete sense all on their own without watching the first 18.
Yeah, that's sad.
I'm jealous. I wish I could have done what you did.
I considered myself well served. That was.
I will say the one good thing that did come out of Supergirl season 4 at the beginning was the introduction of Nia Null. She was good, but otherwise I was like, what am I watching?
Oh, it's Dreamer.
Yeah. I'm like, how are you wasting Sam Witwer like this? I'm like,
oh God, talk about. Oh yes, do not. Yeah. Oh God, because I love Sam Witwer, and I just wish she'd been given.
Also,
more.
that's not even like I remember. Like, wasn't Dan Jurgens like really?
Oh, he was pissed. He actually spoke out. He expressed his discontent.
Yeah, there was something like some video or interview or something.
It was a tweet, I think.
It
was a tweet he had, and because I remember seeing him, and I remember reading it, going, "Okay." When the creator of the character is like, "No, just."
No.
Stop it.
Big
Stop
oomph. That's a big oomph right there. I tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, William.
Hey, sorry about that.
No, okay.
Just in time to talk about the CW. What
You're
timing?
doing your thing. Yeah, we're talking about CW stuff. We don't need.
There's another customer.
No, we were gonna like get into the whole.
Just Superman casting news. What happened?
Superman. Yeah. We got.
I saw that's the Daily Planet stuff that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, basically, and I like that home of DCU. Like they basically like made this little graphic right here. It's like, now we got a Ron. Is it Trope or Trope? Trope. Yeah.
Trope.
Steve Lombard. We know, and I love the fact that we got he's rocking the mustache already, and then of course we got the Cat Grant.
Okay, who's Cat Grant? I can't see the image because my screen's too like.
Oh, it's
Dave, you need to start zooming into these images.
Yeah, I know. Well, I can't do it when it comes to sharing this screen. Hold on.
Okay, click on the image and like open a new tab.
Open a new tab. Hold on, I'll get to it.
Okay, so someone's trying to tell me who Cat Grant was. Who's Cat Grant?
Michaela something.
Michaela Hoover.
What would I know her from?
She was actually in Suicide Squad.
Was she?
Yeah.
She was in Super and Guardians.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Guardians. Yeah, she's part of.
Oh wait a minute. Okay, I saw Ben Everett. Was she the bouncy secretary?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. There we go.
I was about to find that GIF where she like walks in and she's very bouncy. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the bouncy secretary. Gotcha.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
But you know what? That works for who Cat Grant is. Yeah. Like that's okay. Cool. I'm down with that. Not for reasons that Andy would think, but yes. But
wait, what are we talking about?
Boobies.
Oh. I mean, I have them, but I don't know what's like to be attracted to them.
Not like how she has them.
I mean, I could try. Yeah.
Just for your OnlyFans, Andy. Save it for the OnlyFans. This paywall.
No. you think some poor bastard out there would want to pay to see this ugly mess? Like, nah.
No, Andy. Someone will pay. You're
Always.
attractive to people. Do not denigrate yourself. June is Mental Health Month. Mental Health Month. Be proud of yourself, Andy. We're proud of you.
This is what we're talking about right here. About bouncy right here. Yeah.
Wait, what movie is this from?
Oh my God, the Suicide Squad! Wow, holy shit!
She's very bouncy.
We lost Andy.
Okay, that's Cat Grant. Good to know.
I did not know this from the Suicide Squad.
I mean, very on point for that director.
Oh no!
I mean, what?
Lip, calm down, Lip. Now, no, but it's like,
Come on,
no.
Phil. I mean, if you want to show some sexiness, you got to show some sexiness.
I don't
What's wrong with
disagree.
that?
I don't disagree at all.
Even Zach shows sexiness. He shows it in a different way, slow
Very
motion.
true.
And
Because I remember my introduction to Cat Grant was that actress who was in season 1 of Lois and Clark.
fucking hell.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
She was funny.
That's what I was gonna bring up right now because I mean,
Scott, did
Jesus
you like?
Christ.
Did you
Wait,
like?
didn't,
Calista Flockhart as Super?
yeah, I
Sorry,
was gonna say, yeah.
what was you say, Andy?
Did you like
yeah,
the Flockhart?
Calista
Calista
Flockhart?
Flockhart?
That's Cat Grant.
No.
Oh, okay.
She's a little
I
too
thought
skinny.
she was good in
She was
Supergirl.
Cat Grant grown up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was Cat Grant in that.
Yeah. But the one on Lois, like she was very funny.
Well, because she the actress who played her in that first season, I hate that she disappears after the first season, but like she had that because Lois and Clark was basically a rom-com with Superman stuff in it because it was about Lois and Clark. She provided that, third wheel of I actually find Clark attractive. And which was always that great dynamic of, oh no, I'm hitting on Clark while Lois doesn't care, and it was a fun dynamic. I really love that first season of Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
She comes on pretty strong. She comes on pretty strong when it comes to Clark, for sure.
Really strong.
Yes, and a very sexy actress who played her. And
Yes, very much so.
Yes.
So cool. I have to admit, I'm just excited. I love the idea of Wendell Pierce as
Absolutely.
Perry White.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a golden
he's going to be a
casting.
great Perry White.
He's going to be a fabulous Perry White. I mean, because most recently for me, I loved him because he played Admiral Greer in Krasinski's Jack Ryan series on Amazon, and he was a great Greer. So
That's what a lot of people were referring to when that casting came out. But I mean, Beck Bennett, who is a Saturday Night Live alumni, I don't know if you guys remember, like he actually was in these commercials where like he would be talking to kids and he would just react to them so dry. I forgot what the commercials were actually for. I just remember him.
can you show me a picture of him? Because I don't know them. I don't know him by name. Who's he? Who was
Probably
he?
need to
Has he been
show him
cast as
without the
Lombard?
mustache.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
past
Lombard,
as
yeah.
Lombard. And but where are we at? I mean, this is what he looks like without the mustache. That's what he looks like right there. No,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
with the
enough.
mustache, there he is with the mustache with the.
I love that it was these damn photos that
I like it that he got a little bulked up for Lombard because that's
It looks like
accurate.
he did. It looks like he kind of did, but there he is. There's the mustache right there.
Oh
But-
yeah, he looks like Lombard. Like that works for me.
He's gonna play the sports desk guy that is gonna fall in line like.
But the
every
thing is,
other-
like anybody who doesn't know of him, look up. We have to find. I mean, like look up those old commercials when he used to do that, because
Was there a specific
he has a
scene
very,
that was
very
good?
straight and arrow, like dry sense of humor to him. That I think that I'm kind of like curious of how he approaches this character.
Because
And-
Lombard is usually very buffoonish and cartoonish.
Well,
Like
I mean, look how he was in
misogynistic.
Man of Steel. Remember in
Oh,
Man of
extreme.
Steel?
That too. Yeah.
Man of Steel, right? I mean, that was what's his name who played him,
Michael
right?
Kelly.
Yeah.
yeah, which didn't
but
work.
even my-
Wait, Steve Lombard was in Man of Steel?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
It just. Yeah,
He was
I like him as
bald-
an
the
actor. I just
balder
didn't like him
dude.
as Lombard.
Yeah, he was like trying to like maybe the interns would remember he was
Oh,
like
that was
like, got picked-
him.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that was Lombard.
Yeah.
He's
Not a
sports
big
writer.
character. Not a big
No,
character.
but he's a sports writer at the Daily Planet. I mean,
Yeah.
What I'm enjoying because with My Adventures of Superman coming
Yes.
back for season 2, he is the way they write Lombard in that series. He is.
I haven't watched it yet. Oh, okay.
Oh, I mean Declan.
Great. It's so great.
Declan. It's become like Declan's show to watch with Dad, because he's also like the new episode comes on Sunday, right? Because he loves that show. Like last.
Tell him episode 4 is a really good one that's coming up on Saturday.
Okay. But I've enjoyed it because I remember we actually went back and had to watch like the last couple of episodes of season 1 because he hadn't seen them, and then we like binged like 4 episodes in a row because he is loving it, and I'm just like, yay! I have something to watch with you because this is going to be our show. I love My Adventures with Superman. It's such a good show.
Really good.
Yeah. I'm only on episode 2 of season 2, but it's consistent. It's a great show. They're really embracing the anime Superman stuff, which I think is really funny. And it's got good. It's wholesome. It's good vibes, but it's also like trying to hit like the serious notes too, and it works. It's a good balance.
Episode 3 ends so good. Like the ending of 3 is so damn good.
But I also love is that it does such fresh takes on characters that you don't even recognize them until you go.
Until you see the cast list. Like, I'm like, was that? Oh my god, that was him. Well, that was her, etc., etc.
I like too that they're again going with like the more nerdy Lex Luthor. Like they're really embracing that more. Like I don't mind that. Like between John Cryer and this and Jesse Eisenberg, I think that's a more reasonable way to go with a modern Luthor because
again, Zach was ahead of his time.
Yes, he was,
man.
But even then, but to give credit, that version of Lex also showed up in Mark Waid's Birthright.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I know.
No,
but I'm saying,
that's the thing. Like bringing him to live action. Yeah.
Yeah. Luthor's always been a nerd, but like when John Byrne did his Man of Steel run, he updated Luthor to be a multi-billionaire. Yeah.
Right.
And then
because that was the time.
John Byrne the one who like brought the whole like red hair to
yeah.
Well, no. Lex Luthor's had red hair like that. That was part of like the Superboy. Lex Luthor origin, but yes.
Well. So basically, because the reason I was agreeing with Andy is that like the red hair's always been there, but like I think John Byrne had Luthor having the red hair like in the back, like but balding in the front.
Yes.
And then later on they made him.
I remember
really
seeing
bald.
a picture of that, and I was like,
Kryptonite ring.
Right.
Yes.
And then during like the death of Superman, they had a really weird plot where they had like Luthor 2 or Luthor Jr. and
Alexander.
he was like
Alexander,
he was like really fit and had a full head of like red hair and like a beard, and then you
found
out
he looked like he looked like someone out of like Braveheart.
Like I love how they made John Glover that. That's like was...
Yes.
Yeah. And then you find out Luthor 2 was actually just Luthor implanting his brain in a younger, fitter body, and then
because comics.
He's like, because
comics. Comics,
and,
right?
Yeah,
and he's having sex with Supergirl. So that was
Matrix.
Like, is it,
you got to go with
the Matrix. Yeah.
I was gonna say it wasn't like Supergirl. It was like the weird '90s version.
The Matrix.
It was the protoplasm angel.
Purple
protoplasm. And then Peter David came in and did his Supergirl run and tried to explain like what was going on with that, and that was really interesting. But yeah.
God
anyway,
bless him for trying to. For effort.
But when when the DC animated universe made Lex the tycoon businessman, even though that was newer for those guys who had grown up with him, not so much that version, it made more sense for that time. And so that was always kind of the go-to for Lex for a lot of it. And it only kind of started to change again when Snyder took from the Birthright stuff and tapped into the younger Lex with like the long hair and like the antisocial qualities and all that other stuff. And then of course John Cryer came in, and now we got Adventures of Superman. So now it's kind of going back around to this version and stuff.
I just kind of find it interesting. He takes from Birthright at that point, and Mark Waid can't stand Man of Steel.
Yeah.
I find that funny.
I think Mark Waid, from what I remember, because I remember reading like at the time when it came out, I think the Zod death at the end of the movie is what caused Mark Waid to completely reject the movie. And meanwhile, that had been done in John Byrne's stuff back in the 80s. So it's like, and again, if Superman had been,
you're making sense now. You're making
I know,
sense.
I'm saying,
Stop it.
If Superman had the Phantom Zone projector and he still made that same choice, I would have been like, okay, Mark Waid's entirely right, because every time Superman would go with the Phantom Zone projector, like every time. But that wasn't the case.
Again, Christopher Reeve Superman, he killed his Zod.
Zod. Yeah. He knocked the shit out of Zod, and Zod's dead. No. He's not getting.
He threw him down. In the theatrical cut, he threw him down a chasm.
No, he's just falling. He's not dead. He just falls. He's just like constant in a state of falling.
Wow.
He goes off straight. It's totally fine.
Yeah,
Throw
I
the
mean,
shield. You know, it's
Like,
it's
it's not
great.
like his spine got cracked when Clark threw him against the wall and then like he fell down. But like,
Yeah.
no, it's
But Dave, going back to your point about the fact that we've got this fully fleshed out, what I
Yes.
just hope, my hope, you know, because I'm not following this news very clearly, but now that we have a fully like the staff is cast, like
Yeah.
this is every major Daily Planet character that we
Yep.
know. So I'm hoping there's a lot more of Daily Planet stuff.
There is going to be that. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's
Can
what
I-
we're
can I
seeing
bring up
right here
something?
is the fact that it's like, okay,
Like if they
so
were
a lot of
raising
people are
hands.
just worried that it's going to be like,
I want to be polite.
yeah, a lot of people are just kind of worried that like, okay, there's too many characters, too many this, too many that. But it's like,
stop it, people.
know,
Get over it.
I know, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, okay, when people are craving like a new, like a different kind of cinematic Superman that we haven't seen before, I don't know, just the fact that there's already heroes out there, we already have an established Superman, and we already have Clark Kent very much in Daily Planet, and then we have the Daily Planet crew that is very much involved. And I'm like, I mean, here's what we have not seen in a cinematic, you know, Superman.
Right, we haven't had it since Lois and Clark. I mean, Lois and Clark was like this close we've got to like having
the full blown Daily Planet. Yeah,
like life at the Daily Planet.
Yeah.
Adventures of Superman kind of taps into it, but again, it's going more into the Jimmy Lois Clark dynamic. So it's like,
But again, it helps when it's a cartoon.
We're going to call on Andy now. We're going to call on Andy. Andy, you rose your hand. Thank you for following the rules of the show. Andy, you're
Thank
up
you,
next.
thank you, Professor. No, so this, so one of my writers on Multiverse of Color, who was also the host of These Jewish podcast, she had proposed. We were, a couple episodes ago, and I'm almost wondering if this is actually what they're possibly gonna make come to fruition, like a Daily Planet type of like newsroom spin-off with some of these other characters. Like, could you imagine? Like, I'm almost wondering if this is what they're going with. Like, if we're supposed to follow, like.
I mean, that would be cool, but I'm like, do they have the money?
That would be more like, okay, remember the days when there'd be like web series?
Yeah,
those were fun.
That sounds like little 5-minute episodes of like a web series.
I'll take that. I would I just want to follow, because again, as a journalist myself, I would love to see what journalism in this universe looks like.
I didn't even think about that, because didn't they do that when it came to like the Marvel Cinematic Universe and they had Coulson like in between?
Oh, you mean the Marvel one-shots?
Yes.
The one-shots.
And bring those back.
Oh God, I love
if you're listening.
the one-shots. Okay,
One-shots were
and the
great.
best part about on Disney Plus is that when you have the timeline,
yes,
the timeline playlist, they put the one-shots like in they're in there.
They do.
And
Dude.
I'm trying to remember one, and I agree. I just watched it in the past 6 months because I was told, for people like me who weren't big fans of Iron Man 3 and what they did with Mandarin, and I still haven't seen Shang-Chi yet, I know. But when I watched Hail to the King, that Marvel one shot, and Scoot McNairy's in that, and I just went, thank you. Like that one shot made me go, yes.
Again, it's like one of those
Marvel
things
apologized and said, we're
Hey,
fixing
Marvel
this.
apologized.
we're fixing Iron Man 3. Sorry about all that.
Marvel going, sorry, we got Shane Black on this. He screwed up. Our bad.
I don't care what anybody says. I still like that movie. I don't know.
I like Iron Man 3. I just the Mandarin twist is the only thing that really.
The Mandarin twist is dumb.
I couldn't.
That's a waste of Ben Kingsley.
I was watching that film with people who are not like big comic book fans. So like but so when that moment happened, everyone turned to me, was like, what do you think about it? I'm like, I'm trying to process it. And then throughout the whole movie, I could not get back into it. I was like, why would you this is. Wasted.
I get it. What they were trying to do, it just was way too like that's really up here, and it really doesn't need to be for this movie.
Well, the thing is, the thing is with me as a comic book fan, because I wasn't thinking long term, and that's what they're always doing at Marvel Studios. Is I was confused because I was like, we've already introduced aliens, we've already introduced alien tech. It's not that far fetched that a guy has rings that can do magical powers. And then once I put it together, and I was like,
that's the line,
rings on a hand. Yeah, I was like, rings on a hand, Infinity Gauntlet. They probably just didn't want to have any comparisons to Thanos.
That's what it was. No, that's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that was the biggest disappointment for me since Batman Begins with Ra's al Ghul. That was I put that.
Well,
up
if
there
you're doing
What?
a real with
Stop.
the Dark Knight.
Let's not get William on his Nolan hate train. Let's just
No,
I just want to preface.
that's not Ra's.
When I look at the Nolan trilogy, I look at it through the realistic lens because I like Christian Bale. I like him as Bruce Wayne. I think his Batman is not great, and it gets worse with each film.
That's being polite.
Yeah, but if you look at it from a realistic standpoint, that's the more realistic Batman because Batman is more of the mask, and Bruce Wayne is really because those stories are really more about Bruce Wayne saving Gotham. That's what it really is. But
100%.
it's the realistic. I'm not saying you have to accept it, William. I'm just saying that's
No,
that's how I view the movies.
Wait,
You
what
had
is
a
it?
great actor. You had a
Dare
great
you have an
actor.
opinion, Paul?
Well, listen, I mean, I don't even like Christian Bale's Batman really that much at all. I prefer even the Pattinson's Batman over him. And Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck are my personal favorite live action interpretations.
So wait, William, what is it you don't like about the Nolan stuff? Because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
You just had to ask him the question.
like Nolan.
Well, I don't know what he thinks. Can I just ask for his opinion?
No, you can't.
In general, or just his portrayal of Ra's al Ghul?
No, he was talking about.
Let's go with
both.
Ra's.
Why not?
We can go with Ra's al Ghul.
I just the pacing of his movies has never been for me. Except for two of them, Dunkirk and Oppenheimer are excellent movies. But for the most part, I don't like his pacing. I don't like the mechanics of his storytelling. The Batman movies for me, I thought that Reeves did a better job of making Batman realistic than any of those movies did. With the bright spot for me when it comes to that trilogy is Heath Ledger's Joker. I don't hate them. I don't find them unwatchable. But when I see people put them on this throne, and I just don't understand it. But everybody's different, and it's all subjective. I really didn't like that portrayal of. I mean, that's my favorite Batman villain. And when I looked at the way it was done, I just thought that. I mean, the ability to do better was there, and it just wasn't. Especially when the very next movie you have a Joker, which is legendary. I went from that to this, and I'm like, the same guy did that, so that means he could have done better and just didn't. So
I mean, my biggest takeaway initially was kind of like, Ra's al Ghul, why? I wasn't expecting that because he's like one of those few Middle Eastern characters that I knew about as a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the movie in theaters as a kid. And I mean, I knew what Ra's was at that time, or Raish, or however you want to pronounce it.
Can we? Because I'm getting so triggered when you all say Ra's. I'm like Raish.
I can call him Ra's.
Can we determine?
I'm not changing.
I go.
Scott. I determine as Raish.
Okay, depends on what you're using by determine.
Yeah.
I say Ra's al Ghul because that's what Denny O'Neil says. I have heard Arabic speakers argue the point. I've heard some say that both are valid pronunciations because when you say head of the demon, one pronunciation means head as in literally head, and the other one is head as in like head of the office, the figurative head. Mm-hmm. And then I've seen other Arabic speakers say, no, this pronunciation doesn't exist at all. So there's a debate depending on how, when it comes to speaking Arabic. I just fall on Raish because Denny O'Neil said Raish, Neil Adams said Raish. I'm going to stop you right there. I met Neil Adams in 2014, and I asked him the very same question. He told me it was entirely up to interpretation. It can be said either way.
Okay.
Wow. Now, Phil, I'm not saying he said this is the way. I'm just saying when he talked about the character,
and he said it,
when he said it, he would say Raish.
Fair enough.
I did not say that he would say. I'm not saying that Denny or Neil, which is really weird because Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams. It's really weird when you say those names.
Very much so, right?
Very much so. But when Denny and Neil would say it, they said Raish. I'm not saying that they said this is the only way to pronounce it. I'm just saying that when they talked about the character,
it's all preferential. Dawson and I on the Foreigners, like we kind of get into it over it. And he's like super adamant at the fact that it's not pronounced Raish. It's Ra. Like he's super adamant in it being Ra's.
I just think it sounds so so Americanized, and it just drives me insane.
The headcanon that I have is that he's been around for so long. The character is that people pronounce it both ways because he's been around the world. So either one's fine.
That was
Well,
actually the funny part to me, bringing it back to the CW though. Like when he was on Arrow, and they used both pronunciations, and you paid attention, and it was like, look at who was saying it. It was like, all the League of Assassin characters called him Raish, and then all of the like American characters would call him Roz. And I thought that's an interesting way of incorporating both pronunciations into your show. I gave the show credit for that.
Yeah.
Well, when you think of raw, and especially in Arabic and Egyptian terms, that's a high form of God too. So I've always heard it pronounced that way, and that's always the way I've accepted it. I might have been incorrect my entire life, but the entire time I've been following the character,
William, that's a valid, since Ra was the sun god.
Yeah, I was like, okay. But he's always been my favorite Batman villain. Like I said, you had a top tier actor. I mean, one of the best playing them. And I'm like,
did you like him?
I didn't agree with the direction that they went. That's all.
Did you like him? I mean, it's fair.
William?
The one on Gotham.
Say that again, please?
Did you like the version we got on Gotham, William?
No.
Really?
No. Like I said, Gotham was a struggle for me to get through. So I'm still waiting for the perfect Ra's. I mean, maybe James Gunn and maybe somebody. I'm still waiting for, from my opinion, the perfect Ra's al Ghul. Like I said, when you read this character,
so I mean, I would assume.
You know you're going to get him. You go from
and I want to paint a PSA to all folks.
Detective. We already had the perfect one in Batman the Animated Series.
Here's what I'm going to say. I just want to say, when it comes to Damian Wayne, if I see that kid from Umbrella Academy's name one more time in a fan casting, I'm gonna fucking.
Can someone put it in the chat right now?
Yeah.
Chris chose violence tonight,
and he did this on Pride Month. I cannot believe this. Like, this is
because it doesn't do with anything.
Wow.
It's the end of the school year for Chris, so he's like, "Hey."
Okay, Chris. By the way, Heather just showed this to me yesterday. Have you seen the SNL skit Y'all Won? Look up SNL skit, because since you're in education, just look up the SNL skit Y'all Won, and have yourself a good laugh.
Is it something my mother would appreciate, because she's also a teacher? So I don't know.
Yes, your mother would appreciate. Yes,
apparently, yeah. No, but I mean,
Daily Planet.
Daily Planet web series.
Daily Planet. Okay,
James
so
Gunn,
yeah,
I'm
that's a
accepting
good
royalties.
idea. That's a good idea. If they were to, again, like what we were talking about, like we've talked about it before on here, is the fact that it's like, hey, if you really want to get DC back up to par, it's like, do a weekly web series, somebody doing a host or something like that, where you're talking about the comic book that come out, you do the updates on the movie, and James Gunn chimes in, he fucking zooms in on a screen for a little bit, it's pre-recorded, you can have just stuff like that. And then if
that sounds like
every Wednesday.
Yeah,
because we did a whole show on this. Jim and Jim, either Jim Lee and Jim Gunn, and have all these people coming in every level of DC, not just the movies. Because if you're relying on the movies to bring DC back, that ship's already at the bottom of the ocean.
No,
so
you can't do that. You have to be. It has to be web based. There has to be more, because I saw a statistic this week that YouTube is now like outshining even Netflix when it comes to just watching, even on TV. And then Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, is going to have their own version of like a TV as well. That's going to be like rival what YouTube is doing. So that's why. Yeah, so like when it comes to like just doing series or doing just stuff like this, I mean, there's just like, you have to capitalize on that if you want to keep. You can't just post things post things, sure, and everybody's going to talk about it. But guess what? YouTube channels like this one, like a lot of them, are going to be talking about it. So why not just capitalize on being taking the DC YouTube channel and going, all right, let's pump in some money with this. Let's get some people that are involved in this. We could do a weekly thing, and then
they first have to have money first in order to do that, right, William?
There you go.
Pumping in. But yeah, no, I get it. But I'm just saying.
I was agreeing with you, Chris. Or unless you were saying sarcastically. I know. Okay.
This actually costs you nothing, Dave, because when we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago,
that's what I was trying to get to.
People are under your employee. So if you have writers that you want, like Tom King, anybody you want to bring up, you have them working for you right now
already.
Every Wednesday morning you got comics that hit the main stores, right? You should be talking about that. The Funkos, everything to do with DC should be for about an hour, and then what that does is it just gives the momentum and keeps the scoopers and all that at bay because you're getting it from the horse's mouth. So
and one of the things that I watch a lot of comedian podcasts, and they utilize that to, and they've gotten bigger, and they've like always talk about like, oh yeah, I'm going to be in this city and that city. They promote their shit. And they're just like, it's like at first when they were starting off, it wasn't a profitable venture. It was like, we have to sit down, we have to do this shit, and we have to, it's like, so take it upon, yeah, sure, there's not money in there too, but maybe just like go like, hey, can we just like have like this thing and maybe just like, scrape off a chunk, and then James Gunn can do his thing, and then the actors of Superman.
I just wanted a Daily Planet spin-off. That's all I was going.
But Dave, you bring up the point that we've kept on saying with this idea. I love the idea. I've always loved this point. Is it's brand recognition. You want to promote the brand. You want to reignite the brand and make it a positive thing instead of, oh God, it's DC. Well, I don't know how this is going to go.
Which is where we're at right now, because I even named it for him. I named it for him, Jim and Jim, because Jim Lee should be the constant. I understand that James Gunn is going to be doing stuff all the time, but you can zoom in like you said. But Jim and Jim, and what it is because if you wait until closing in on July 2025 to start getting people to trust your brand, you've basically fucked Superman. No matter how good it is, you have to build up that momentum and the benefit of the doubt. When you build that, people give you. Sometimes you can sell people shit, but if you sold them gold and you've given them good stuff all the way up to that, they're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And right now, it's you're getting cryptic posts here and announcements here, and it's getting lost unless you're a top tier nerd. A lot of people are just not going to care.
I mean, that's the thing is like it builds up things, but at the same time, it's like if you do like just a segment, it doesn't even have to be a half an hour or something like that. You could have like segments where you have, fucking nerds like us talk about it for 4 hours. Sure. That's already going to be out there. But if you just have like just some kind of something.
They had it. It was called DC Daily. I watched it back in the day.
But at the same time, it's like you don't even have to be daily. It could be weekly. It could just be like a weekly thing. And like you said, I like what you had to say, the Jim and Jim thing. It's like, yeah, just have like a thing where it's like, I mean, obviously, I know they're both super busy, but it's like you take like just a portion out, couple of hours. They just kind of talk. You edit it down to a fucking 8 to 10 minute fucking, thing where it's just like, you're updating about stuff like, and Jim Lee's just like going like, James, what's going on right now when it comes to Superman? Said, oh, I can't talk about butts right now, but we're doing, shit like that. And I don't know, it's all just kind of like a weird thing. But then, then again, it's like, if you're going to have something like that, James Gunn's going to have to answer for, that Superman suit reveal, stuff like that, which he has not.
He's steering the conversation, though. It's him steering the conversation instead of a bunch of other people. That DC Daily thing, the difference between DC Daily and what you would do with YouTube is the fact that it's YouTube. Because I remember DC Daily was on the app and all that kind of stuff, and it was not really a full-throated effort. It was kind of cool, but now you're talking about YouTube, which is like literally an engine on its own. And like I said, DC, as somebody who sells DC stuff, at every fucking level, they are the worst marketing thing I've ever seen in my life on anything. I've seen people sell fucking potatoes on the street with better zeal than these guys do. They don't promote anything properly. They don't release anything properly. They don't ramp up anything properly, and it doesn't change. And no matter who's owned DC, we're in what, our 10th regime of these guys. They don't market anything properly, and that includes right now headed into something that they're putting themselves all in for. How information gets released for this movie has been fucking horrid, in my opinion. There's been YouTubers that do more work, independent YouTubers that are not on the payroll of DC that have done more work to promote their product than they have.
Yeah,
I mean, the reason we even got these castings, exactly. Like, I think the only reason we even got these castings, confirmed, was because last week James put out like a cast photo, and there were people were like, "Well, who are these three people?" And then, yeah.
Well, the thing is like, okay, so you know what we're gonna get after the movie comes out, and James Gunn did this with Guardians of the Galaxy 3. There's gonna be a bunch of postings of behind the scenes shit when it comes to after. It's like, okay, cool. That's cool that you can have, but you need something before, and he needs to like there needs to be stuff that happens before that they could put on YouTube, on TikTok, on like Instagram Reels, just like short shit that there's just not enough. All there is like us, a lot of people with YouTube channels talking about the shit. But if it comes directly from the source, that's going to just help it even more. I don't know. It just seems like they're missing out on an opportunity when you're looking at the analytics of things where literally like people, especially in these times where the economy sucks in this country and other countries, and they're just going, I can't pay for this streaming service or that. I just go to YouTube. So they go to YouTube and look at YouTube, and even like they go like, well, should I go see this movie? I don't know. Let me look at YouTube. Should I go like, is this movie much of my investment? I don't know. Let me go to YouTube. It seems like a lot of people are doing that. So it's like, okay, now you can't just rely. Yeah, they should very much be like, great. We should have our, the people that are just promoting the shit and talking about the shit like what I do, what a lot of people do. Talk about it, but you also got to put your own content out there. Put some shit out there. Put something out there between Corn Sweat and Brosnahan doing like a scene, like a little back and forth, and then just laughing about it. Could be something funny. I don't know. An outtake. I don't know. Put something out there where it's just like, holy shit, look at this.
What David's really saying is like, just give me something to watch.
No,
well, when they did the suit reveal,
I think that's what they need in this age of streaming, and the fact that like I said, when I saw that analytic, I'm like, God damn, people are just really flocking to YouTube. And I kept on hearing like, yeah, people just almost like look at it as TV now because it's free. And yeah, so like utilize the tool, utilize TikTok for some fucking clips, utilize all this stuff.
YouTube is the #2 biggest search engine behind Google.
Exactly, and it's owned by Google.
They're like they're advert basically.
Yeah.
But what I would like, for example, how poorly certain things would handle, like the suit reveal. Listen, I don't like the suit, but I don't need to. It's not going to be a deal killer for me to enjoy the movie or not. But when you release that, what inspired that suit? There's a conversation right there to be had. There's several storylines that inspired that suit. There's a 15, 20-minute conversation on YouTube with some of those people right there and then to get them going. Maybe over time, somebody, when I first saw that suit, it kind of sucked. But when you're on YouTube explaining why this looks, infinite, all these things that the story inspired, now you're starting to win me over a little bit. You're bringing me in and building a rapport. DC has never done that.
You get a short or a clip, like a fucking 26-second clip of like James Gunn explaining why he decided to really release it like that. If he like had it, like he goes, all right, let me just sit down and explain why I did that. You have like a quick clip, that thing goes viral. It goes viral, and it helps
free.
out. Why? Yeah,
you're using
totally
the things
free.
you already have.
Yes.
It's going to cost Warner Brothers to do this. People are saying, well, they don't have enough money to keep the NBA. They literally own everybody. I'm telling them the access. They don't own the people, but they are in their employ already. You have all this stuff. You own DC.
It's like before the movie comes out, explain some decisions, why you chose this, why you chose that. They could have there could be just a short video every week, even if they don't do like the weekly thing that we're talking about, like the Jim and Jim thing, which I do like that idea. But if they just had something where James Gunn explains why he chose,
they used to do this. Like,
yes,
YouTube's been around for a while, y'all.
Yeah.
Or not just
2007, 6, 7, yeah.
But even before then, you had websites with QuickTime players, and they would.
Those were days.
Those are the days. I mean, but they would post videos. Like basically, you got versions of like the featurettes that would end up being on the DVDs that were released before the movie came out. That did the very kind of things you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they need to utilize those tools. They really, especially now. And then when you have Twitter, regardless how you feel about Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and Elon, guess what? It's here to stay. It's going to be one of the top things.
He may not
utilize it.
X will be here to stay.
Yeah. Yeah, true. But I'm just saying, utilize the tool that is there. Utilize all tools. And it's just like, it just seems like these studios are still not willing to just fully utilize these tools. And it's like, you're missing out on really promoting your shit here. You need a winner. And this is the way to do it. It's just to like come up with something where you could just really build up to this Superman movie through YouTube, TikTok, Instagram Reels, anything, any kind of short videos, post it all over the place. Who the fuck cares? Contextualize it to whatever fucking platform you are on. You can have people that you can hire for very cheap to cut out things and put things out there. Just fucking do it, because that's what I do. I take all my streams and I'll cut things out. I'm like, that's good. I make a list. Of like every week of like what topics that I talked about that I can cut out for a clip. And you do that. And a lot of fucking channels do that way more than I do, because they have people to do that. They just go like, all right, if I'm going to be talking, if we're going to be doing stuff here, cut that out for, it could be a 10-second clip. It could just be a 10-second clip. It doesn't even have to be that long.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wish they did.
I'm in agreement with you guys. I'm with William, though. I would say just stay away from X, and maybe at this point, I think don't stay away. No, just hear me out, because there's so many other platforms that you can use. But I mean, I'm still with the idea. I'm still with the idea of using YouTube. And honestly, at this rate, I would not use James Gunn. And I say this because hypothetically, he's running DC Studios and he's working on the Superman movie. So utilize either Jim Lee, like you said. Bring in Kevin Smith. Like, if he's not running Schmodcastle, like I know he'd probably do it for free. Who knows? But like, have him come in, ask questions, be an a excited interviewer, and talk to either like the cast and crew, talk to whoever. Because right now, pretty much you've got maybe the Batman to the Penguin show, and maybe animated Harley Quinn and Adventures of Superman. That's pretty much like the and Joker too. That's pretty much like what the main focus is, with people of like a general audience is looking at as far as DC goes. So utilize a show, have it be like a small focus. Do it once a week tops. I mean, you can even do it once a month, but call it something like DC Daily or whatever the case is. But utilize the platform, and then show small clips on TikTok or Instagram Reels to get people to come to the show or to watch the show or whatever the case is.
Like right now? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go. What? Go, William.
Go. Oh, okay. Like, there's a lot of people that don't know what the authority is. There's a lot of people who don't care what the authority is.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You have the time to make them care.
Yep.
To explain these characters, to explain. There's a lot of people like right now that they're going to the movie to see Superman. They don't give two fucks about anything going on in the Daily Planet other than Lois Lane. But you have time to make them care about all those characters to increase the brand. And it's free, because all you have to do is reposition your resources that you already have and make it happen. And then you got the artist on there. And when a toy comes out, when we start pushing toys, if Todd McFarlane is not one of your guests when there's a new toy coming out, then that's a crime. And he'll come on there for free, because why? Because it's increasing his brand when he makes stuff for you guys.
It's free advertising for his product.
Exactly.
I mean, and dude, the one thing Todd McFarlane excels at is promotion.
Yes.
That dude
knows how to do it.
He knows. I mean, when a new fucking action figure comes out, I don't care what it is. I cannot tell you the number of notifications and emails and YouTube. Like, McFarlane is like the poster child for what you guys are talking about, because you get an announcement when a figure is like being announced. Then you get an announcement when a figure is able to pre-order, and then you get an announcement when the figure is on sale. And then he's on Instagram and he's on YouTube displaying the figure, talking about it. I mean, the man knows how to. The man is a brand in himself, because he's worked his ass off to make it work. I mean, there's your example of what you've been talking about, because he utilizes, and his videos are nothing special.
Nope.
That's the thing. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you could literally just have James Gunn just go like, "Hey guys, we've got a new cast member," and then just cut to like on the set and just be like, "Say who you are and say your name," and it's like, Beck Bennett and I'm playing Steve. You know, it's like you could just have something like that, simple, quick, doesn't cost you anything. Use your phone, anything, put it online, goes viral. You're good. Promoting your shit. And I'm just like, it's just little things like that. It's like utilize the space. That's where I'm just kind of like, like why? Like there needs to be more. There needs to be more, especially with James Gunn, who's very much been active on social media platforms. Now it's like he's like not so much because of certain things.
Because he's filming, Dave. He's filming.
He's filming, so he could take 10 seconds to be like, "Who are you playing?" And then that's it.
Who is the character you're playing? Because a lot of people don't know these characters.
That's the thing.
Yes.
He just holds his phone up. He films shit all. Did you see all the videos that Guardians of the Galaxy that he filmed behind the scenes? There was so many videos that he posted after that. It's like, all right, if you're gonna try to promote this thing, post it before, just like real quick while things are being set up. Hold your phone up and be like, okay, this person right here, Beck Bennett, or who's playing Kat Grant, Michaela, whatever her name is, or even just something with David Cornsweet, or even like Rachel Brosnahan. Just do like a quick little thing. Maybe that's going to be something that happens later this year. But I'm just like something very simple while things are being set up and everything's kind of just like the crew's working, and James Gunn just has a free moment that would literally take a minute to just be like, hey, who are you? And what are you doing right here? And then blah, blah, blah.
Because what's one thing movie actors talk a lot about is how much time is spent on a movie set with them just sitting around.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because reset, what do the actors have to do? They have to wait.
I mean, remember that Rachel Brosnahan video where she just like recorded herself, and then Nicholas Hoult and David Cornsweet
just popped in
with the Superman music. Perfect. Keep doing shit like that. That was perfect. And then she got all cute and smiled, and everybody was like, I love you, kind of thing. And they just saw that. That was just shit. Like that works. That's what the shit you had to keep going. And I was hoping that it was going to keep going, but it just really hasn't.
For the sake of Lip's arm, like maybe we should let him talk, because I get like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, Phil's had his hand up for a little bit.
I hear everything you guys are saying.
Uh-huh.
But to offer a counterpoint to all of this, number one, DC Daily already failed. Number two, I don't think I think to Andy's point, James Gunn's too busy making the movie as it is right now. And then on top of that, you factor in him finishing the movie. What does he have to do after that? He's got to go and touch base on Lanterns. He's got to go touch base on Supergirl. And Jim Lee, he's got all of DC to run. I don't think these guys are going to have the time to take time out of their day at least once a week to do a DC show when they could be literally at any other different point, any other place in the planet at the time.
You don't see Kevin Feige doing that, Dave.
No, Kevin Feige doesn't do that either. And
but to that, I don't need to.
But here's the thing:
but Feige doesn't have to. Like that's a point.
Kevin Feige doesn't have to, because Marvel is the empire that it is today.
Because
they have no need to.
Yeah. Okay? James is now a co-CEO now. Like the reason he probably could do it for Guardians, Dave, was because he was just directing a movie.
But to Dave's point, to what Dave and William are saying, and I'm about to sneeze. And it's one of those like, are you coming or not?
I see your nose turning red.
I know. It's just like, damn it, and it's gone now.
And on top of that, like, you can't keep trying to ramp this movie up when it's still being made, because things change. We saw it happen with Shazam. Things changed while making that movie, specifically the aesthetic of the costume. Like, it could look different one day, it could look different another day. Same exact thing could apply to the Superman movie. On top of that, I even see in the chat, people are talking about you can't really ramp this movie up until something is finished. And it's true. This movie won't be finished, at least there won't be anything to show for it, at least until Christmas, give or take, and that's best case scenario. Honestly, I don't think they're going to show off anything in this movie until at least early next year. That's my guess.
No, because I agree that that's probably the case. I think the point, though, that Dave and Will, my interpretation of what I've been listening to is not specific. They've been using this movie as an example, but it's not specific to this movie. It's the brand of DC.
There you go.
DC as a brand is suffering. even me, who is a DC fan, I haven't bought monthlies since Death Metal finished up, because that's when I went, okay, I'm done. I'll buy a miniseries here or there. I keep my DC Universe Infinite subscription live, but I barely use it just because of time. But it's there if I ever, need and or want it. Like it's that subscription that you keep. It's that resource that you keep, so you can just go, okay, now I need it, and I jump into it. But I mean, here's the part that hurts me, is that my own children. I mean, Declan particularly, he's loving my adventure with Superman. It's great. But he's starting to like tease me with the whole like Marvel's better than DC thing. And I'm just like, get out of my house. Wow. Get out of my house. Do you understand who your father is?
Remind me, how old is Declan? 10?
8.
Okay. Well, give it about 10, 15 more years, and then he'll maybe come to the realization that it's okay to like both.
I know, and part of what he's probably doing is that but because he's been watching, he's been skipping around and watching some MCU movies because he really likes Spider-Man. So so we watched a very basically we watched if it was Iron Man or Spider-Man, basically we watched the Iron Man movies, he watched the Spider-Man movies, and we watched Infinity War and Endgame. That has been Declan's MCU experience. It was very
streamlined.
It was very streamlined. So much so that he was like, he had questions. And I went, well, dude, that was a movie you didn't watch.
Right. I'm kind of shocked you guys skipped over Captain America.
Actually, no, he watched Captain America. Actually, I'll take that back. I did make him watch, because he would not watch The Incredible Hulk. That hurt me because I love The Incredible Hulk so much.
Ouch.
I know. I love that movie. I did get him to watch, except for The Incredible Hulk, he watched all of Phase 1.
Well, that's good.
But after Phase 1, it was Iron Man 3, Homecoming, Far From Home, Infinity War, Endgame, and then No Way Home. That was Declan's.
Well, if you can get him to watch one more thing, if there's like a one more like force card that you can use, make him watch Ms. Marvel.
No, he's not going to care.
I'm shocked he didn't watch Civil War, because that's where that version of Spider-Man was introduced.
I know. He didn't want to. I told him didn't want to watch it.
Yeah, because Civil War is not a good movie.
So did you show him Black Adam, and then he's like, "Well, that's it."
No.
He's like, "I clearly know which one is."
He's all clearly the hierarchy did not change.
William's hand has now been up for quite a while. I love that I started getting everyone to raise their hands and die.
Well, I don't want to cut anybody off. To Phil's point, you're exactly right. If we were talking specifically, like he said, about the movies, but if we're looking at the movies or the DCU films to help the DC brand in the way that it needs, the DC brand is dead. It's just a prolonged death.
I'm sorry, but I disagree with that.
I'm living it.
I 100% disagree with that.
The problem is the perception of it is not good. That's what hurts DC as a brand. So
and that's why
on every level,
the internet shit.
I would reword that to my perception of it is dead, i.e. my being you.
Okay, but Phil, remember, he runs a...
I understand that. 100% I understand that.
There are people within DC that will tell you the same thing. But
name one. Name a few, please.
Once again, get back to the fact that you're talking about a movie. I'm talking about the entire brand. The movie can't... if the brand is not doing well, you're just basically putting a Band-Aid on something. I mean... The movies are part of the brand.
Yeah.
So the perception of the brand has to be improved, or you're sending your movie out there with that perception. You can't, like I said, if there's a reliance on these movies that are going to save DC, then, like I said, it's dead on arrival. So I'm not just talking about promoting the movie. That's part of it. I'm saying do an hour show, and if you want to spend 15 minutes on that, great. But you have an entire brand, an 80-year-old brand, and you have YouTube. Another point you brought up, yes, the DC Daily Show, that wasn't engineered for YouTube. It wasn't engineered for 2024, 2045 YouTube. It just wasn't. Yeah, I mean, so like I said, the entire brand, everything that has
I'll do it for free.
on it needs to be reconditioned and rehabilitated.
Scott and I, I mean, all of us right here could be the host.
I'll
Any
do
one
it.
of us. We'll all do the fucking. We'll all like rotate and be like hosts
Yeah.
like once a week.
I hear you. I just think it's coming from a more subjective place than it is objective, because honestly, if the DC brand were truly dead, you wouldn't have something like My Adventures of Superman. You wouldn't have something like Cape Crusader. You wouldn't have something like Creature Commandos. You wouldn't have them rehauling DC live action films over the next year and creating something entirely new. That's why James Gunn did a soft reset.
That's why.
He's doing right
That's why they're doing it. Why do you think they had to do that? If your brand were functional, you wouldn't have to be doing all this. You don't blow things up when they're working. This is a result of failure.
I think
Which that
overall
regime fucked it up. Sorry, go ahead.
I think overall, I think William, you have. I mean, myself personally, I lean more towards what William is saying. However, I do understand what Phil is trying to get at, because technically, yes, William, I do think that the DC brand is extremely tarnished. I think on all major fronts, it's having a very, very rough time. I would say definitely with the main general population. Now, that being said, there are fans of the brand in general who have known the brand since they were children, like me or Phil or any number of us in this group chat right now. And we know what DC can be. I think the only people who don't know what DC can be are the executives running the company. That's the problem.
Sure. Jesus
but
Christ.
yeah, but overall, I mean, I think DC has a chance of coming back, but I myself don't really have faith in anything really going forward as far as the DCU is concerned, because we just don't know. We literally don't know. We haven't seen anything. And yeah, but and you guys know where I stand with James Gunn, kind of. So like
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Where my faith is. Sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to.
No. I was like, it was just a thought that I had, because like this could lead into the other topic of the Green Lantern series, because honestly, I'm like, this Green Lantern series has been built up so much, and like I'm just kind of going like, this thing finally sees the light of day, and we get like a Green Lantern.
Was that pun
series.
intended? Was that pun intended? Light
Yes,
of day.
it was. Of course it was. Of course it was. No, but I'm like, man, just like if it actually, you know, we actually finally get this damn thing, and because when I was,
Dave, you can't compare the Berlanti show with this. Again, these are two separate projects. Like,
but Andy, to the point though, is that we've been waiting on a
Green Lantern something
project of some kind on Suicide Squadcast, DC Squadcast, whatever we were called at the time, we chronicled so many different iterations of it that it's just like, is something ever going? I mean, going back to that hashtag of make the Green Lantern Corps movie. It's like, but that's what it started off as. Like, that's how far back we're going. It's like it was
2016 when they announced that shit. I mean, and that's the thing, is like there's so much when it comes to the Green Lantern lore that it has to be a series. It has to be a series, and I think it's just something that I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of different like, you know, ideas put out there, but I'm like, it very much, if you just have like this series that has this older grizzled Hal Jordan and this younger, you know, firecracker of a John Stewart, you can really have something go. And if they're talking about either Lethal Weapon in space or a combination of Lethal Weapon in space with True Detective in space, oh my God, you can really capture a general audience.
I thought this was going to be on Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So
what?
Wasn't it?
No,
I thought maybe I'm misremembering. Wasn't this show going to be set on Earth?
No, there's no details when it comes to it. There's just always
nothing.
been
That was the old version of the series that was previous to that.
I remember James Gunn saying that they're going to be on Earth and exploring this ancient horror.
When did he say that?
Last January when they announced that.
Did anybody else?
I
have no idea.
Did you watch an AI video of James Gunn?
No, I listened to the embargo news that I had the day before all of this was announced. So, you know, because, you know, people at Screenrant and other press were at that event. So, you know.
But nobody,
Okay.
we're not, and no one of us is remembering that. I don't think that was
Because you're all old. Isn't that the whole point of this tonight show? That I
Oh,
make
is that
you
what's
all feel
going on?
old.
I think-
No.
I
We all
think the thing,
forgot
I think
because we're old.
I think the thing that we can know, as Scott was mentioning earlier, I think this one has at least a chance of
Could be.
getting off the ground, because I think with Jeff Johns no longer being really with DC, I think they will have a little bit of an easier streamline. Because as we know, every time Green Lantern tried to pop up, it would get mixed.
Okay. I'm going to defend Andy here. Andy,
Yeah,
remember
because apparently it did happen, right?
Andy, remember this day where I defend you.
I've never accused you of like being against me.
No,
He
but
actually said
remember,
it was on Earth.
remember this day. Remember this day.
Okay, Dad, I'll remember.
Okay, good. That's the correct response. Okay. Late 2022, when it was announced it would instead only focus on Lantern, Jon Stewart. Gunn and Safran's new production will feature both Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan. According to Gunn, their show will be, quote, more of a true detective type mystery, a terrestrial based mystery that leads into the overall story that we're telling throughout the different movies and television shows in the DC universe. We find this ancient horror on Earth, and these guys are basically super cops on precinct Earth. So
Okay. So it
credit
is
to Andy.
Earth-based.
I wish I could
Earth-based,
get
but
to
there's
this now.
got to be
Okay.
some Cosmos stuff, right?
More than likely.
It depends. It depends on the
Dave,
budget.
I think you owe me an apology. Is all I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
I think
I forgive you.
Okay.
I think the thing with Green Lanterns is that they are a harder sell in terms of the budget, because as we've seen from the Miss Marvel show with their TV budget, those holograms looked terrible, and that was on Disney money. So I mean, if you're doing Green Lantern, they're gonna have to make it look passable.
In fairness, with a guy like Damon Lindelof in that writer's room and as an EP and doing something like Watchmen, which had some pretty solid special effects, all things considered, I think Green Lantern has a shot at looking halfway decent, especially on a TV budget.
They have the True Detective, like one of the True Detective guys. So that's
There's that too.
No. The writing could be very good. And again, but I am with Phil on this. Like before Watchmen, I was kind of skeptical on Lindelof because he was involved with a lot of mixed projects. But Watchmen, he really proved himself. I was really surprised with the level of care and detail that went into that show. If they can do the same with the Lanterns, great. I think it just depends on when and where they're going to show their powers.
Yep.
It might be solely Earth based. There may be a few space scenes depending on what kind of budget they're working with.
It's got to be something, you know.
Oh, sure.
I would hope.
I mean, that's the thing. You have a Green Lantern show. I think it'd be a big loss if you just kind of keep it
grounded,
detained.
Yeah.
Hey, but isn't that one of our biggest complaint? Well, it's at least for me. It's one of my biggest complaints about the Ryan Reynolds movie is how much it got stuck on Earth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I love all like whenever they were. Oh, I was like, I'm like, can we spend more time here? And
right, like this. But
you got a montage. You got a montage. You know. Yeah.
They couldn't have picked a better showrunner, in my opinion. I wish this show was coming before anything else. This is,
well,
for
that's
me,
the thing, and that's what I kept on saying. It was like, this is going to be something that could be better than anything. It might be
honestly,
man.
Like I wish it was coming before Peacemaker. I wish this was the first DCU TV
I don't
show
even know
before
why
Peacemaker
2 is actually coming out.
Well,
like hit with a bigger bang.
To add to why you wonder why Peacemaker season 2, the only saving grace I'll give that is Frank Grillo coming back.
That's when he got introduced and it was like, okay, and we're gonna get a revenge story. Now you got my attention.
Maybe he will kill
for that. Fuck that. I was like, I don't need another Peacemaker. Now when we got Frank Grillo in the mix of Flag Senior, I'm like, okay, makes sense. But still, I'm like, all right, cool, but it's still not the top of my list of what I want to see.
100%
of this universe. And Lanterns, I mean, Superman's up there, and Lanterns is a close fucking second. And sometimes I'm just kind of going like, God, there's so much here. There's so much meat on this bone, and it's gonna be a series. And I'm like, God damn, if this could be anything of like, it could be something just really special, and I'm hoping.
But it goes back.
That's even if
it
you don't.
It goes
like
back to
Superman,
brand recognition. It
should
goes
root
back
for
to the
it.
exact brand recognition to what we're saying in that. How do you want this universe to be perceived? And when we're starting off with Creature Commandos, that's not the brand
Not the big
recognition you
one.
want to start off with.
Definitely
But then
not.
again,
no.
but then again, it might be something that could take, could be a talking point. Maybe. I mean, that's what I kind of go like, all right, what is this going to be? Because obviously Harley Quinn show was a very talking point, very R-rated, very adult. So if something like this series maybe could be something like that, if I mean, obviously there's the
problem we run into is a problem that I personally had, is that animation has such a ceiling that it hits.
Yep.
Yeah.
From the audience, like
right.
You watch animation, and it's like the difference between saying you watch movies or you watch films. It's like saying I watch animation versus I watch cartoons. It's the perception of the word you're using, and people think that if you watch any kind of animation, you're watching a cartoon, and it's like that almost denigrates what you're watching. And so many people don't take things seriously that are animated, because we still live in a world where animation,
is relegated to that of a cartoon.
Right. I mean, it takes something like Love, Death, and Robots to go,
ooh,
no. It can be so much more if you let it.
Yep.
As William said as many times, and I think he's probably going to jump in, is there any money in animation, William?
No.
Yeah.
No. But it is, and I'm surprised they gave him this platform to do it, but I guess that was part of the deal. But to that, the reason why a lot of people don't take, from what I can understand, the animations in the States for kids is because a lot of the stuff, like, back in the day, was for kids. Now you're not like Love and Robots or like The Dark Knight Returns, things like that, stuff that's come out in the last maybe 15 years. That's more indicative of what animation can be. But when you're Batman and in the 90s and stuff like that was created for a children's audience, it kind of, an adult's going to be like, well, that's for kids, but now recently though, they haven't been able to take that albatross off. It's always going to be perceived that way, even though a lot of the animation that's out there right now, some of the best stuff that DC has done has been the modern stuff that they've put out. The Killing Joke. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in the modern era that totally defies that, but they didn't build their reputation on that. So that's where you get that misperception, in my opinion. But it's a bad perception, but it's one that they kind of help build.
Yeah, it's a bummer, because I feel outside of American culture, I feel like animation is more accepted in
with
many
anime,
different...
with like anime stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, Akira came out when I was born. Like that's
Just watched that the other day, boy. That's
it's fantastic.
Amazing.
So awesome. Yeah.
That movie transcends being just an anime too. It's for a lot of people in the West, that was like the starting point to watch a lot of other anime. But no, I mean, there's been adult animation in many other cultures too, and many other avenues outside of the U.S. But yeah, unfortunately, I mean, Guillermo del Toro made a whole point about it when he got his Oscar for his version of Pinocchio.
Yep.
I mean, every time you hear Pinocchio, you're immediately going to think of the Disney version. So Guillermo went in the opposite direction and did claymation and made it a Pinocchio taking place in fascist Italy. Like, I mean, that's completely day and night. But he had to, because he knew that was a way for the material to transcend its roots of being a children's story, or
Well, no, it's actually truer to the original book that was the original Pinocchio book.
Right. Well, I mean,
before Disney,
the book is more the book is more fucked up, but the book was written in the 1800s. So like the fascist, the stuff dealing with that was not as prominent, I'm assuming, in the original book. But
it wouldn't be. But it calls back to. I mean, the original author hated children. Like the original Pinocchio is actually about why the fuck would you do this?
Yeah.
Why
Well,
would you want this?
I know in the original Pinocchio, it was so dark that he gets sick of Jiminy Cricket and he kills him with a mallet, and so that shows you like
That is
how
dark.
yeah, it shows you how much more messed
that
up.
took a turn.
Yeah,
I mean,
how much
in
more
Pinocchio, he
Pinocchio.
gets, in the original Pinocchio, like, the story ends with him being, hung from a tree.
Does it really in the original
Yeah.
book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus, yeah, no wonder they
You,
changed
you,
that.
you, you could have thought that I'm the one
Disney
who wrote
thought a
Pinocchio,
little
but
bit
given
differently.
Yeah, well, they wanted to sell the movie, so that's usually what happened.
well, who
to be
knows?
fair,
Maybe that new Pinocchio horror movie that's coming out from the what's it called?
Jagged
Yeah,
Edge.
yeah.
oh god,
Get to interview those guys about that in a couple weeks.
That's cool.
Oh,
No,
can you
no.
ask them when a trailer is coming?
That's what's
You know
great
what?
about all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you ask? Could you please ask them when a trailer is coming?
You got about 2 months. They just wrapped principal photography yesterday,
cool.
so it's a
Wow.
wrap.
Oh,
But
okay.
on
Yeah, the twisted
But on-
childhood universe. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful.
It looks insane, but I'm like, I'm here for it.
Tinkerbell's got the heroin needle. I mean, it's completely messed up. Yeah, instead of fairy dust, she has heroin. It's Bambi. Did you see Bambi? We got when we went to go see it. Yeah, we got the.
That is
this is
true.
them.
That is good.
They
That
came
is.
by and they signed all this for
Wait,
all the people who made that.
I'm trying to see it.
Yeah, it's all the people who worked on that and Pooh, Blood and Honey. So Bambi got ran over by a Jeep and now she's just going crazy, killing people, and just it shows the scene where Bambi just turns over a vehicle and just starts spearing people and
Lord
bailing
have
people.
mercy.
It's
Oh
gonna be
fuck!
so
Like
good.
fuck the MCU, fuck the DCU. Like, this is the friendship we should be focusing on.
I think it has the dumbest name.
Jesus.
Pooniverse.
The Pooniverse.
Oh my god, that's such a goofy name
You
for
see
it.
how they did
Yeah,
it?
but
with
that's
the
why it
Avengers
works.
logo?
That's why it works.
Yeah,
It had to start it, and here we are.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But okay.
On-
what were you gonna
I
say?
was gonna say on animation though, I like the fact of what Adventures of Superman's doing, where it's kind of somewhere between kids and adults. You have Harley Quinn, which is R-rated, evoking Venture Brothers. So the last
Yeah.
decade or more has really been trying to focus on more adult animation in the U.S. and trying to, get rid of that stagnant idea of the cartoon versus, like the real animation genre and like what you can do with it. That it's endless, essentially.
I
You
mean,
can do
Harley
anything.
Quinn's getting a
Endless.
spin-off. Hell yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Hi, man. Hell yeah. Sorry, Dave.
No, I'm just saying it's endless, and we got this in animation.
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
exactly.
So I mean, this got released this week, and we're just like, oh, Zack Snyder, animation, the Norse God, Twilight of the Gods. We get a little bit of a tease right here, and I mean, come on.
I love when I see Jay Oliva's work.
Mhm.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just-
Jay
it's-
Oliva, obviously,
I
yeah.
like the art
Because-
style. Really
did
like
you
the
guys-
art style.
Because that was another. That just reminds me of
Yeah.
I'm waiting for a
That,
season
that
2.
shot, my God.
I'm waiting for a season 2 of Trace on Netflix
Oh
because
yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Is
Yeah.
it Tracy? I thought it was like Treese. Something
maybe
like
it's
that.
Well-
Trace. I don't know. Because it's Filipino. I
Right.
could be butchering the pronunciation, and I'll fully own that. But it was such a good show.
I
Yeah.
also recommend the Cyberpunk animated show. That's really good too. By
Oh
the
no,
way.
I had a friend tell me that like I needed to get Lisa from I Love That Movie. She told me I needed to get on that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, very good show. I think it helped revive the game as well before they started doing the official DLC like missions and stuff like that too. So yeah,
Speaking of animation, I don't know if you guys saw. I don't know how true this is, but I saw recently Timothy
Yes.
Olyphant apparently voicing the
I was just
Terminator.
about to bring that up right now.
Yes,
Oh my
yes,
god,
Ollie
dude!
Fantastic's voicing it. Ollie Fantastic.
Oh, I love
Dude,
that.
I was like, well, that's different. Obviously, I don't think he's going to be doing an Arnold Schwarzenegger like.
Oh god, no. So like
Yeah.
now you've
But-
got Robert Patrick, Arnold Schwarzenegger, even Garrett Dillahunt, and now Timothy Olyphant added to the names of people who've portrayed a Terminator.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, those are all some pretty solid names if you ask me.
Dude.
and the anime and the clips they've been showing of it.
Oh,
It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
I mean, some of this, like some of the imagery right here, I'll bring it up.
yeah.
Trailer,
is
you
just
got
But there's
been
emotion. There's
So freaking. I mean, look at.
yeah.
Jesus.
Good. Look at that. I mean,
That's impressive.
look at. It's really looking good. It's really looking good. than that shot right there. I mean,
That's so.
Have they said like
Ooh.
where is this kind of where are we in the timeline, or we don't know yet?
we don't know the timeline of it. I
Yeah,
think
I
we'll
mean,
obviously find out. Yeah.
if they were doing like a Star Wars Visions type of idea with Terminator, I think that would be a cool thing too.
That would
Honestly,
be.
because
I
Yeah.
think
It'd be
this
cool,
is.
but this is going to be within the timeline for sure.
I think
But
this
what
is the thing.
timeline? Because the Terminator
the-
timeline has gotten really fucked up. Let's be
I think
honest.
this is the project Mattson Tomlin's been working on. I
Yes,
think.
it is. Mattson
Yeah.
Tomlin works on this. So
Wrote
that's what.
this shit.
Yeah.
Yes. So I am all about like that's another one of those names that when his name's attached to something, that's another one of those.
Sign me up.
Yes, please.
Yep.
You know. Mm-hmm.
nice.
Did you read Batman the Imposter, Scott?
2022.
I did.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
Of course I did.
that book fucked so hard. It was so great.
Look at that.
Oh, there's
shit.
the clip. Yeah, that was the clips I saw.
Oh my god, it looks so good.
I know.
That's
Terminator
like,
is
that's
one of
that's
my-
what it should look
Ooh.
like, a nightmare.
I just
Yeah.
came
Yes.
back. I just came back. It sounded like Liv was like having a like
No, he was having an
coming, like, what
orgasm.
the fuck was happening?
No.
You
No,
all
100%.
were having orgasms.
100%. That I love Terminator. Terminator is one of my favorite science fiction franchises of all time. I watched the first movie when I was 6.
Mine too. Mine too.
That,
Wow.
Yeah, that franchise is ingrained into my brain.
Dude,
I love that,
you don't
Jay,
even
when you were
know. Like, my
talking about
mom
this-
probably has my action figures still of all the Terminators.
That's
And
dope.
Dave, I love it when you're talking about necessary sex scenes and you talked
Oh,
about
yeah.
you know the
Terminator.
post-
that was so good.
Well, it was
so good.
funny because when that discussion was happening on Twitter, somebody was like, the most necessary sex scene is, and it was funny because the screenshot just showed her like it wasn't even like, it looked like she was not even having, like, it wasn't even pleasurable, but just like the way Sarah Connor looked, it was funny. But it was like, yeah, that was the most necessary sex scene because it was like, that's saving humanity right now, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. No, Terminator 1 and 2 they're fantastic movies. I saw Dark Fate and I was like, okay. And then I came back and talked to like a friend of mine, and he had a buddy that came to hang with us, and this guy was a hardcore like T2 fan, and he like ripped apart Dark Fate and told us like everything about why it was not only just a bad movie, but like a bad Terminator film.
Yeah.
And I couldn't argue with him. I was like, no, that's
It's-
fair. I mean, I was happy to see Linda Hamilton back, but still, regardless, I think
See,
he made a lot of.
I'm actually, and I still have to watch the R-rated director's cut, but I enjoyed
There's an R-rated
Salvation-
director's. Oh,
of
Salvation.
Salvation.
Sorry.
I'm talking about Salvation
Okay.
because when Salvation came out, it was PG-13.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
that was
Right.
where they fucked up.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
I've
there
heard
is
I've heard good things about Salvation as far as
I
the
enjoyed.
sequels
I
go.
mean, even the
Salvation is
PG-13
actually the best way that they should have continued the story. Sorry,
right.
Scott.
Go into the future. Like,
Yes.
3 has a good ending, but yeah, you're right.
I
has a
really
fantastic
enjoyed Salvation gets shit, and I was like, but I enjoyed Salvation.
Yeah.
Like you said, I liked the idea of okay, let's stop worrying about the time travel stuff. Let's actually be in the
In the war. Yeah.
That was cool. That was cool to me.
That was
So,
really good,
yeah.
but they had McGee as a director, and it was like, okay. I mean, he's not he's not terrible, but still McGee, and he was like, there was some
Can I
times
drop a
where
bomb for a second?
it got Transformers like, and it was like, what? Like, what are we doing? Like, you have this Terminator who's like just bursting out of this. There were some things where it was like, all right, this is going a little too hokey, like blockbustery. But there were very much, the whole Kyle Reese, the story about John Connor making sure that his father, who is younger than him, survive. That is very intriguing. I mean, if you think about it, it's like, okay, so we've had these first 2 Terminator movies where you had, obviously John Connor had to be made and he had to be like,
and then survive.
and survive. So you had that's the legacy of those 2 movies is the fact that it's like the first one, Kyle Reese comes back, is protecting Sarah Connor, and then of course we have the conception of John Connor, and then the second one is more about protecting him, and you have a Terminator protecting him. Fucking awesome, fantastic. It all works. So when you go into Salvation to show John Connor going, I have to make sure my father, who is younger than me and doesn't know that he is my father, I have to make sure that he makes it to the point where he travels back in time so that I can live. Yeah, so I can exist. that was the most intriguing part about Salvation. Was like, oh, but
Yeah.
it just wasn't fully executed to where it should have been. But it did. It still was good enough where I thought, okay, why didn't you? You know, this was a good step.
And Dave,
forward.
and Dave, I think also in retrospect, and you see the Terminator films that came after it, you have to look back at Salvation and go, yeah, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
It was not. Yeah, you're right.
I
100%.
appreciate
I saw Genesis in theaters and was like,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Dude,
I didn't even watch Dark Fate. I haven't seen Dark Fate. Genesis was where I just kind of went.
You're not missing anything with Dark Fate. I still remember being hyped on the idea of going in the future. I still haven't seen Salvation to this day, but I remember even back when they were doing the trailers, they had like a remix of a 9 Inch Nails song.
Yep, I remember this trailer. Yep.
Yeah. And I was like, all right, that's pretty cool and stuff like that. And I think they revealed too much in the trailers, and I was like, what? But yeah, look, I'm like with you, Scott. Like looking back now, in comparison to what's come after, I'm like, I'll check out Salvation because there's no way it can be worse than these later.
It's not.
No, it's not. No,
it really isn't.
Yeah, Genesis really tried to do something, and it was like, oh, that's kind of cool what you guys did with like the reenacting and doing like a Back to the Future 2 kind of thing. But then I was like, yeah, didn't work. Yeah. And then they were like, all right, so let's keep. I did like the concept of the fact that it's like, all right, so you have a Terminator that does age, and that's how you keep Arnold Schwarzenegger, sure. And I get that it's like, all right, the robotic, the exoskeleton still works, but the skin outside is going to age like normal human skin. All right, cool. I totally get that concept. And if they were going to approach Dark Fate in a different angle, they should have approached it as, let's just show Arnold Schwarzenegger the whole time and him trying to live his life. I mean, when he killed John Connor, like right at the beginning, I mean, I've said this so many times on here in my show. I'm like, I was sitting next to my brother, and we were both diehard Terminator fans, and we both kind of looked at each other, and I was just like, wow, they just shit on the whole legacy, didn't they? It was like we both just kind of went like, what the fuck? Like after the first 2 movies that were so fucking iconic and great, he just gets offed in a fucking like bar, like a little fucking bar in Cabo or whatever the fuck they were. It was like that's all it took was just a Terminator showing up and just blowing him away like with a shotgun.
Here's the worst part about that.
Y'all ask these questions. Here they are. We're gonna do it right now.
Here's the worst part about all that.
I've never seen Terminator.
James Cameron signed off on that.
Okay. Andy, here's the thing. Okay, you haven't seen Terminator. Have you seen here's another trailer we're talking about, Alien. Have you seen the Alien movies?
I saw the first one, but it scared the living shit out of me.
Okay, that was good. That's what I wanted you to know. Because when you see Alien, the Ridley Scott movie, that scares the shit out of you because it's a horror movie. And then you go to Aliens, and it's James Cameron doing a sci-fi action movie. That's basically what happens with Terminator and Terminator 2. Terminator is the horror movie.
Yes.
Terminator 2 is the sci-fi action movie. And I just find that interesting with those 2 franchises that, you go from the horror genre to the sci-fi, you go from sci-fi horror to sci-fi action because Terminator and Terminator 2 feel like they're 2 different films. The way that Alien and Aliens are 2 different films, which is why I appreciate the director of Alien Romulus saying, I hate the question of which one do you prefer, Alien or Aliens. So I wanted to make a movie that felt like both. And
it really does in that trailer. That makes it sound like
that trailer was so good.
Oh, that trailer was so good. And that trailer made me go, I see your point.
Dude. When I was like watching that trailer and you hear like anytime like it like the trailer like cut to it and you hear like
cracking the ribs.
Yeah, and I was like I kept going, is that sound effect like a fucking like the alien about to burst out of a chest. And then when they showed, like, oh yeah, we're gonna show that, and she
like
puts
the
the
X-ray
light,
kind of thing.
puts
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
light behind
Yeah.
her back, and then you see the alien in her chest, and I'm like, oh my god, Fede Alvarez, you
Fede Alvarez,
beautiful
yeah.
motherfucker, you did it. You just added to an element to this fucking franchise. And just by this trailer and just that the sound effect of just going, what the fuck? That sounds like an alien bursting out of a chest. And then when they showed that, I was like, oh my god.
I think one of the highlights of that trailer is when the words start appearing. No one can hear you, and then it just is silent. Because if you're a fan of Alien, you already know.
You know the tagline.
You know the tagline.
Yeah.
And then you just hear this ringing noise, and you see people screaming all throughout, and you know exactly why they're screaming. It's beautiful. I can't wait for that movie. When I saw Alien for Alien Day this past April in the theater, oh my god, I knew stuff was coming, and I still got the jitters, and I still kind of jumped out of my seat every now and again too. Like when Dallas is in the shaft, and then he turns around and sees the alien fucking pops out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you,
Oh my
you
God.
watched that
When that
very
alien-
first. You watched that trailer for Alien. They knew exactly what they were doing with that. That trailer still gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Dude, my uncle tells me, he told me like a long time ago, he goes, and it was funny because I remember he took me to see Alien Resurrection when that came out. But I remember him, you know what? That movie has qualities, but of course it's by that one.
Right.
Oh, wait.
but
God! The little bit of Terminator content I have seen, there was a TV show like
Sarah Connor
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a good show. I enjoyed that show.
I watched it because the season when they announced that Brian Austin Green was going to be on Smallville as Metallo, people were like, "Oh yeah, you're shaking him on the Sarah Connor, Terminator, whatever thing." So I checked it out. And I'm like, so what is it? They're like, it's like a prequel to the movies or something. I don't know.
I didn't really dig it that much. I did. I like the actress.
Oh, I love that show. And that
Lena
ending
Headey was great.
The better ending, by the way. That ending, no ending to it. That's
because they got canceled, and
Yeah.
it's one of those long line of sci-fi TV shows that got canceled on a cliffhanger and
Prematurely, yeah.
I hate that. I have so much PTSD from losing Krypton by Sci-Fi that I'm like, I'm never watching. anything on
no.
Sci-Fi again.
Andy, then you couldn't have handled being alive in the 90s, where every sci-fi show you watched that happened to. Like I remember the one time there was a redeeming for anything like that there's a show I would highly recommend called Farscape, especially with that Jim Henson documentary that just came on Disney Plus because the Jim Henson company.
Fridays. Yep.
Yeah. Farscape ran for 4 seasons on Sci-Fi, got canceled, but then 1 or 2 years later, they brought it back for a 2-night miniseries event that was basically like, here's the 3-hour series finale we never got to do, and it was amazing.
Damn.
That and the Lex.
Or-
They bought him back for what was called Sci-Friday at the time. I remember that. And that's when the Sci-Fi Network was actually Sci-Fi Channel instead of post-Sharknado nonsense that it would become.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I would have loved Sci-Fi Day. Like,
Oh no, because for me to William's point, Sci-Fi Day for me at one point was, I remember in 2005, it would be Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, and
Doctor Who.
Battlestar Galactica, and my Friday was done.
You forgot Doctor Who because that's when the Tenant era started. Sci-Fridays. Because the Fridays that I was watching it, like I said, in 05, Doctor Who wasn't part of that programming block. Oh yeah, because
did it on BBC America?
BBC America.
What happened?
BBC America wasn't until you got to Matt Smith era.
Oh,
What had happened? It has been off the air since '96, the TV movie, and then they started Sci-Friday, and it started with the Tennant era. Christopher Ellison, 2005. Then you had SG-1. Later on, you had you had Atlantis, and then you had
Battlestar.
But before that, in '99, they bought these shows called the Lex, and then they bought from Australia. They bought Farscape, and then they just bought those shows, and then they carried them over. And then even after Farscape ended, remember Claudia Black and Ben Browder just hung around, and they went to the
SG1.
SG1. And so,
yeah, they were great. Season 9, season 10. I was just because I love those seasons actually.
They should have started with those. I mean, midway through, instead of going with the replicators and all that other stuff, they really should have started.
But yeah, that was a fresh take that I really enjoyed. But when Richard Dean Anderson wanted to lead the show and they brought in Ben Browder as Lieutenant Colonel Mitchell, I was like, yeah, because that was actually my impetus to watch Farscape, was that they were coming, that because Claudia Black showed up in like season 8.
Yeah, she was in season 8.
In season 8, Vala showed up in season 8, but then Ben Browder joined as the new commander of SG1 in season 9. And I remember, because they were coming on, that was my impetus to watch all of Farscape. So the summer of 2005, I had just graduated college. I had moved into an apartment with a couple of my buddies, and they had 6 months before they went to the Marine Corps. So I remember they binged Farscape with me to get me caught up. And then I got one of them to binge Stargate SG1 to get him caught up so that we could all like join in the fun together.
Oh yeah, that was a good time. Watch the Lex. Have you watched the Lex?
The what?
The Lex. It was another show that got bought over when they first
No, I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, look the Lex up. It's a weird, odd show, but that's what began the Sci-Fridays era. It kicked up in 2005 when they got what's up?
They just put the behind being in front of
What's his name? Ben Browder.
Ben Browder.
Browder.
Oh yeah, he was.
Colonel Mitchell.
Yeah. So that's why he was such a big deal when he came on to air. Because I remember like when because he was in like 2 episodes of Arrow, season 1 and season 2. But I remember like people were like freaking out that he was going to be on. I'm like, I don't know who he is, but
because he played John Crichton on Farscape.
Two John Crichtons at one point.
Yeah, season 3. Season 3 was crazy. But no, watch Farscape. It's celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. Yeah, William. Yeah, soak that in.
Live. I watched it as they aired it on Sci-Fi Channel.
That's such a good show. And because it was the Henson Company, all the aliens are, Muppets. And it's so good.
Muppets.
I'll go ahead and warn anyone who wants to watch Farscape. The first season is a slog. You have to get to you have to get to the finale, and a certain character, an antagonist, gets introduced in the season 1 finale. And once he's introduced, damn, the rest of that show is cooking with gas.
Yes, I won't name. I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I got his figure too, because it was a cult hit, and that was, like I said, pre-Sharknado. Sci-Fi Channel with some classic shit, especially Fridays. They made Fridays, which was a graveyard. That's where you send shows to get canceled.
Yeah.
They made Fridays watchable. They actually had, and I don't know what got into them. They got into the whole just Sharktopus shit and all that stuff. Nothing wrong with those movies. Lean
into it. Lean into all that shit. Yeah.
But the thing was they did so at the expense of they got rid of everything when they changed their direction. They got rid of, they got rid of all their SG1 stuff. Because they went from Twilight Zone repeats to Sci-Friday to Sharknado, and it's like, wow, what a weird journey that was. But
totally weird journey. But I know some people have to go. I know, Paul, you have to go.
Yeah, well, I gotta leave in a little bit. It's just more. It's almost like 1:30 in the morning.
He's leaving, y'all. He's being released.
He's done his time.
The papers came in, and while I was off camera, I'm so glad.
The bearer bonds were delivered.
We found where you were. We called the proper authorities.
It was Grace kind of all wrong. It was Grace. Well.
Paul, what I love about you is that you're so serious and so straight, man, and so dry. And we give you shit, and sometimes you just have this look on your face like, what the fuck am I doing here?
I mean, it was by chance. You guys were talking Batman and comics and Grant Morrison, and I decided to chime in while I was waiting for an Uber, and
That's how
I
this
know.
all
It-
ended up.
yeah,
And you know what? You had the signals all going in a certain direction, and that's when you saw the bat signal and just said, "Yes, I'm here."
Yep.
Yeah,
You're
you were
like,
like,
"I
I
got
don't know
this."
why I don't know why it's up on this roof, but like, but hey, it makes for a good
Yeah.
pose.
So
got
did
it. No,
Alfred
no.
said the same thing. I don't know why it's on the roof either.
Yeah.
Well, he had to be the one to go up there and install it, probably. So he probably should have said something earlier. I don't know, but
He did, and Bruce didn't care.
no, he didn't care.
Nah,
So
but you know what? It's always great to talk to you, Paul, and like we give you shit, and it was just funny. It was just fun, but that
know.
is kind of funny that you brought that up.
We just
And
want to
the
be
fact
free
that like
out in the
the fact that
wild.
you are here is the fact that like when we were all just like
full
got out of
circle, yeah.
BBS at full circle, and then you were just waiting for an Uber, and we just like started talking to you, and
Yeah.
then it was just like we had a great conversation, and it was just like that guy's cool, and then we had another
He could
conversation
have been
after.
crazy, Jose. He could have been crazy.
I
we were
think
all.
if I-
Well,
there
you know,
were- there were-
jury's still out. You know, I'm
You
just
know?
kidding.
Yeah. I mean, I took a plane ticket to meet Zack Snyder and to see his movies and just meet whoever else showed up, and it worked out, and and I'm glad that we were all able to go to that event to a degree, and
Yeah,
You didn't get
and-
just a friend.
Amen to that.
You got a
Yeah.
family. You got a familia, Paul.
okay,
Yeah.
well I'll make sure to get all the fast cars so we can take on the government.
just a quarter mile at a time, Paul.
That wasn't
Quarter
even what I was
mile at a time.
referencing, but okay.
Can I have a Dodge Challenger? I'd really like a Dodge Challenger, just FYI.
You don't need a
we'll-
Dodge
we'll-
Challenger if you've
see what
got
we can do.
family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your card out of space with duct tape. Come on, man.
But yeah, Paul, if you I know you gotta check out. So,
Yeah,
you know.
I wish I was more on the West Coast timeline. I always feel bad
All
because
good.
I got a little bit early. But no, guys, it's always great talking to all you, and Dave. Thanks for
Love
always
talking to
inviting
you.
me on here. I'm
Always,
sorry I've been
man.
on in a while, but it's always good to catch up and see what the nerd news is, and just trying to keep up with everything and going on and all that. So
I just,
all right,
I just wish your kidnapper would let you read the news.
no. There was a scuffle off screen. Everything's fine now. So
the reason Paul is lying down is because he's actually his foot is chained to something.
no, I'm good.
He's comfortable. He's comfortable.
like,
He's
yeah,
ready
yeah,
for bed.
Workout now. That's
Can't see
good.
your
Good.
Ready for bed.
Scissor kicks. Come on, let's
Is
go.
it-
And 1 and a 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh God.
go.
Okay. Well, anyway.
All right. This is
No,
your
but-
cue to leave.
So yeah,
All right.
if anyone watching wants to follow me or whatever, again, I'm pmickey1988 on Instagram and at Paul Panhook on Vero, and you guys always know where to find me if you want to have a combo or whatever. So,
Just whatever
yeah.
you do, don't send him reels of Doom 2 or he will get mad.
Andy, you sent me the same variation of the same Dune joke 10 times in a row.
That's my
because
way of
Dune-
showing that I love you, that I care about your interest. That's my way of fixing love. And you were like, please.
You hadn't even
stop
seen the
it."
movie, and you kept sending me Dune. All right. Look, I'm gonna
Watch the movie first.
I
This
was
is
like- I
this is
was
this is
really
why
upset.
when I send him stuff, he laughs.
I was so heartbroken when he was like, telling me to stop sending me. Like he's like, stop sending me these. But I'm
I
like,
kept sending him reply gifs of Keenan from SNL going, "Stop it," and he continued. I don't know what else.
So
I
what you're
could have
saying
done.
is right now, Andy's the one who's kept you hostage.
Yes,
God.
yes.
So what we need to
Andy-
understand, Andy, no means no.
Oh, well, hey, let's not. Let's not. Let's not put
yeah, no,
Andy
but
in-
the thing was like, I was like, I thought we were in a real relationship. And that's my way
Oh
of showing
God!
love.
Oh
And
God!
on that
Thank
note,
you.
Paul's gotta
we got to
leave.
that point.
Paul's gonna leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna
That was
head
my
out.
way of showing
All right,
love.
all right,
Like,
Paul.
All right.
Good to see you. Always
to
see you
good
guys.
talking to you, man.
Bye,
Later,
Paul.
Have a
buddy.
great night,
Have a good
All
everybody.
right,
night.
man. Take it easy.
See you later, Rob.
Talk to
Take it
you
easy.
soon.
Talk to
Talk
you
to you
soon.
soon. But William, I know you got to go too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut this place down, and I will see you next time. Probably won't be available next couple weeks because we're doing the whole Game of Thrones thing. So I rearranged the schedule. So
Okay.
if I'm available on Friday
Oh,
night,
yeah,
so
that
we'll
is
do-
next week, isn't it?
Yes, House of the Dragon season
That's right.
2.
That's right.
Made
You
it
know what else is
odd.
next week?
Maybe
Boys
made
season-
it
Next
odd.
weekend.
Boys season 4.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Say it again. What's that? What's the other one?
Boys
Boys.
season
Season
4.
4.
Oh yeah,
Season
yeah. There's a
4.
whole bunch of stuff coming out.
Yeah, made it. Yeah, but for you watching House of Dragon, made it odds being your. That's Hunger Games. Never mind.
Bye, Dave.
William.
Catch you later. Bye.
Take it easy.
Fucking moron.
It's okay, Andy. It's fine. Hey, I was tweeting about Hunger
That's
Games
why his
yesterday.
camera's not on. He doesn't want to show himself. talking
Okay.
about all
No,
this
like,
stuff.
no, I'm eating and I'm like Axel. Actually know how to like
All right,
be
yeah, that's
respectful.
good. Yeah,
Thank
don't
you,
wanna
Andy.
be on
We
camera,
appreciate
I get it.
we appreciate your discretion.
I mean,
I
again,
wouldn't
you raise your hand, you turn yourself off when you're eating.
Eating.
Well, it's Pride Month. I got to be on my best behavior because
Phil,
for the rest of,
What
for
were
the
you
rest
trying
of
to say?
11 months.
I wouldn't have known about that new Hunger Games thing if it wasn't for you, Scott. So thank you. And then I looked
Same
into what
with
it was.
me. Scott sent it to me, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
Okay.
No,
right?
what got me? Okay, I know no one in the chat probably gives a shit about this, but I found this so intriguing. Due to circumstances, everyone's okay, but I was at the ER yesterday, and
okay.
What?
Heather had to go to the ER. If we're fine, we're
Okay,
fine.
she's okay.
Everything's fine.
Thank God.
But I'm sitting in the waiting room, which is why I have a lot of time to like diddle on my phone. And I
Right.
get the email from Barnes and Noble telling me pre-order the next Hunger Games novel. I'm like, oh, cool, a new book's coming out. And then as we're,
Man.
and then as we're in the, because no ER trip is ever expedient. 7
that
hours,
would
by
make
the way.
sense.
Yeah, 7 hours at the ER.
Oof. Yeah. Oof.
I'm on Facebook, and on the Hunger Games like movie page, there's a graphic for the film adaptation with a release date, and I just sit there going, "Well, fuck me." Like and Chris and I had this conversation, but I have never seen in my life on the same day. Here's the release date for the novel. And literally at the same time, oh, and here's the release date for the movie adaptation.
I don't think that's ever been done.
I
I've
don't
never
think so
seen
either.
that's historical. That's huge.
My only point to Scott was like, okay, that you had Kick-Ass doing it, but and like, did they announce it? We were in a different time then too, so announcements were not necessarily as prevalent as they are now.
Because my question to him was, but did they announce dates at the same time?
Yeah, which I don't think they did. But again, it was a different time. But I think this is definitely one of the first to do it.
Yeah.
And I'll bet you dollars to donuts Francis Lawrence is directing it.
It did say that he's in talks to return to direct it.
I'm not surprised. I'm not
You know,
surprised.
it wasn't a
Neither
bad
am I.
movie. It wasn't bad.
So wait. So is this going to take place like after the original Hunger Games movies? Or
Nope.
like-
No,
no,
it's
no,
the
no, no.
regular-
It's
the
dealing
regular
with-
one. Right.
Dealing with the
Technically, it's after Ballads of Songbird and Snakes.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
That's to be technical
because
about it.
Sunrise of the Reaping is going to be the second quarter quell, which is the 50th Hunger
Right.
Games.
Haymitch.
For your reference, the first Hunger Games movie is the 74th Hunger Games. My
Right.
understanding is that the second quarter quell, because I don't remember details by the way, but this is the one that Haymitch wins.
Yes.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be the bloodiest one because they increased the amount of contestants, as you were.
Right. And if you pay very specific attention to what Haymitch says to both PETA and Katniss, he said the way he wins is fucking brutal. Apparently, he wins with his guts hanging out of his stomach.
Yeah, well, that's why he is who he is when it
You're
comes
right.
to when
That's
he's
why he's the
introduced.
damaged man that he
Yeah.
is. I mean, it's funny to me is that I love Woody Harrelson in the films.
Oh, he's perfectly cast.
He's perfectly cast, but even he is toned down to the way Haymitch is in the book. Like,
Yeah,
he's more
and that-
fucked
and
up in the
that's-
book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why I felt he was a wasted character in the movies because I loved his portrayal in the book so much. I didn't need it exactly like it was, but I feel that they toned it down way too much, and his part was not as. I felt it was wasted.
That's fair.
It's so funny that you guys said oh yeah, Woody Harrelson wasn't wasted. I never think that Woody Harrelson is wasted. I just think sometimes he
Really?
he has weird wigs.
You didn't think he was wasted and Let There Be Carnage?
Oh yeah, he definitely was. No, I was like making the joke. I just love Woody Harrelson so much. Like when I
Yeah.
see him in a
No,
movie, I just always go cool. But yeah, when it came to Let There Be Carnage, and this is a good segue into we could start
Last
talking about
Dance.
that. Yeah, of course.
Right.
But I'm just saying, yeah, he was definitely wasted in that to a point. But I still go, hey, it's Woody Harrelson. I like that, but at the same time, it's like
He's playing a
anytime that
psychopath.
Woody Harrelson, yeah, it's like okay, we've seen that
Okay.
before, and he does a good job. But I'm just saying, Woody Harrelson always, anytime I see him, it's like Stanley Tucci. When I see him, I go, all right, Stanley
Who's in the
Tucci.
Hunger
I know
Games?
he's just one. Yeah, exactly. He's just like one of those guys where I go, yeah,
Oh.
he's gonna fucking play the role how he plays it, and it's gonna work. And maybe the movie's gonna suck, but not him.
Can I just share a funny Hunger Games memory that I think you all will appreciate because you guys mentioned that Stanley Tucci. So
Don't talk about Zegler. Anyways, what?
I didn't even.
I'm kidding. I'm
He's
kidding.
making a
I'm
joke,
kidding.
Andy. Roll with your story.
Okay.
Hey, I want to hear a
Okay.
good Stanley Tucci story.
Yes.
Okay, so me and one of my best friends, John, we and a bunch of us other guys, we were watching I think the second one in the theaters, but we were like obsessed with Stanley Tucci's character, with the way he laughed. So because the way he laughed is the kind of like it's supposed to be kind of like fake and phony, but so when he did it, we started doing it like in the theater, but because of how we laughed, the entire audience started laughing with us because we found it so hysterical. And they're like, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, are they actually finding this funny? Because I'm like, we're just faking his fake laugh. And that was the story.
That's cool.
And that was the story.
No, I can tell that
And
nobody
scene.
cared because nobody reacted. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stop talking.
No, I mean, when you have those interactions, I mean, yeah, there's always like
That
something
is
there.
mahogany.
That was a red one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Chris, I'm very curious here for a second. Sorry, I've had to cut off my camera because we've gone on for 3.5 hours, and my battery is done now. So,
Okay, no problem.
but so Chris, I'm a little surprised that Dave mentions the Venom The Last Dance trailer, and you hung your head. I'm very curious, Marvel Alliance co-host.
Okay, here we go.
I'm like, what drama? Let's hear the drama.
Yeah,
I want to
how
hear
are we
Chris's
feeling? How are
opinions
we
first.
feeling about this?
I've heard what he has to say.
Christopher.
I've accepted what these movies are. I'm not. I'll still like. I commented when Dave was going over it with Film Junkie Live. I accept for what these are. I'm still going to go see it. I have a lot more respect for the Venom character than Sony does. I'm glad
Makes
Tom
sense.
Hardy gets to do his movies the way they are. I will fully acknowledge that the general audience has enjoyed these movies. I think this is probably going to be the lowest performing one. Not because of what I'm seeing, but you've had again. Each of these movies have come out at different points.
Yeah.
And so first one was the highest one. It scratched an itch for the general audience. Second one comes out. We're still in COVID hybrid times, so it proceeds a little lower. Now we're also in a different time. It's like, do I really want to see this movie? Nah, I'll wait.
Okay.
That I think it's going to be the lowest performing. I'm not ready to put a number on it, but I think it will be the lowest performing.
There could be a chance for that. I mean, like when it came to the trailer, I was like, especially when it starts off, and I'm like, all right. I mean, this is what's so weird about the Venom franchise is like I love Tom Hardy as an actor because what I love about him is like anytime that he takes on a role, he really goes balls deep into it where it's like, all right, I'm going to walk different. I'm going to do a different voice. He just really falls into like, how is his character going to be, what's his voice? And when he fell into the Eddie Brock thing, it was like, all right, with the first one, it was like, all right, it was cool. But I mean, still like when you watch the movie, you go, yeah, there was some fuckery that happened. I mean, there's more like, I remember seeing all the behind the scenes stuff, and there was way more of him like doing the Venom and him talking and moving around and all that stuff. I'm like, but then at the same time, I was like, would that have worked if they had more of that? I don't know. But
I like the action sequences have been good throughout the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not perfect, but I've enjoyed I think that's what they've done really good is the, being the symbiote using Eddie as a weapon.
Yeah. I think the highlight of the first movie Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
no,
but like
go ahead. Go for it.
the highlight of the first movie for me is that mass copy, and then Venom just goes to town on all those fucking cops and shit. Like that was great.
That was a great scene.
When he holds his hands up and he goes like, "Oh fuck," and he's just like, and then all of a sudden Venom just like takes over him when he has his hands up. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, so freaking awesome. And then when it came to Let There Be Carnage, it was like, oh, we got Carnage, but I thought that was very much wasted. But I still like the interaction between Eddie and and the symbiote. It's just like that's always been the core of the franchise, is that. And I'm like, all right, cool. And they're just really leaning heavily on that. And yeah, Carnage, it was wasted, especially when you have Woody Harrelson, and it just felt like it was wasted. And now we have the third one. And it's like, all right, let's see what happens with this. And like when I watched the trailer, I went, yeah, it just seems like, okay, so we have a little bit of the multiverse stuff that happened with No Way Home. And we're seeing some of that, and we're still going to get the Tom Hardy-ness that we've gotten. And I'm like, all right, all for that. And I'm all for like some of this Venom action, but and it's just like, all right, just go out with a bang. Just do whatever the fuck you want. You want to turn Venom into a horse? Fine.
Actually, that's in the comics. I've seen the panel.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
That is in the comics. Okay.
Oh,
It's
my
fun. It was a cool
goodness,
sequence.
The people who were bitching about it on Twitter going like, what are they doing? They're like, why did I stick into the comics? They were this entire time.
To me, I'm just like, that's kind of funny because I love his line, what he has to say. And after watching it a couple times, I was like, he's all, how can you make that horse run as fast as you can without killing it? He's all, I don't know. Find out. And it's like, all right, there's an element of that in there, and then I'm just kind of wondering like how we're like, what's, I don't know. There's just a lot of things where I'm kind of going like, all right, is Michelle Williams in this? I mean,
I don't think she's out.
Right?
I think she's out. Yeah.
Yeah, she's totally out.
Completely. Juno Temple's going to be kind of the new thing.
Love interest kind of thing almost.
Not
I'm going to kind of
Jen,
echo.
Yeah,
I'm going to kind of echo what Chris and Brent talked about on Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Like the one thing, especially what Brent said, the name of this movie is what really kind of like brings it down a little bit. Like The Last Dance, I'm not really a fan of it because Lethal Protector was right there.
It was.
It was right there. It would have been
the comic book reference, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
I do like that they're really tapping into a lot of the other symbiotes. Yeah, symbiotes. That's where we go. Said a couple different ways.
Yeah, you see that, like like they have like different versions of that.
That kind of reminds me of the
they're picking
Planet
up
of the
without
Symbiotes crossover from the 90s.
Yep.
Where
when
the symbiotes come to Earth. Yeah.
Yep. That's what I'm looking forward to mostly. And even to like Dave's point about the voice, there's one piece in Let There Be Carnage that always kind of sticks to me, and it's Tom Hardy's delivery of "I have a parasite up my ass." It's so just okay. Like you just like to Chris's point, you just kind of accept it that this is the movie Venom. Is it better than Topher Grace's Venom? Yeah, probably. But that bar
probably.
It is. I'm going to tell you right now, it is.
The bar's not high though, right? The bar isn't all that much high, but even still, like I think on the whole though, like the visual look of Venom throughout these movies has been consistent and good, if not outright great. Minus missing the white spider on the top, but hey,
they prove that whether to varying degrees, did you really need Spider-Man in this movie, in this series? It would have been nice, but they've proven that they could do it without it, and I applaud them for trying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, you got a trilogy out of it. I mean, my God. I mean, who knew that Venom, that Venom without a Spider-Man got a trilogy? And I mean, when it comes to the Sonyverse, it's like, who knows what the fuck is happening? And it's so funny because it's like, I mean, when you watch No Way Home and you hear Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man going like, I want to fight an alien. It's like, it's like, how perfect would it be? Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, it's right there. It's right there. Like how, well, like, I mean, it has people, I mean, maybe we don't know. And people behind the scenes were like, we got to make this happen. And it just didn't happen. That could be a possibility. Sure. But I'm just kind of going like, it's right there. You have Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, who literally said this in one of the
No Way
biggest
Home.
movies
Yeah.
ever made, No Way Home, when you have 3 Spider-Men and you have the other 2 going like, oh yeah, I fought an alien, because they both have fought aliens. And it's like, so Sony, you have Tom Hardy, who is like a renowned actor. Like people like look at Tom Hardy and go, oh my God, that's fucking Tom Hardy, who's playing this character who is like just goofy, and that's and it's worked for your advantage. So it's like, can you create something where you can have like a Spider-Man involved? And even like there was like an interview where like Tom Hardy was like, yeah, there's a Spider-Man somewhere, and it's like, where's the Spider-Man?
Yep,
It's like,
there we go. Sony,
that-
Sony
yeah,
people
that
saying
quote-
Sony things, and
Yeah.
really everyone's go, what are you talking
interesting
about?
enough, that quote got edited right afterwards. I wonder if like
Yeah.
he said something.
It did. It did get edited because like live, I looked and I was like, wait, that fucking quote got removed, didn't it?
Yep.
I was like,
Kevin
I was,
Feige
like,
was in the
literally
room
live.
like, what did you just say?
Oh yeah, like he
You and
like
Amy
walked,
Pascal both. Be quiet.
dude. He burst into the room, pulled out a revolver, and held it to Amy Pascal's head. Like, what? He like, was like, what the fuck? You said there's a Spider-Man here. We agreed. There's no Spider-Man, and it was like, or it's he's a baby. He's in fucking what's her
No.
name? Fucking stomach.
He was like,
and Madam Web.
no. He was like, no, your Spider-Man is animated.
Dude, it was just like one of those things where it's like, what the fuck? It was like, but at the same time, it's like, damn. I'm like, I don't know how many times I kept seeing like a split thing where you saw Tom Hardy's Eddie Brock in a store, and you saw Andrew Garfield in that store when he was like, in I think there was the first Amazing Spider-Man, and it fit so well, and it was like, and it looked like they were looking at each other, and I was like, fuck, man,
Well,
how
then we
great
also
would
have
that be?
the
How
Lizard
great would
House.
that have been?
We have
Sony's
Ri-
very
Ri-
good
Ri-
about lying in trailers. They're very good at it.
Yes,
I
they
know.
are. Yes,
Oh.
they are.
But then also the fact that Rise Ifans, who played Lizard in The Amazing Spider-Man, he is back for this movie for some reason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's like-
and
he's
Baron
like a
Mordo's in it
hippie.
too.
it's like, what is happening in this movie? So that I'm intrigued by the multiverse stuff, but I'm like, is it going to even like amount to anything?
Ejiofor has
Like,
nothing to do with the multiverse. He's going to play a different
Yeah.
character. People are
Right.
kind of reaching on that one.
Yeah, and there has been some talk about like the scene where Ejiofor like stops the symbiote in the bar. That the bar looks a little different. Like
Yeah.
I'm curious whether is it like what talking about Sony lying in trailers. Is it even supposed to be the bar in the MCU? Like, because how would they have traveled the multiverse to get to 616? To
They're gonna- but how many different times in the comics has Venom just spawned another spawn? He could have easily just left the bar.
exactly.
My,
because
my,
that's-
my theory went that last night was that, okay, the reason we got the bartender on the other side, he's looking disheveled. Probably he did have a little roundabout with the spawned symbiote, and that's why he looks so screwed up, because it didn't work too well.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't
good
know.
guess.
I watched. I'm gonna be honest. I watched the trailer and I wasn't harsh on it. I'm gonna go see this movie. Like it's just.
Me too.
I mean, I really enjoyed the first Venom movie. I saw it twice in theaters. I did not care for Let There Be Carnage. I was extremely disappointed in that one.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, really, I just need it to be better than Let There Be Carnage. Like
I think it's definitely going to be better than Madam Web. I'll put my money on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
that's
don't.
smart.
Yeah, the bar is definitely not high when it comes to that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
not at all.
I enjoyed.
Maybe
Tom
Dakota
Hardy.
Fanning has a fucking cameo in this.
You mean
Venom
Dakota
movie.
Johnson?
Yeah, that's right.
She's
I
gonna
don't
be
know why
staring out a
that
window
always happens.
weirdly.
Yeah. Damn it! Sorry, Dakota Johnson. Dakota Johnson. Yeah.
Nah,
She's
already
That always,
right
talking
that's
to you.
happened to me more than once. When I say Dakota, I just immediately go to.
It's okay,
Fanning.
Jay. We still love you though.
And Dave, and this is my reminder
Well,
that you need to go
Who's-
watch
Dakota
Ripley.
Fanning
on
is the better
Netflix.
actress. What? Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. And Dave, to your point, that's why you need to go watch Ripley on Netflix.
Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely need to do that. I know you told me about that. So
Yeah, and Chris has got it on his list. He's
It's
a
coming
good
up.
buddy.
I've got the season finale of
Oh,
Fallout
yeah.
to watch this weekend, and I'm moving on to Ripley.
you know what? RJ just brought up in the chat that speaking of Fanning, not the Dakota Fanning, but Ellie Fanning is going to be in the new Predator
Predator movie.
Love it.
Yes.
Sign me up.
Badlands.
I'm there.
Dude.
I'm there.
how good Prey was, I'm
Oh,
like, all
Prey
right,
was so
Absolutely.
good. And I still need to watch. It's exclusive to the 4K disc, but the 4K disc is the version we heard about where the entire movie is in the native language.
oh, that's pretty cool.
That's good. I mean, that's how I watched it on Hulu.
I didn't see the option to watch it that way in Hulu. I just saw it because do they film it to where the lips are speaking, or like is it weird like dubbing to put it in the original language?
I didn't think it. I thought it was just done naturally in the sense of how they filmed it. They filmed it in the language.
Well, see, when I watched it, no, their lips were moving in English.
Maybe they did 2 takes.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah.
I think they did. I
Like,
thought I heard they did.
That's
2
actually
takes.
pretty smart to do something like that. If you're gonna watch something that has a different language, do something in English, and then
Yep. Here we go. RJ saying it.
What do you say?
Double
He's
takes.
saying they
They
filmed
film
Prey in both English and in the
see?
language.
There you go.
See,
Yeah.
that's
There you
good.
Yeah.
That's good.
See,
That's what I'm
that's
saying. I
the
said I
way
didn't
to
think
do
that
it.
they did it because it looked natural to me.
I know, because I was like looking at Chris's face. He was like, "Huh?" You know, it's
Well,
like
but my
I
point
watched.
was that
I
when
watched it in English too.
No, he didn't. Scott didn't see it though. Scott didn't see it that take.
Wait a minute.
Right,
You mean they made the same movie twice with different intentions for both versions? What a shock!
Yeah, Zack Snyder was the blueprint. Anyways,
but
Oh,
my
God, here
point
we
was
go.
is that I never, when I watched it on Hulu, I didn't see the option to watch the native language version. I wanted to, like, that was the way I wanted to watch the movie, and I don't know why I couldn't find that.
revisit it. You probably can find it somewhere.
I don't
Yeah.
think.
Well, no,
they
I
made
have
it
the
as,
4K
I don't think
I
they
have
made
the
it as
4K.
overt, Scott. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much about it because I think there was someone who had said, "Here's how you watch it. You have to go here, here, and here." So I don't think
Well,
they-
I think it was kind of like how I discovered with Shogun. You know, I never watched Shogun with the dubbing. Like, I read the subtitles the entire time.
Oh yeah,
But
I'm with you.
I figured out with Shogun how you could watch it in, you know, dubbed English. And that was probably how Prey was. But like you said, you had to like drop down and then scroll across and, you know, all those shenanigans.
Scott, I'm gonna disappoint you right now.
Okay.
Oh no.
Ooh, last weekend I watched Godzilla -1 with the dub.
Dubs.
Okay, Scott.
You.
Scott, and I said this on Film Turkey Live, and I want to bring this to a point. All right, Scott. And anybody else who's gonna like,
you have a good
like-
reason. I accept your.
I
reason.
haven't heard the
Oh,
reason.
yeah,
I wanna hear the
because
reason.
Chris heard it. Chris knows.
I heard.
So
it.
why?
Okay, because the reason why I did, because it was like, all right, I'm gonna put it on there, and I know, I see some people in the chat. Okay, but when I got introduced to Godzilla, guess what? How I got introduced to Godzilla with dub voices.
Dub.
So I wanted to see what it was like.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. Right.
okay.
It's a
We're
good
good.
reason.
We're good. I feel like Scott was a raptor and I'm fucking Chris Pratt and I'm doing this.
Honestly, I visualized the monkey coming out of Chris Griffin's closet. That's what I visualized after you said that.
But that was the reason why I was like, it was Saturday. I was winding down. I was doing some
You had a
editing.
long
I'm
day.
like, all right, it's like I was like, I'm gonna sit on the couch and I'm gonna just kind of fucking. And I was like, you know what? I want to see what the dub version's like, and I put it on, and yeah, I was like,
For
okay,
science and for the people.
This reminds me of when I got introduced to Godzilla because of the bad dubbing. Yeah, it's not that great because the first time I watched it, I went to the LA premiere and watched it, and it's and I want to watch it in the black and white version.
Yeah, the minus
fully,
color.
like,
yeah,
It's coming.
fully no dub and fully because it's so just and I get it. I know it's like, and it's you get the full emotion of the actor. I mean, that's what it is. And when I watched it in the dub version, it's like, yeah, you don't fully get that. Yeah, the actors who do the English, voiceovers try to do a good job, but it just still misses. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see when I watched
I get it. However, as far as business goes, I will give a golf clap to Toho that unlike other times when people sell movies and there's a color and a black and white version and you buy one and the other one's like in a special feature, no, you have to make two separate purchases. You purchase the color version and then you purchase minus color.
Yeah, one of
You
my
do
friends
not
guys
get-
was a little upset about that.
I'm not happy about it, especially since it's not a Movies Anywhere movie. So if I want to have it on different platforms, I'd have to buy it in multiple times. But I'll give Toe credit for going, okay, that's a money making move right
Mhm.
there. Don't wrap up two versions in one. Okay. But I hear what you're saying, because the one time I will give praise to a dub version of a film, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
You want to know
Yeah.
why?
Why?
Because the
they-
original
yeah.
actors did the dubbing.
Yes. Okay.
Because they can speak English.
Okay. So when I watch a Jackie Chan film, guess what? I watch it with dubbed, obviously, but Jackie Chan does his own dubbing all the time. When you watch like Rumble in the Bronx or Super Cop or fucking First Strike and all those movies, he's the one that's doing the dubbing. So I'm like, all right. It's like I get it, like, but it's so funny because like those movies like have like partial English and not. I mean, if you go back to like Police Story and some of the earlier Jackie Chan stuff, that's fully dubbed, and there's even like it's not even his voice, but it got to a point where he was doing the voice, and so I do respect when, yeah, like you said, I think I watched Crouching Tiger the first time. Also, I didn't watch it in the movie theater, but
See, I watched the movie theaters in Mandarin.
yeah,
But when I watched it at home on DVD,
you
and I
watched
saw
the dub. Yeah.
I watched the dub,
did I.
and I was like, "Oh, this is cool! It is those. It's Michelle Yeoh, and it's all of them. Like, oh yeah, they can speak English, so
Yeah.
they're doing their own dubbing, and I had never seen a dub seem so seamless before."
Because you know what the voice sounds like. Yeah, it just helps to it. That's why I like it when Jackie Chan does his own stuff too. And I'm like, yeah, when I watch those old movies, I can watch in the dub. But yeah, but yeah, like when I first watched Godzilla -1, I watched it full on subtitles and everything, and then I was just like, you know what? I want to watch it with the dub and see what it's like, because it's gonna like give me that old school feel of, that, and that's why I did that. So that's why I was like, I led you, down that path. But I explained myself.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think dubs are as bad as people make them out to be.
Phil, what I'll
Depends.
say is that I don't think dubs objectively are a bad thing.
No.
I think it's a case by case basis based on
Yeah, that's fair.
the dub itself, because sometimes dubs are okay, and then sometimes dubs are so god awful. Like I've said this story before. I think Dave, we talked about this, like Squid Game.
Yeah.
I wanted to watch it in the Korean because I would rather read the subtitles.
Mm-hmm.
My wife wanted to do it in dub because at first she didn't want to read the subtitles the entire time. I don't think we made it 5 minutes into that first episode of Squid Game that even my wife went, "No, turn to the Korean."
Well, you say that, and it just reminds me of that the Wayne's World 2.
Oh, dude, that was so good.
They do the dubbing, and it's just making fun of it. Like sometimes it's really good, and sometimes really bad. But to your point, dubbing is how people get an entry point to these films. So there's nothing wrong with if you prefer the dubbing necessarily. It's your entry point. It's how you see the movie. Not gonna we make fun of each other just because, in this case, just because it's us.
It's us, and we're friends, and we know each other. It's like I love Pud 333 was had a tweet about like, watch Godzilla -1, coworker. Do I have to read the entire time? And then he just has like the person laying on the couch, like, what the fuck?
That's the thing. It's like if you want to get really engaged into it, watch it without the dub and read and just fucking get into the fucking movie.
But
Like when it comes to Shogun, Shogun, you have the option. But I was like, I want to get into this series, and I didn't choose that option. It's like, all right, and I like how they utilize. I mean, there's like scenes where you have what's his name, the main dude, Blackthorn. I always forget his fucking name. And when he was talking, and then they do like this thing where it's like they go back and forth, and it's like, oh yeah, they're talking, but there's no translation happening. But it's just like, but you see the subtitles, so it works. So they just skip on the subtitle, and I was like, that's a unique way to show it. I was like, that's pretty cool. Obviously, you can't use it all the time, and you have to utilize where it's like, yeah, there has to be a translator in the middle.
Which is also fun because you deal with like how the translator chooses to translate.
Yep.
That's what I love about it.
What
Because
they're saying.
when you hear what he actually says and then what she actually translates to her father, and you go, oh yeah, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. So.
We pick up things you have left out, and we understand why.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also sometimes she's filtering, going because he's a little bit of like, he's like angry and saying some shit, and she kind of filters it to like, hey,
he's not a fan of the Catholics.
Yeah. He's kind of saying this, so she kind of filters it because he can get pretty angry about certain things, and it's like, so she'll filter it to her father to be like, hey, so he's just saying this right here, and it is pretty cool, especially like as the story goes along and he starts learning more of the language and learning more of the culture. It is really, that's what I think I like the most about Shogun, is like the fact that he's like, he was like this fucking pirate, long hair and had a crew, and he was just like this dude, and now he's like fish out of the water pretty much the whole time, and then learning the culture, and then if you watch the series, he finally, he does
goes native.
He goes very native, and then he gets in touch with that crew a little bit.
Oh, that
and then
scene
it's like,
with that crewmate. Oh,
and
dude.
he's like all fucking drunk and shit like that, and he's wearing like the what do they call it, a gi, or they call it like whatever he's wearing, and they even say that they established that before, that it's like you're gonna wear that before you see them, because it's like they know it's like they're not gonna accept you wearing this kind of like wardrobe. You're wearing the wardrobe of this culture, and you're gonna go see your old dudes who, just are like pirates, just regular pirates. You're going to wear this. And it's just like, it's like a whole thing. Oh man, that's what I love about Shogun. It's like that's what's so good about that series. It's just little things like that where I was like, oh shit, like how is that going to play out? And it doesn't play out that well.
No,
it really doesn't.
No.
Never does.
I can't believe that
has
show.
To have a happy ending.
Well, that show's getting a continuation. That's what's really shocking.
Scott and I were talking about that. Scott and I were talking about that because it's like, because it's based on a book, so now you're doing a continuation outside of the book.
And I'm not about people changing their minds, but they were so emphatic as they were promoting this that we're doing one season, and then again, people can change their minds. I get.
No, it wasn't they who changed their minds. It was the studio it was FX going. Because
they have money and they saw people liked it a lot.
Yes, exactly. And they also wanted to possibly submit it to the Emmys under the ongoing drama category versus the limited series category.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I saw, when Dave and I talked about this and he asked me what I thought, and I was just like, I don't like this. Like, I love the show. I dug the show so much. And then they were like, oh, we're thinking about making more. And I'm like,
that's when you start going, I don't know.
I got everything I needed. I mean, will I give it a chance? Yeah. Sure, but they ended it really well.
Like, they ended
that's how the book. I mean, you have a book.
The book ends.
And that's the thing. It's like you have a book that just wraps it up, and it's just like, and so now it's like, and I remember that too. We're like, like there was always like the news of like, it doesn't look like there's going to be more Shogun. And everybody's like, it doesn't have to be a fucking thing. It just could be this thing. And that's it. But now all of a sudden we're getting 2 more seasons possibly. And I'm like, all right, you better have some fucking good writers that are just going to really do something with this fucking story, because I don't know.
Because now you're going into fan fiction territory.
Yes.
Yeah. And there is such thing as diminishing returns.
No, that's the bad part.
Has a very strong possibility.
Yeah.
So more is not always better.
Yeah.
So I'm just I will, if it comes out, if it happens, because the creators are even like, we still may or may not. Like, it's not a deal. It's like the studio, the channel wants them to do 2 more seasons.
Yeah.
The people who made the show are not like on board yet.
Yeah.
With the idea.
Yeah, we'll see how much money they throw at them, see how much they're on board.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole thing.
By the way, want to take this opportunity while we're talking about TV, talk about some great Apple TV Plus shows I've been watching.
I gotta watch it. Scott. I'm so. You're talking about Dark Matter or Dark whatever.
Yeah, Dark Matter. I've only watched the first 2 episodes of Dark Matter, so I'm behind on Dark Matter. But KC was in. We have basically a little Apple TV chat where we mainly talk about Severance and Silo.
Oh yeah.
But KC was like, has anyone watched Sugar yet? And I was like, binged the whole thing in 2 days last week.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Watch Colin
Scott
Farrell
and I talked about
Sugar.
this. Yeah, Scott and I talked about this on DC Fanimated behind the scenes. It was kind of funny because when it comes to Sugar, I thought it didn't take place in present day, but then I saw a clip where it was like Colin Farrell talking to his doctor, and he was like referring to The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, and he was just talking about it. And I was like, oh my God, I need to watch this movie because there's a character in this where he's just like randomly just talking about one of my all-time favorite movies. And that's like one of his like talking about like a great science fiction movie. And I was like, I thought this series took place like, because it feels very noir. And I was like, I thought this took place in like the fucking 50s or something like that. No, this is present day, but it has.
But he has a 50s aesthetic to him, and it's so good.
I think that's
it's one of those shows because
because
it's a mystery, it's a neo-noir. You want to go in knowing nothing. Like go in as cold as you can. And just it's 8 episodes. Like I said, I literally watched 4 one day, 4 another, blew through it. I just, next episode, yes. Thank you. And it was so good. Colin Farrell is so good.
I
remember seeing a trailer, but I don't remember enough of it that I feel like I'm basically going in cold. So
good. Yeah.
No, apparently going in cold. But it's so funny because like Colin Farrell's been like he's been one of those actors where it's same thing with Tom Hardy where it's like if I see he's in it, I just go, all right, I'm going to check this out. Like, no matter what, because even though because I don't know, maybe they fit like a similar mold. It was like, they just kind of came out of nowhere. And then they it's like they could play the hunky type character. It's like, oh yeah, it could be like, because,
Colin Farrell did that. He did the Recruit. And
dude, Recruit was great. You got Al Pacino. You're agile. Look at you. You're agile. It's like that movie was fucking great. That was my terrible.
I'll tell you what. I think Phone Booth is just on a different level than that one.
Dude, thank you for bringing that up because I think Scott and I even talked about that too. It's like that movie. I mean, that was before Colin Farrell was Colin Farrell. I mean, I got introduced to Colin Farrell was Minority Report. And it was kind of funny.
He was a Minority Report.
Yeah, he was like the fucking guy that was investigating, Tom Cruise. And and it was so funny because it was like, wait, how old is this guy? Like, he's acting very much like he's same age as Tom Cruise, but
my introduction was Tigerland. That
Tigerland. I've
never seen that.
I haven't seen that either, but I saw like that. I was like, all right, who's this fucking dude?
Tigerland's what got people. I think he's the next up and comer, and that's what got him on the scene with people seeing Tigerland.
So he gets a Minority Report, and then all of a sudden he starts like branching off on himself. And then, like I said, the Recruit was one of them. It's like, the fact that he was in a movie, a fucking crazy like espionage, FBI, CIA type movie with fucking Al Pacino. It's like, holy shit! And then all of a sudden he gets SWAT. SWAT was also great too, which was like obviously supposed to be like a remake of the show. You got Sam Jackson. I love SWAT. I think that's a great fucking.
I accept SWAT for what it is. It's just a fun popcorn movie,
dude. Yeah, it's not anything too serious. Like you just know what you're in store for, and anytime if I see that's on, it's just like one of the. It's almost like a Michael Bay movie for me. It's like, oh yeah, this is just like a movie where it's like this happens, this happens, this happens. It's got some
I
action.
love
it's cool.
the recruitment of the team in SWAT. That's funny.
So great. So great. When Sam Jackson just like sees something in Colin Farrell's character, and then he's like, all right, you're going to drive me around to recruit. And then at the very end, he goes, well, I got one more slot. Is this you? And it's like that dramatic, like, oh yeah. It's like, yeah, I'm your last guy kind of thing. Yeah. There's something about, yeah. And I don't know, that movie just it's just a, I don't even say it's a guilty pleasure. It's just a pleasure. It's like, it's one of those like, oh yeah, this is a good movie. It's just a good.
Oh, by the
fucking
way,
fun
I just read something
movie.
really interesting. So this is just cool. This is just cool movie trivia for anyone who didn't know. The role that Colin Farrell played in Minority Report was originally supposed to be Matt Damon.
Oh wow.
Okay, so I'm reading this. Okay, Matt Damon was originally offered the Minority Report, turning it down to appear in Ocean's 11. Farrell said he
that worked out for everybody.
That worked out for
that worked out
for everybody. Farrell said he had, quote, no problem being the producer's fallback after Damon declined.
Instead of the
and say Farrell was signed to the role in December 2001, although he was considered. Colin Farrell was considered for Matt Murdock in the Daredevil movie before Ben Affleck signed.
Dude, he was also considered for Batman when they were wanting to do a Batman and Superman movie back in the early 2000s.
Now we say this worked out for all parties, but we always remember, and Matt Damon says the stupidest decision he's ever made money wise was turning down Avatar.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was big time bad, but it worked out. But that's so funny because when you hear these kind of stories, it's like, what was it, Wolfgang
Peterson.
They were trying to make a Batman and Superman movie, and it was Jude Law and Colin Farrell as Superman and Batman, and I was like, God damn, what would that have been like?
You know, I'm like, Colin Farrell. I Am Legend. You got the I Am Legend little preview image.
Yeah,
yeah, you did. Yeah,
it was all there. But I mean, like, it was just funny because I don't see Jude Law as Superman so much, but I can see Colin Farrell as Batman. I can see that. I really can see that. I mean, he just has a certain, just the way that he is. I could see crazy. That a little bit. And one of his most underrated roles that Colin Farrell ever did was Miami Vice. I don't care what anybody says. That movie is fucking great.
I love own that Vice. Digitally, and I still need.
Dude, you need to watch it. Watch it.
It's Michael Mann. I mean, it's Michael Mann. I need to get. I mean, for that alone, I need to give it a shot.
It is so Michael Mann. Well, because Michael Mann has that style of like, did you just like film this on like a standard DV camera? Like, what is going on here?
Well, man, you watch those movies like Heat. And Michael Mann and Collateral, they all
Dude, watch Miami Vice. It is a
have you watched his unrated cut?
So underrated. Yeah. What?
Have you watched his unrated? Because that's what I got. I got like the unrated cut of
I probably have. I don't know. I just know that I just really dug the movie, and I was like, he took this seriously. Like obviously when it comes to Miami Vice, you could just go, hey, let's just do a fucking Starsky and Hutch like with Ben Stiller.
Oh, I hated that movie.
I didn't. I actually really liked it. But I just was like, I get what they're, they made a parody. But they could have did that with Miami Vice, but Michael Mann was like, no, let's make it fucking
take Miami Vice seriously. Crockett and Tubbs. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's roll up the sleeves, but he took it seriously, and you watch it and you go, holy fuck. Like, this is a fucking good goddamn movie.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. Random tangent. Had a thought going down. So we're talking about taking like 80 shows and taking them, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
I just had an idea. I need you guys to help me with a director.
Okay.
A Knight Rider movie.
Ooh.
Michael Bay.
Taking it seriously.
Hold on.
Talking car. Okay.
I was kidding. Not Michael Bay.
Well, it would work.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be taken seriously.
I'm going to be honest. Maybe Lee Wannell.
Ooh.
That's not bad.
Damn, Phil, you actually fucking did a good. Yeah, you did
Yeah.
a good job with both of those. I would like. I could,
know,
I could
right?
accept- I could,
try.
I could accept a Michael Bay and
Now,
a Lee
who would we
Hall.
get the voice of
Kit.
Kit?
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay.
Oh, you got
okay.
it. I think Dave's onto something.
Wait. We need somebody who does not. It's not. He's gotta have a little bit of an accent, right?
Right,
So
well,
not
well,
John
he's-
Malkovich.
No,
He's got
he's
someone
gonna
that
be
sounds-
Herbie. He's gonna be Herbie in Fantastic
You just
Four.
had to put it out there.
Of course I did.
Yeah. Well, he's got to be sophisticated because William Daniels he's not English because he was Mr. Feeney, but he still sounded
I like that.
dry and serious.
He did.
But I'm wondering if you go like a stone cold serious, do you make Kit more like
Oh, how about Fassbender?
I like that.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Mhm.
That's pretty
Fassbender's good. Good choice.
That's a good because his narration in The Killer was really good.
Yes.
So like,
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Tick,
so
tick. Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
man.
I
Yeah.
like that.
Now I can't get that out of my head. I'm like, yeah, Fassbender's pretty
yeah.
good.
Okay, so who's gonna
Inception
be
has been
Michael?
placed.
So who's gonna be Michael?
That's
That
That has to be a new up and comer. Like that has to be an unknown. You would
Glenn
think.
Powell.
Stop it. I still need to watch. I still need to watch Hitman. Especially, I didn't know it was
this weekend.
I
Yeah.
didn't know it was a Linklater movie. Like
Yeah.
that just blew my mind. Like
Yeah,
this
Has
is-
anyone
heard-
watched it? I
I've
know
heard
you
good
just said
things.
you haven't watched it. Has anyone watched it here?
I have.
I
not
haven't
seen
watched
it.
it.
Okay.
It just premiered today, right?
yes, just
Yeah,
today.
I'm gonna watch it this weekend because when I saw the trailer, I went, you know what? All right,
But it's so
I'm digging
weird
this.
to think that Linklater made this because, like,
Yes.
That's not a Linklater movie.
it's not a Linklater movie. So,
Yeah.
so I'm curious, like, is Linklater doing something more commercial, or is it more Linklater than we know, and the trailers are just not showing us the Linklaterness of it?
Well, we'll find out this weekend.
Yes, we will.
Yes, we will.
But
Ooh,
but
God
you
damn.
yeah, but do you guys
All
think
right.
Michael would need to be a star, or would Michael need to be an unknown and let Fassbender as the voice of Kit kind of be like the?
I wouldn't say a
that's
complete
the
unknown,
thing.
but I'd say an up and comer that's starting to get known.
Okay, I agree.
All,
agree.
all of a sudden, I thought, what if Patrick Stewart was voicing Kit? And I was like, just having that voice, would that be too much?
No,
Is that
because
too
no,
much?
that takes me out of it
Too
because of how iconic his like.
Is that
his
too much?
character-
Right?
That's
Yeah.
too
It is
much.
too
That's too
much.
much.
It is too much. Okay. I even thought I was like, wow, that would be kind of cool.
That's
But
like
yeah, it's a little too much.
Travis talks about it a lot when you come to Star Wars cameos at that point, like putting certain
Okay.
people in cameos, it takes you out of it, and he's not wrong in some of the where he's pointing that out too.
I don't know. For some reason, I was just like, can you imagine Patrick Stewart like talking to you through the car?
God.
Quite
Okay,
possibly.
so then my next question. Okay, I'm going deep into. I'm sorry, guys. Like this is cool.
No,
this is
go
fun.
for it.
It's fun.
I love
Okay,
this. I love this.
Okay, what's the car?
Okay, so should it still be the same car? What is the car? It's
The car was a 1982 Pontiac Grand Prix Trans Am.
does not exist anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't
Pontiac
exist
doesn't even
anymore.
exist.
Right, Pontiac doesn't exist anymore, so it can't be a Trans Am.
You got to go. I don't know. I don't know what you go with yet, but you've got to go with something like.
I feel
that,
like-
that's a car.
You got to do something that's not quite set in the 2020s. I would probably lean something toward like late 90s, early 2000s for the car. You have to do a little something a little vintage.
Okay, that's
It's going to be a
Phil,
Tesla and
Yeah.
Elon Musk is the
Okay,
voice.
Phil,
All right.
that was a question I
No
had
Cybertruck.
because
Okay, gotcha. No Cybertruck.
No Cybertruck, not at all.
because when they did the show, it was it was literally like a modified modern Trans Am. Like that was a
Right.
car of the time. So you're thinking don't go like Bay Transformers where we're getting the Transformers turning into like cars that are coming out right now. You're saying go vintage with it.
A little bit like
Yeah.
vintage in the
Yeah.
sense of like 20 years ago vintage, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to make it a car advertisement for the company.
Right. Like my older cousin, who's 10 years older than me, she had a Pontiac GT, but it was like a 2003 GT. And it, car ripped pretty hard. But do you do another Pontiac GT? I don't know. Maybe. But I kind of lean towards like I honestly don't know. Like I know cars, but I don't know cars that well. But I would probably lean. You definitely got to do some kind of like speedy muscle car. Definitely,
because they tried to do a remake TV show in the mid 2000s that wasn't that successful, and they used a Mustang in that show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you can't.
Mustang's just too Mustang's too cliche though.
It's too easy. Way too easy.
You have to go like maybe like a Dodge Magnum, maybe. I don't know. Remember the Dodge Magnums?
I don't actually. I'm going to look this up because
look at the Dodge. If I'm remember it correctly, the Dodge Magnum, something like it's got to be muscle car esque, right?
Well, I mean, but the Trans Am wasn't a muscle car. It was it was a coupe. You know, it was sporty.
And the only reason I say muscle is just because of what we're trying to go for with the movie.
Okay. So what are you thinking? Pitch it to me. You're in the room. You're in the room, Chris. What are you trying to go
there
with
yet. I'm just saying, like, we're trying to go like Miami Vice kind of style, Michael Mann and Miami Vice.
No, you can't do Michael Mann Miami Vice because that's taking it. I mean, if you watch Miami Vice, Michael Mann, it's so serious, it's so grounded. You can't. There's nothing. I mean, when it comes to something like this, it has to be like something electric. You know, that's the thing. It's like it has to be, especially with all the conversations about AI. That's how they would capitalize on it. It's like, this is the fucking car with AI.
Yeah, I like
that. But it's like, what's the shell? What's
We're gonna get canceled? But I like it.
So I googled 2000s muscle cars. The latest I would be willing to go would be a 2008 Dodge Challenger, but my ideal choice.
Challenger, that's a good one. Yeah,
my ideal choice.
What I was actually thinking about, not the Magnum. I was thinking of that Challenger. Yeah.
I'm kind of leaning towards a 2002 Chevy Camaro, though.
Ooh, okay. Let me look this up. Okay.
Yeah, Camaro. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I looked up Dodge Magnum, I was like, that's not what I was kind of thinking. But I think I was more thinking about the Dodge Challenger because that's.
Ooh, okay, Phil. I like where your head's at with this 02 Camaro.
Yep, that's where I'm at with that.
Yeah, the Dodge Challenger. I don't know. There you go, the black one.
Because it has a body style that reminds me of like it has a Pontiac looking. Because didn't Chevy buy Pontiac? I think.
I don't know how that all happened. I think maybe you're right.
Yeah,
because this Camaro is reminding me a little bit because like my mom has a 1996 Pontiac Firebird, and
sorry, something just came to me.
What was,
I don't know why, because like, this is a callback from what was said before. Stanley Tucci being the voice of Kit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why would I just like? I don't know why all of a sudden that's just like where I was like, oh, I like his voice. Stanley Tucci is the voice of Kit. Why not that? Something like that. I don't know. He's got a good voice. I don't know.
He's an excellent voice. You know, it's a supporting role, but you know what? One of my like low key favorite Stanley Tucci roles is he was Emma Stone's dad in Easy A.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I like a random role that he was in Lucky Number 11.
Yes, I love Lucky Number 11.
Dude, that movie is so like there's so many heavy hitters in that movie, and nobody really talks about that. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how are more people not like talking about Lucky Number 11? Which
I saw that movie in theaters.
So did I. I saw that movie. I remember going on a date to see that.
Okay, I haven't finished watching your entire interview with Sean O'Connell, but did you talk? Because Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah, he's in that. We didn't talk about that. Oh fuck, I didn't even think about that. Damn. Yeah,
because the Kansas City Shuffle.
You know? Yeah. Dude, I mean, goddamn, that has Morgan Freeman, Ben Kingsley, Josh Hartnett, Lucy Liu. I mean, it's just like
Bruce Willis
is in it. There's so many heavy hitters in that. And then you're just kind of going like, what the fuck is going on in this movie? And it throws you for a loop. And then when you finally see the resolution, you go, oh my God. I mean, if you're really paying attention and you kind of like see like a flashback, you go, oh, wait a minute. I'm like, okay. I mean, it was just for me. I was like, okay. I think I know where this is going. And sure enough, it goes that way. But at the same time, I wasn't disappointed. Yeah. Have you seen that, Chris?
Oh, Lucky Number 7. It's been a while, but
Okay, so
that was kind of around the same time where I was discovering Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Oh God, such a good movie. Yeah.
I mean, here we bring Shane Black up twice. So
Yeah.
Hey, Shane Black. I mean, I get it that some people didn't like the Iron Man movie. I dug the dialogue for sure, but at the same time, it's like, yeah. But Shane Black, it seems like when it comes to commercial stuff, he misses because we got to remember he did do the Predator movie.
Yeah.
And it wasn't good.
Yeah, but then and then he does great things that deserve sequels, like The Nice Guys.
The Nice Guy.
Yeah.
Which should have a trilogy by now. God
It
damn.
should. I agree.
That was another one of those movies that got fucked from the beginning because I always talk about these kind of movies, like smaller movies, things like I mean, but Lucky, I mean, Nice Guys was a Warner Brothers film, but still, when you on your opening weekend are already relegated to the side screens of the multiplex, you know, the perimeter ones that are like 100 seats or less, and buried, you know, you're not one of those front screens on your opening weekend. That's just like the kiss of death. It's like, I shouldn't have to go around the world to see the movie that I'm watching. Like, that's where you stick a documentary, you know, on its opening weekend, not, you know, something like The Nice Guys. So the movie never even got a chance.
It didn't. It didn't. But I remember going and seeing it. I'm like, oh my God, this is like one of the funniest fucking movies. Like, I mean, even to this day, I mean, I remember like the last time I watched it, I was like, it's just, God damn, there's just so many like just random shit, like especially like with Ryan Gosling.
Daddy, there's horse and stuff.
Just say horse. Just say horse. Don't say and stuff. You know, and then like when she like pops up when like he and Russell Crowe are talking, he's like, yeah, I just thought I'd give you a rim job. And he's like, rim shot? like, you know, it's like she met rim shot, like, because, you know, it's just like shit like that. It's just like there was just so many like things where you go, oh my God. I mean,
that's why Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I adore that movie. Something Fierce, especially, you know, when he's got Robert Downey's got the gun, and he says, "I don't want to play a little thing." He did 1, 2. It just shoots him. I said, "What did you just do?" He says, "There was like he's like 3, 4. Like, who taught you math?"
Dude, that's the thing. It was like the chemistry. It's all about the chemistry because the chemistry between Russell Crowe and Ryan Gosling was so good, and the chemistry between Val Kilmer and Robert Downey Jr.
I wanted so many more movies with Robert Downey and Val Kilmer after that. Just please, but
yeah. And then, like, when he punches them, he's just like, what the fuck? like, you know, it's just like shit like that. He goes, you know, and then, like, you know, Val Kilmer's playing a gay private investigator and just, like, how he plays it. And it's just, like, so Val Kilmer. And it's just, like, you know, just there's things in there that you can't even, like, really say nowadays. You know, it's like, you know, it's just, like, there's just so many things. Yeah, but that scene when he just, like, and he's just like, yeah, let's play this.
You fired a loaded weapon at him. What do you think was going to happen?
And they break it down, and then of course, you know, Robert Downey's character is like, yeah, like you said, it's like
he's talking on the phone. Math. He said, "You stop doing math."
Yeah, and then there's just a random scene where he gets his fucking finger slammed in a door, and fucking, you know, it's just like it made me cringe because I'm like, oh God, like, but it was like all part of like just like this crazy fucking story. It's like, really, you're gonna really introduce like this into like this crazy story where he gets his finger slammed off, like half his finger slammed off in a door. It's just like, oh my God, yeah.
Hey guys, I'm just now watching an ad. I haven't even heard about this, but Lionsgate's got a new movie coming out called The
Crow.
Oh no, not that one. The Killer's Game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Dave
with
Bautista, Sophie
yes,
Michelle, and Kingsley and Ben Kingsley.
Dude, I saw the trailer last night when I watched Bad Boys. I didn't see it online. I saw people posting about it, but I didn't watch it. But I was like, you know what? This looks like,
Why not?
you know, not bad.
I'll go
It's a
watch
fun
it.
movie.
September 13th. I'm
I
there.
want. Don't see. That's when we get into that. You know, we get into those fall movies where it's just like, hey, they put those movies. It's got Ben Kingsley. It's got who else is in that movie? There's other people in that movie too, right? No, I'll say okay. So the synopsis for the movie. So you got a hitman who is like diagnosed with, hey, you got some fucking cancer in your shit. You're done. You're gonna die. So he basically is like, all right, I'm going to go out in the blaze of glory. And then they go, oh, guess what? We got your fucking record mixed up with another dude. So now all the shit that he established where he was like, I'm going to go out in the blaze of glory. Now he's like, oh, fuck. Now I'm going to live? God damn it. You know, so.
This looks fun.
It does. And you got Dave Bautista with hair too, by the way.
Yeah. And a sword. There's a scene with him fighting with a sword. I'm there. I'm there for this. I'm there.
Yeah. So it's a pretty interesting concept, you know, of like that, where it's like he gets diagnosed with like, oh yeah, you have cancer in your brain, you're done, and then all of a sudden they go like, oh yeah, by the way, they mixed it up. You're actually there's another hitman that was actually had the sign of death. And now you're actually good. And so everything that you established where you're going to go out in a blaze of glory, yeah, now you're fucked. So, yeah. So it's going to be one of those. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to watch it.
It's a Lionsgate movie.
Yeah.
You know, Lionsgate sometimes. Do y'all remember? Here's a way back machine for y'all.
Oh, yes. I love this.
Oh, here we go.
Do y'all remember Dimension Films?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
that
was
dude. I just saw the logo in my head.
I know. Did you just see the logo in your head?
Aren't they the ones who did Scream originally?
Yeah. Yes. I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So Lionsgate sometimes gives me that vibe of like Dimension Films.
Yes.
Where it's just
because they just come in with the logos. Like all of a sudden it like appears like the lights coming up.
Yeah,
Dimension, holy shit! Wow.
Yeah. There's a lot of the '90s there for me in my brain going on. So I don't know, because Lionsgate can make movies that are really good, and then they can make some B movie crap. But that's just like, but sometimes it's like B movie fun crap, and then sometimes just B movie crap. But you know, but then they could do things like The Hunger Games and John Wick. And you know, it's just they have a wide spectrum that they swing.
Yeah. Yep. There we are.
Yep.
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 Oh,
man. I just associate
forgot
that with
about
Scream.
that logo. So good. And you know what? That's a good way to end the stream tonight.
Dimension.
It really
films,
is.
everyone.
We've
Dimension
talked about
films.
everything. Yeah, talking about Dimension film. God damn! Now I want to put on a Dimension Films.
Okay, hold on. Since we're gonna wrap it, I gotta look up some Dimension Films just to like.
Okay. Yep.
Fuck.
There's so many. Like probably Demon Knight. I'm thinking Demon Knight. I don't know why I just thought of Demon Knight.
Oh my god, they did Phantoms.
Phantoms, yes.
Yep.
Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms.
Affleck was the bomb in Phantoms, yo. Yes, you know, Chris. Yeah.
Okay, you want to know the one that I connect the most with?
Okay, what is it?
Highlander 3: The Final
Yes.
Dimension.
There can only be one.
There can only be one after third movie. How many are there? They did. Oh, dude, The Prophecy with Christopher Walken.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
wow. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. I remember
From
that
Dusk
movie.
Till Dawn.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes. They did all
Oh.
those like kind of B-roll-esque movies that were
Oh
so
yeah,
great.
Mimic.
Mimic. It's fucking
Who was in that? Who was in
Mira
that?
Sorvino.
Yes. Let's see what
That movie
else.
freaked me out, man, with those fucking oof. Yeah.
The Faculty.
The
You're
Faculty.
right, Joshua Jackson.
Yes.
The Faculty, yes, with Robert Rodriguez right there.
Mhm.
Okay, so that was the 90s, and then let's see. Okay, game of the 2000s. Okay, Reindeer Games.
Of course.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. All right.
That's right.
Yeah,
Gary
yeah,
Sinise. Gary Sinise.
Yeah.
bad guy in that,
yeah. Scary movie.
of course.
Yeah.
Highlander Endgame. I saw that in theaters. Dracula 2000.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, because
that
everyone's
the
gonna
one
have a
with Gerard
2000 in
Butler?
their movies.
That was
at
the one with
time.
Gerard Butler, right? Gerard Butler was.
Yes, Gerard Butler
yeah,
was
yeah.
Dracula.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here's a weird one. This one is actually like a Criterion movie now. The Others with Nicole Kidman.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that had one of the best twisty endings.
I
yeah.
still have not seen it, so don't say anything to
Yeah,
me.
I won't say because if you watch it, you'll like go, "Oh my god, that is a crazy twisty ending." It's a twisty ending movie, so yeah.
Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Of course.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Which
Let's
I love
see.
those movies. Yeah.
Oh, here's a classic. Equilibrium.
Oh yeah, with Christian Bale.
Bale,
Yep.
yes.
Yes,
God,
that was
I-
that was like
that was right
after
before-
the Matrix came out, it was like, all right, can we do something more? That's
There were
like
people who took
mid-style?
sides on that one. What do you like, Equilibrium or Matrix more? I remember that.
I was like, can I like both?
Both? Yeah, exactly. Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Of course.
Yeah,
They were very heavily with Robert Rodriguez.
yeah, very much. Oh, Sin City.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this was just Bad Santa.
Dimension did, like you said, had
Bad
some,
Santa
had
is
some good
so
ones.
funny.
Oh my god! I mean, that's in my rotation when it comes to Christmas movies.
Oh, absolutely. Even the second one.
I mean,
not that bad.
Yeah, second one's not that bad too, but the first one is just like Jesus Christ. You're not
Phenomenal.
gonna
Bad
be
Santa.
shit right for.
Oh yeah.
You're not gonna shit right for a month. What you saying? Something's wrong with my junk? Your gear? What? My fuck stick.
I know. Rest in peace, John Ritter, who's in that movie.
God.
Rest in peace, John
And
Ritter.
Bernie Mac.
Every Robert Rodriguez movie in the 2000s, basically.
Yeah.
The Mist.
Oh my god!
God, that movie.
That movie breaks me at the end. Oh.
Dude. Me and my dad saw that like when it came out, and we still talk about it to this day. He'll like bring it up. He'd be like, "Remember the Mist ending?" And he's just like, and I just go, "God damn!"
I've only seen that movie once. That's all I need to see it.
Dude, that's one of those movies. It's one of the I've seen it more than once, but it's just one of those movies when you just see that ending, you go, "Oh my god!" And I think that's why my dad brings it up because he's just like, "Jesus Christ."
Scott, is that how it ends in the book? I know you've read it.
Actually, it's actually a short story.
Okay.
And,
that's right. It is, huh?
And I've actually not read that one.
Okay.
So
your homework.
But Jesus Christ.
Yeah, my homework is to actually read
that's
that.
the thing. That's the thing is like just like to be a dad and put yourself in that position.
Nope, that's why I can't watch it anymore.
Yeah, see, that's the
can't
thing.
watch it.
That's the thing. I think that's why my dad brings it up, and I'm like, yep. And what like he like I think he brought it up even recently. He's like, remember the Mist? And I was like, and he just shakes his head. He just shakes his head. He's
It's like
dude.
it's like your war story. It's like
Dude, it's like one of those where he just goes like, I can't even imagine if I were to do that with me or my brother. It's like, and then just be like, yeah, take me, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, that's not. Oh my god! I mean, I remember like he felt gross walking out of that, and I remember just walking out going, fuck. Like we both walked out of that just like, holy shit.
That was like the trifecta. I mean, that was. Frank Darabont had a hat trick.
Who also did Shawshank, right?
Shawshank and Green Mile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All of them Stephen King adaptations.
Yep.
And season 1 of Walking Dead.
Yep. Exactly. Right. Right before and then he handed the baton off to Mike Flanagan, and it just went on
I actually heard that he fought for the end of The Mist.
Oh, of course he did. Oh, yeah, he
the
did.
studio did not want that because I was listening to an interview with Thomas Jane, and Thomas Jane said like, "Oh yeah, like he had to fight for that ending."
That doesn't
because the studio was like, "No, we can't have this ending," and he fought for it, like to the point where he had to cut his budget. He had to cut his budget,
and that worked. And that's a movie that
shows passion. I love it.
It fits with the movie. I mean, like I said,
Totally does.
I get it. I don't want to happy. It's not meant to have a happy ending. That movie.
No.
But the thing is, I love the fact that he fought for that ending. He fought the studio to get that ending, and we are still talking about it to this day
Because
because
that's what you remember. That's what you remember about that movie
Yes.
is the ending.
I mean, that whole movie is like just you watch that movie, you are biting your nails through the whole movie. Maybe not the first 10 minutes when like they're establishing like what's happening, but then once the mist starts coming in, you're going, what the fuck is happening in this movie? And are they with each other? Are they with it's such a fucking good movie, and it's just, and then the way it ends, and kudos to Thomas Jane, and when you see the ending and where he's just like, it's like, oh my god, it's like Jesus Christ, I'm not even a dad, and I feel for it, and I can't even imagine you guys like.
Oh no, we're fucked.
You guys are like, good God, I can't even
why
imagine.
I'm never watching it again.
Yeah, that's why I think my dad brings it up, because he's like, I remember him just like walking out, just going, oh, and I was like, that was effed up. But I just looking at his face, he was like, Jesus Christ, I can't even imagine. Oh, anyways, God,
you're welcome. You're welcome, everyone.
Any more tangents you want to go down, Scott?
No. I think that was my crown jewel. I'm going to take my.
But that's what's so brilliant. I mean, God, it's like, I mean, that's what I love about that movie. It's such a great sci-fi movie, and you never even know why exactly it happened. You know,
I love movies like that. You don't have to fucking explain everything.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. The last thing I'm going to bring up, because I was listening.
Another hour, guys.
No. Because I heard it on a podcast today, and I was just kind of like, when it comes to sci-fi, and I remember there was an Outer Limits episode, I think, that was about this, because somebody, it was like not like the old Outer Limits, but it was
the syndicated, like, the Showtime Outer Limits.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So, because somebody was talking about, I think I was listening to Rogan, and they were talking about, like, soon we're going to get to the point where we can just, the whole teleportation thing. And he did say, like, oh yeah, they can already teleport particles. But the thing is, when you teleport particles, you're essentially killing one particle, and you're sending the data of that particle to basically be rebirthed into wherever it's going to be. And I remember there was a Outer Limits episode. I'm pretty sure there was. I don't know if it. I think it was Outer Limits, but they actually tackled this where if we have
Think Like a Dinosaur is the name of the episode.
Is that what it was?
That's what it's called. Think Like a Dinosaur.
So it was like this whole thing where like they teleported people, but it was very much that concept where you're sending the data, but essentially you have to kill the person who is, and then they get basically, it's like you're killing the person, but there's a rebirth happening wherever they get sent to. But in this episode, the person, and I can't remember, and I really wish I want to get back, like, to watch it again. I can't remember if it was a guy or a girl.
It was a girl. Okay. Dinosaur-like aliens have set up an installation on the moon to teach humans interstellar teleportation. When an accidental duplicate of a woman is created by the teleportation process, it creates an ethical dilemma.
Yes.
So based on a short story by James Patrick Kelly.
And it's so intriguing because when the whole process happens, the girl who is actually still here is alive and awake. So the guy is like, what do I do here? Because usually it's just like you send off, the consciousness and the data off, and then it's done. You just kill the carcass that is left. But this carcass is very much still alive. So there's like a whole scenario that happens, and he's like trying to save her, but then it gets to a point where it's like he does have to kill her. And it's like such like a gripping, like sci-fi, like, oh my God. And even at the very end of the episode, like after everything's all said and done, she like shows back up like that same girl, but of course it's the data that was sent out. And she's just like, hey, and then he's just like, I don't know. for some reason, I was like, when I was listening to the podcast that was talking about that, I was like, oh my God. I mean, just imagine like the teleportation technology where they literally have to like kill you, but your data and your consciousness gets sent off and rebuilt into like another area. I was like, I don't know. That's why I brought it up. Sorry.
Okay, and then my random fact: the
Yeah.
voice of the dinosaur alien in that episode was the voice of a Dinobot from Beast Wars.
Full circle.
Full circle. Full circle.
See, that's a perfect way to end the stream.
There we
tonight,
go.
right there.
After we've tried to end it, what, 3 times
man.
now?
Yeah, we already tried to end it 3 times, but you know, it's perfect to end it on, you know, talking about how fucked up the Mist ending was, and then of course, you know, teleportation and dino people, dino voiceovers. But yeah, guys, this has been fun as always. Thank you to William. Thank you to Andy. Who else was on this?
Paul.
Paul. Yeah, that's right.
Paul, he is safe. He is sound.
He is safe. He's been
Yeah, I know.
released. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just, yeah. We.
He has
the
been
running
reunited
joke-
with his family.
He's a little sore, but you know, he's fine. Yeah, that was great. But I know there was some. Andy said he had internet issues, and then you know, of course, William had things he had to do, and then Paul was just like it was very late. So we thank you for them to show up, and we'll go around the horn. We'll start off with Jedi Master Phil.
Well, thanks again for the invite, my man. It's always a blast getting to talk to you guys, even like when we don't necessarily see eye to eye on certain things. Even it's all mutual and respect.
That's what makes great.
Right, right. I agree. If anyone wants to follow me, it's just at Unfiltered pretty much everywhere except Twitter. The only thing I really have kind of going on is I am now part of Multiverse of Color, and I posted my review of the first 2 episodes of The Acolyte, so you guys can check that out there. Other than that, I was on the 4 Nerds on Wednesday, and that's pretty much it. Not a lot going on. Trying to get another episode knocked down for the Eternal Night, but I'm just kind of waiting on Craig. So, yep.
No,
that's about it.
All right, Mr. Chris Balga.
Yep, you can find me on all the socials at Chris Balga. 2 shows on Geek Ultimate Alliance Network. We've got World's Finest True Believers and Marvel Alliance. For this week, we broke down the Venom trailer and, you know, some similar things said, and talked about what's going on with Captain America: Brave New World, because some things are changing and some people are getting a little too clickbaity with some of the stuff. So I say we all just we level set with what's going on with that movie. So.
I like it. All right, Scott, send us off.
Of course, you can follow me on Twitter X at ScottDC27, on Instagram at McMerlin, and on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can find me every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Pacific here on the Phone Drink YouTube channel, where I am the co-host of DC Fanimated Stream, where this next Wednesday we'll be returning to Superman the Animated Series for the classic Season 2 two-parter, Apocalypse Now. Part 1.
Ooh.
You can also find the archives of my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com.
There it is. All right, guys. We love you. Thank you, William. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Andy.
joining. Thank you, Andy. That's right. Yeah, can't forget. Yeah. And yeah, we'll see you guys later. And it's always fun talking, and yeah, we'll talk to you guys later. Bye.